How are you? I'm finally back. Yes, I underestimate time, don't I? It's already 6:17 p.m. I said before 6, but I did my best. Anyway, thank you for your patience. Oops. I'm looking at my hair here. Can't get it right. All right, I will resume reading, and I'm going to get this done. Okay, this is my last live stream in this series. My name is Claire Elliot. I am the Zodiac Killer's daughter, also known as the Dragon King's daughter of the Lotus Sutra. And this manuscript, supposedly written by Elliot Rodger, is key to the Bryan Kohberger case, the Idaho 4 case. The more I read it, I'm almost at the end. I only have, is it 24 pages to go. Yeah. And, yeah, I mean, I intuitively knew, I don't know, something told me that it was key to the case, and I started reading it. In my mind, I thought, oh, maybe I'll just skim it, look at highlights. I thought it'd be like maybe 1 or 2 live streams all together. I'm looking at my dog down here. Hi, Lily. And yeah, it's been a very detailed document. It's a book. It's a manuscript. I don't know. Do you think he thought to publish it at one time or something? I don't know. It's not a short. I think of a manifesto as being maximum 10 pages long. It's 137 pages, and it's detailed. It's not just, you know, it's packed full of details. Details that are intended, and this is what I believe, intended to cue me to speak about certain things in my life, together with David, before David, after David, certain key topics that somebody somewhere, some court of law needs me to speak about. You know, they have all these CIA courtrooms. Well, I think they use the American law courtrooms. They just have closed sessions, sealed documents. There's a CIA level to this case that is all sealed up, and I'm part of that. I do believe there might be a court date today that I'm testifying at. I don't know, and I have this deadline. I was really trying to make it before midnight last night, and then I changed it to 9 a.m. Pacific, you know. And then I thought last live stream it was going to be all done. No, this is the last one though. 24 pages. I've made it to this point, and I just have age 22. Well, I have the end of age 21. This is like he breaks down his life into each year of his life, and I'm in the middle. I'm towards the end, I think, of age 21. We're going into age 22. He doesn't live to see his 23rd birthday. He lives most of his 22nd year, and then there's a less than 2-page epilogue, I believe. So we'll get to it. Just to review, in case you've never been on one of my live streams, this is who I believe is where I'm squiggling. Let's see if the arrow comes up right there. This is the person I believe is the true identity of Bryan Kohberger. You can see Bryan here. Look at the similarity. Noses. David Wayne Craig is his name. He's my ex-boyfriend. He's a serial killer, arsonist, criminal. He's been in business for over 50, well, I guess nearly 50 years. His career started in San Francisco I believe it did. That's what he told me. I mean, you'd think that maybe he would have started earlier. But no, it started in San Francisco in the early 70s. I think he was at the University of San Francisco starting in the fall of 1973. And he left in 74. I guess 74 or so, and joined his family who had moved to Los Angeles, and that's where he was introduced to Buddhism, and his life changed. I first met him when he ended up at my house in 1975. SGI, leaders in the SGI, were all flying into New York to rehearse for the big bicentennial festival in New York in 1976. In 1975, they were rehearsing. I was rehearsing. I was selected, Wayne Green, who was the musical director, bumped into me at the opera in New York with my family, and he just thought I was perfect for the star of This Is America. And we were rehearsing at this time in Queens, and this is when all the YMD, which is the Young Men's Division, and a few women from the, I don't know if they were really WD, I guess they must have been, ended up at my house in Connecticut, Old Greenwich, Connecticut. David was the only one who refused to RAPE me, and I never forgot him. I had seen him in the World Tribune prior to this, which is the newspaper, and I was fixated on him. I really was. The look in his eye, he was suffering. I knew him, and then he ended up at my house, and he was the only one that refused to do that with me. And of course, under the influence of sex, DRUG, which I voluntarily took it at that time, wanting to please the family friend who was trying to fashion me into something that was not good for me. And I don't know, he gave up on me. I would always break down in tears. I couldn't do it, and that was the end of that. But at this time, I was still trying to please him and trying to be the prostitute he wanted me to be. And I couldn't do it, okay? And I'd break down in tears. I was far too sensitive, far too intelligent to be that. And so it was different after that. Usually, I later in life, they used date, RAPEDRUGS on me because, they didn't want me to remember anything. But, many times I remembered more while being DRUGGED unconscious than I did when they had me on, when they forced me to take my aspirin, which is what my father brainwashed me into believing it was. I knew it wasn't an aspirin. I'm like, I'm not sick. Oh, Claire, take your aspirin or I'll kill you, And this happened before everybody arrived to my house, so they thought I behaved that way naturally. It's not true. I couldn't behave that way naturally. And, lots of male classmates were brought to my house over the years, and, they couldn't understand why I acted one way at home and the other way at school. And it was because, my father slipped me that aspirin before their arrival to my house. Anyway, in the SGI, I was known as the Shakabuku Queen, and we, all the YMD that were in New York for the festival, rehearsing for the festival. In Queens, we were rehearsing in Queens. We all co-wrote Dancing Queen that was one of ABBA's biggest hits. My voice, my actual 8-year-old, well, at that time I was 9, wasn't I? My little 9-year-old voice is in the soundtrack track mixed into the background. It's a lot of voices mixed in, as you can hear when you listen to those songs. And, my little 9-year-old voice is in there. And I also was given the opportunity to be the blonde. Forget her name, but you know who I mean. And that was me when I was, 8 or something. I don't know, inside her body. I know that sounds really weird, but just letting you know the history, or at least a little summary or the highlights of the history of what we're talking about here. David's nose is not as big as that, okay, and, but you can see same eyes, same pattern of eyebrows, just darker, lower ears, same lips, same chins, and I cut off the chins. I can't believe that. That's a major similarity. You can tell it's the same chin. Anyway, he's much thinner nowadays than he was back in 94. This is a picture of him in 1994 after he buried the murder weapon atop Mount Whitney, as well as all his bloody clothes that I personally saw with my own eyes, but was so freaked out by. I didn't know what to think at the time because I was in denial. I blocked out everything in 1994. David, I had just gotten married to Ron Goldman the night before, but I didn't know it was for real. He was just my friend. It was a platonic friendship from my experience, and so when I finally agreed to marry Ron the morning of the murders, I couldn't make it official until I called David and left him a voicemail, a very long, detailed, very loving voicemail. And, because he was absentee. He was all over LA doing other things with his partner in crime. Little did he know everybody was at my house. And unfortunately, the rest is history. But yeah, I think that sums it up, at least for now. And I didn't mean to make them go away. I like their eyes watching as I read. Okay, let's put them up here. I think, yeah, that's good. I think that's probably good. Yeah, you can see this is another disguise. I mean, if you look, long nose, different nostrils, than David's, different teeth. David would wear teeth over his teeth. There's a different photo, and so out there that looks more Chinese, and I believe that is the true Elliot Rodger's. There were two of them. One was a disguise, one was the real guy. And when they found his dead body, I believe it was the real Elliot Rodger's that David killed. But you see the lips, fuller lips, and less space on the chin because there's a fuller lip. If you did that, you can see how there'd be a similar distance. Ears in the same place. He has a wider face. There's like a panel on each side to make his face wider, leaving him more space for his real ears under there. I think that sums it up, doesn't it? See the neck. Similar shaped eyes, even, they don't look all that Chinese to me. I mean, they pass for Chinese, but you can see he's smiling here, and his eyes are a similar shape. And you see it's a similar shape to Bryan Kohberger's as well. He's not, he's closing his mouth here, so his eyes are a little rounder. Here he's animated. This is a look I've seen on David's face many times as he speaks, even though, he's wearing contact lenses. He really wears contact lenses in real life, not colored these are the true color of his eyes, like Bryan's. But he's been wearing contact lenses since he was 13. It'd be very easy to wear colored contacts here. All right, and I think that's all I have to say for now, and let's begin. And I guess that only took a few minutes, right, to go through. Let's get this up here. I think it was this last paragraph we were on. We're on page 113. We're getting to the infamous page 118. Which was taken into evidence in the Bryan Kohberger trial, the Idaho 4 trial. I mean, it's not a trial yet. It's coming, but it's been taken into evidence. Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if that's confirmed. But a lot of people suspected it was this manifesto. I don't know. People brought it to everyone's attention that This manifesto is, I don't know, it's longer than 118 pages, and they were all guessing what he might have underlined. And I went to page 118, and we will get to it shortly. And I knew exactly what Bryan, aka Bryan, underlined on that page. And that's how I knew that David had written this. Okay. And we will get to that shortly. Okay, so he's still age 21, right? Yeah, and he's about to turn 22 any time now. Yeah, it's spring. His birthday is today. If Elliot Rodgers had lived to see this day, he would be turning 32 today. He was 22 when he died. Did I get that right? Yeah, he was 30. He would have been. He didn't die 10 years ago. Okay. I'm sorry. He died in 2014. It wasn't 10 years ago. But his birthday, he died before his birthday, and today is his birthday. So he would have been turning 32, even though it's like 9 years ago. My wedding anniversary, which is in this document, listed in this document 2 times. I thought that was interesting. That was 9 years ago. I got married right after this happened, and I wasn't following this case at all. It was only this case that brought it to my attention. As I think about it, I vaguely remember something on the news about it, but I just didn't pay it attention for some reason. I don't know. So this is the first time I'm reading this. You're seeing it live as I read it for the first time. I did glance at page 118 and read, and that's how I found out, oh my God, David wrote this. Yes, this is related to the Bryan Kohberger case, or Idaho 4, but I just left it for another day until now. So you're seeing my live reaction. When we get to page 118, I have skimmed that page. I think I have read most of it, if not all of it, but that was the only exposure to this document I've had, like in months ago. Yeah, and I hadn't even seen a picture of Elliot Rodger until I was preparing for these live streams. Okay, so this is where we left off. It looks like we have quite a bit of the year left until he turns 22, and that's the last year he was alive. See, look at how much. Yeah, see, we have quite a few pages to get to age 22. All right, I'm coming. I'm getting there. Okay, no more dilly-dallying, Claire. Okay, the spring of 2013 was also the time when I came across the website puahate.com. It is a forum full of men who are starved of sex. Oh, okay, this is the beginning of the incel movement, I guess, that I've heard about. Just like me, it says. Many of them have their own theories of what women are attracted to, and many of them share my hatred of women, though, unlike me, they would be too cowardly to act on it. Reading the posts on that website only confirmed many of the theories I had about how wicked and degenerate women really are. Oh my gosh! Most of the people on that website have extremely stupid opinions that I found very frustrating, but I found a few to be quite insightful. The website PUA is very depressing. It shows just how bleak and cruel the world is due to the evilness of women. Oh my God, what about the evilness of men who've caused blood and strife and wars and RAPE, and what about that? I mean, men who have a physical advantage over us, the physically weaker sex, helping us to develop and you know, beyond them mentally. You know, we're the more intelligent sex. I'm sorry to say, I know men don't like to hear that, but that all that testosterone kind of just blocks them. You know, we don't have that. But yes, we fall in love so easily. All that estrogen just makes us so, like, I don't know, so attached to men, you know, as my hormones have rebalanced themselves over the course of menopause and beyond. You know, I've been postmenopausal since 2016. You know, I really didn't understand how attached to men I was until I wasn't anymore. You know, you can be yourself. You find out who you really are once you don't have the estrogen making men something they're not. You see things pretty clearly after menopause in a way you couldn't before, because your mind, body, and soul was just so, and you know, so eager to procreate. You know, it's you know, young women think they have the advantage and that they have it going on, but they don't understand how much older women have going on, and how much older women can see that they can't see, that they're totally blind to. You know, these, you know, when you're young, you just think you know it all, you think you got it going on, and you don't. You know, you find that out later. You know, you really do. It's too bad. You know, we just have a culture that emphasizes that, you know, that makes us feel like, you know, youth is superior, and it's not. I mean, you know, when you're young, you know, just like a little baby is so cute, and then a little toddler is so cute. I mean, yeah, you're so cute when you're young, you know. As you grow up and mature, hopefully you age gracefully, you know, but you're just a kid. You don't realize that when you're in the middle of it. You know, you just think you know it all. And that's the hormones, I think, in our body. I guess that's the way the species procreates better or something. I'm thinking that's what it is, because once you get past that and you get past that stage where your hormones are controlling you, you realize the truth about life a lot more easily. And that's when world peace is possible, okay? All right. So let me continue. Okay, so this website is very depressing. It shows how bleak and cruel the world is due to the evilness of women. I mean, it's just so funny to hear that, because I just think men can be so cruel and evil and are the cause of so much pain and suffering. But yes, it usually starts with their mother, with the relationship with their mother. And, you know, women don't understand how much power they have in the world, because there's nobody like your mother. And, you know, we wouldn't create evil men if mothers could, if we could raise good mothers, you know. Women are key to the human race, you know. All men who are destructive had some kind of issue with their mother. It really does. I mean, I know the father is important, sure. Plays a supporting role, and he is important. But the mother is so key to all of this. She really is. She is the center of the family, for sure. And we wouldn't have any evil men if we didn't have any evil women. Yeah. It's the women who are the cause. And yeah, so I guess we women are responsible for more than we admit. All right. I tried to show it to my parents. So it shows just how this website shows. He says this website shows how bleak and cruel the world is due to the evilness of women. His own mother, though, it sounds like she was a really good mother, but again, he's painting a brush. He's painting his own picture of what happened to him, and I don't see what happened to him. He had a really good life according to how he describes it. I mean, his mother sounds like a really nice woman. I mean, he had more control over his mother than he did over his father. His father seemed quite self-absorbed with his career and didn't really understand how his son was suffering. Nobody sent him to therapy soon enough. He did mention a psychiatrist. Now, I haven't heard any more. He just mentioned one for the first time, his 21st year. I've heard no mention of a psychiatrist until his 21st year, and I'm wondering what happened and why it happened. Because that's what he needed. He needed medication. You can see he's not, I mean, I'm not a doctor. I'm not claiming to be. You see a chemical imbalance here. I mean, he has no control over his rage. I mean, just the slightest little thing triggers it. His thinking is disordered. He jumps the gun and comes to these radical conclusions that have nothing to do with reality. And he needs a professional to help him make sense of his thoughts and put them back in an order that will serve him rather than destroy him. It's a very sad situation, and I just feel like if he had had that kind of assistance, this wouldn't have ever happened. I mean, I don't know, with David there, I think it was doomsday, but you know what I'm saying. This is an example of what can be, changed, what can be healed with the right professionals. Okay. So he tried to show this website to his parents to give them some sort of dose of reality as to why I'm so miserable, he says. They never understood why I'm so miserable. Yeah, well, you need to help him. He needs professional help. I hope he's seeing a psychiatrist, like he mentioned. He doesn't write about the psychiatrist or anything, and I'm just curious to know what happened there. They have always had the delusion that everything is going well for me, especially my father. Yeah. Because he didn't relate. He didn't know how much his son was suffering, because he didn't suffer that way. And it seems like everything was just kind of handed to him. But, it does seem like a lot of things were handed to Elliot, too. So I know, I can see how it could be very easy to not understand why he's suffering. When I sent the link of puahate.com to my parents, none of them even bothered to look at the posts on there. Oh, that's too bad. They didn't take an interest in what he was doing online. After a spring season spent in absolute despair while other young people lived healthy lives of sexual pleasure, summer arrived. Summer is even worse than spring, especially in Santa Barbara. Flocks of hot young girls go out in their shorts and bikinis, further tantalizing my sex-starved body every time I look at them, knowing that they gleefully show off their desirable forms, yet they would never give me a chance to be their boyfriend, only increase my already boiling hatred towards all women. I could not leave my apartment without seeing at least a few of them. So, yeah, hot girls, why? I mean, I know it's the media. Yeah, I know. I don't understand. I mean, I was one of you at one time. The reason I wore... maybe David wants me to mention this, and I'll be brief. In 8th grade, I cut off some shorts to wear. I took some pants of mine and I cut them off to make them shorts, and I cut them too short, and so I had to add some material back, and I did, but they were still short shorts, but they were okay. They covered me up, and I was walking. I was in middle school. I was in 8th grade, and I was walking. I think I was in 8th grade. I don't think I was in 7th grade, was I? No. Maybe I was in 7th grade because I was new in C Wing. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I was in 8th grade yet. Yeah, I was new I was a new 7th grader. You know, when you're in 6th grade, I was in A wing in 6th grade. You know, you're kind of new in the school and you have your own little wing, and then they distribute you to two other wings when you go into the 7th grade. And I was in C wing. I guess there's 3 other wings. There's B, you know, A wing is all 6th grade, and I don't know, there might have been 6th graders in other wings. I don't know. I just know A wing was all 6th graders. And then there was B wing, C wing, and D wing. Okay, and I was in C wing. Well, D wing is right next to the playground. And I was walking one morning out there. I guess I was coming into school. And there was some high school guy who was riding his bike out there, and he saw me in my short shorts, and he goes, you know, he whistled at me, and then all of a sudden he rides into a pole and falls off his bicycle. And while this is happening, there's this teacher in D wing who saw the whole thing, and he is just falling over in laughter. He thinks it's the greatest thing he's ever seen in all his years teaching in middle school. He thought that was so hilarious. This was a teacher who was having a secret affair with a fellow student of mine who was in my grade. And, you know, back in the 70s, that was kind of like, okay. I mean, it's, you know, how old was she? In 7th grade, I was turning 13. I mean, that's not okay. You know, back in the 70s, we were so, like, lax about stuff like that. Yeah. I mean, that guy would be arrested today. He was a very cute guy, and he was in his 30s or something. He was very attractive. And, yeah, he was secretly having a thing with a very a girl in my class who was more developed than me. But this guy, you know, he really liked the young girls, obviously, and he was looking at me outside the window, I guess, and he saw this, and I never heard the end of it. Nobody ever heard the end of it. And I know this girl he was seeing secretly didn't like hearing about it all the time. I mean, I guess he just thought I was great. I mean, I was flattered. I don't, you know, it was really funny. And I didn't even know what happened until I came in and he told me. I just heard this big, and then I saw the guy on the ground with his bicycle. I just didn't understand what happened. And he explained what happened because he saw the whole thing. Anyway, that was a famous story at John Witherspoon Middle School. I guess the year was the end, you know, the fall, the beginning of my 7th grade year. That would be, okay, 7, beginning of 77, you know, the beginning of school in 1977. And I was 12, almost 13. And yeah, it was a high school boy. He was probably a freshman or something. I don't know. He was not like mature. He was kind of a small kid. He wasn't a senior or anything. I think he was like a freshman or something, about 2 years ahead of me in school or something. Anyway, the reason I'm going into this is because, you know, I understand. Okay, I enjoyed all the attention I got from boys, men, whoever, when I showed off, you know, my body. And I was obsessed with having attention, getting attention from men. You know, my whole world was boys, you know, when I was young. And, you know, I don't have, you know, I sacrificed myself for boys, and I had nothing to show for myself in the end. You know, it's, you know, a girl needs to create her own life, you know, independent boys. A young woman needs to develop her own career. She needs to have her own life separate from men, and really just to really discover who she is, her own identity, before she ever decides to share a life with a guy and get married and have a family. It's very important, and women have not been given that kind of consideration ever in history. They're supposed to make babies for, they were serving the men and giving birth to the babies the men wanted to have. And of course, they wanted to have babies themselves, but women really deserve to develop themselves and need to develop themselves young, because I never had that. And I suffered so much. And it's really important for women to develop their own lives early and not allow men to dominate their whole existence. They need to do that. I had to do so much healing because of how men destroyed my life. And, it all started with my father, the Zodiac killer, Dennis Wayne Elliot. He destroyed my life. So I don't blame all the men I was obsessed with or focused on. I was boy crazy. I because of what was done to me. I was sexually stimulated at too young an age, and that was my whole, when I went to school, I majored in boys, from elementary school on through middle school, high school. I used to get good grades when I was in elementary school. I got straight A's in 6th grade, but then boom, after that, after that, it was like it slipped down to B's, C's, and then and in high school, straight D's, because I didn't go to school anymore. But I still got into Columbia University. How? Without any SATs either. How? They slipped me an IQ test, and they didn't want to let. They were shocked at my IQ. They weren't going to let me go by. They weren't going to pass me up. They were going to give me an opportunity. I had to prove myself. I had to achieve at least a 2.0 average for 2 semesters in a row to get off probation. And what did I do? I achieved a 3.585 average, made the dean's list both semesters. I really appreciated what they did for me, and I guess I owe them to come back at the right time when I have some money. I have no money to go back to school. Do you know how expensive Columbia was? That's why I left, because my own father would not pay for it. He was obviously, my own. This is something I should mention. Yes. Before my stepmother even married my father, she became alarmed when I asked for my father's income information because I was applying for financial aid at Columbia after being accepted there. She told me, Claire, they can't know how much your father makes. If they find out, you won't get any financial aid. And I said, really? Oh, okay. Okay. So, Dad, you're going to pay for my education, because it was a it was a huge thing that I got accepted to Columbia University, okay? That was a shock, that I got in there. And, I thought my parents would be so happy to pay for it, but so I agreed to pretend that I had no contact with my father. Later in life, that's actually what happened. I didn't know I was predicting the future. So I pretended I had no contact with my father. I was only 21 at the time, and Families are required to pay for their children's education for all students, who are all people who have, if you're under the age of 24, is it 24 and under, or under 24? I think it's 24 and under. You're required to pay for your children's education. And I had to pretend I had no contact with my parents to get financial aid. And as the result, I was stuck with, this $5,000 loan because all my financial aid didn't pay for the whole tuition. Forget about books or anything else. At Columbia, it was pretty expensive, and it's even more expensive now. So my father, what financial aid didn't cover, he paid 50% of my rent. I got a Columbia University apartment, and it was a lower rent, but he wouldn't pay the whole rent because I was married, and he didn't want to pay my husband's half of the rent. So he paid half the rent. I remember it was like $585 a month, so he paid half of that. And he paid for my books, and whatever financial aid didn't cover, he helped me out with. It was just pocket change, really. I figured, okay, I'll tolerate this situation and prove myself. And after a year of proving myself, then maybe he'll pay for my education like he's legally obligated to. He just wants to know I'm serious. A year went by. I achieved a 3.585 GPA, made the dean's list each semester. And I turned to my father and said, hey, okay, so I've proven myself. Will you pay for my education? He's like, no, let's just continue forward like this. I had to work. I was in the work study program. I was having to work, as part of my financial aid. I wasn't getting paid anything. They were doing all kinds of experiments with my IQ, trying to raise it. And, I was like really famous on the campus. They wouldn't tell me, but, I was later able to, it was like later on that I was able to put it all together. There was a guy from Princeton High School that I went to school with. He was a couple, like 2 or 3 years ahead of me in school, and he was a graduate student in the the perception lab that I ended up doing my work study hours in. And he was so used to having the highest IQ in the room. He reminds me of somebody else in my life that is so arrogant and disgusting. He was the same way. He just thought he was, the smartest. He had the highest IQ in the history of humanity. And then I came along and they tested my IQ. They were doing, I didn't know they were testing my IQ. It was a computer program. Computers were new in those days, by the way. And they had the old Apple, remember those old with the small little screens? Yeah, I mean, computers were brand new. And so this was like an innovative new program, like, what do I want to say? The latest, the highest technology available at the time. The year was 1980. I guess I started class in January of 1987. And they were doing all this stuff with computers. They were paying me $5 to do an experiment. They would pay me $5 an hour $5 an hour for all these experiments they were doing on me. I mean, they were doing it on all this, a few students, but I was the one they wanted all the data on. And I mean, it was all my time. And I was getting paid $5 an hour. I don't know. I was getting minimum wage for the work study program. And, this was my life, and and I just got really tired of it, And this guy, but anyway, so my story is, this guy, he's used to having the highest IQ in the history of humanity. And then I come in and they test my IQ, and he looks at the data. He's like got a printout, it was the old printout sheets with the little holes on the side that you pull off. This is the old days, the 1980s. And he's like, no, there's an error, no, this is not right. and they're like, we ran it like 3 times, and this is it. They didn't show me anything. They didn't tell me anything. They're standing in front of me talking about they didn't even tell me it was my IQ, okay? And he's like, no, that number is astronomical. It's an error, okay? It's higher than mine. I mean, it can't be higher than mine. No, it's impossible. That is just like, it's way too high. I mean, it's not even a little higher. It's a lot higher. No way, you know. They went on and on and on. It was so funny. And then when he had to run it himself to believe it. And then he wanted to marry me. Okay. He went to high school with me, never gave me the time of day. He just turned his nose up at me in Princeton High School, labeled me, he told Dr. Kohberger, who was the chairman of the psychology department, who was supervising him and whose lab this was, world renowned in the world, in the study of perception. At the end when I was leaving, I was leaving to go work at the library because the library was going to pay me better. Okay, I don't know. The library was going to pay me, what was it? I don't remember, 5 something an hour. And they were paying me 3 something an hour. I don't know. I'm guessing. I forget. Okay, I was getting minimum wage, whatever the minimum wage was in 1987, work study program. That's what I was making in the lab, and I was pissed, And the libraries wanted me, and they were willing to pay me more. And I eventually left the perception lab to go work for the libraries and make more money. And he's like, you're better than the libraries. You're better. Stop her, Dr. Kohberger, stop her. And then he proposed to me or something. And I'm like, I'm actually, I was married at the time. And I'm like, I'm married already, And Dr. Kohberger is like, you all went to high school together. If you were interested in Claire, why didn't you ask her out in high school? And he's like, Dr. Kohberger, you don't understand. She was and he couldn't say it because we all knew what word he was going to say. I was considered a slut in high school. I don't know how I got that reputation because I worked really hard I was not a slut. But because of all the abuse that was done to me, the boys coming over to my house and witnessing what happened, I had that reputation. My brother was proud that my name was on the wall of the boys' bathroom as the best ass in school. Thank you. I'm proud of it. But, so I just want everyone to understand, especially the young girls out there. I understand. When you've been algorithm, forgive me. When you've been abused, your whole self-identity is destroyed. Because when somebody crosses that boundary, they destroy your identity. They destroy your self-identity, and you don't have an identity anymore. All I knew was boys. That's all I knew. That was all my interest. My father destroyed me. He murdered me, just like his other murder victims. And that's why girls are like that. They become like an animal because their humanity is robbed from them. They become a piece of ass. They become they become meat. And they walk around like an animal. Oh, look at, they become like an animal. That's what men do. That's what fathers do to their daughters when they abuse them. It's like murdering your daughter. And then you wonder why women walk around like that. They're acting out. That's their identity now. A piece of ass, for, a meal for a man. That's all that they become. That's all, You know, I had a one-track mind. I mean, and it's very sad. I mean, I think about it, and it's so sad. It took me decades to heal from that. It took me, I mean, you're not supposed to heal from that. You know, when you do that, you murder somebody. You murder a woman. And I wasn't supposed to heal from that, but I somehow managed to. And really, it took being alone for years, having no one touch me, to repair those boundaries that should have never been violated. They were violated from the time I was born. I didn't ever have boundaries like that. And I had to create my own. I had to do it in adulthood. And I don't know how I did it, but I did. You know, maybe I'm still, you know, doing the final touches. But, you know, you murder a child. I mean, I talk about women because I'm a woman. But, you know, it's boys too. You know, David's mother violated those boundaries, and he became his mother's replacement husband. Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. His father hated him because his wife liked him more than she liked her own husband. And he punished David for that, and he beat him, and I know he sodomized him, and then his mother was inappropriate with him. That he was his mother's favorite child. She was in love with her son. It was very sick. And that's how you destroy a boy, and just you murder a boy that way too. And a man, you know, these are the men that become our serial killers, our criminals. This is what happens. And it's so important when you have children to not violate the trust that the universe, you know, gives. You know, the universe trusts you with your children, and when you violate that, you know, the universe is watching. And, you know, you may not think that your child is aware of what's being done to them. You may think they're super resilient, especially if they're my children, and that's why so many PEDOPHILES order up my children, because they're so super resilient, so amazing. So they can get away with doing that to them, and they turn out okay. They don't. It may seem like it on the surface, and then a boy like this shoots it up in Santa Barbara, for example. David grows up to become what he would say the greatest serial killer of all time. So you don't get away with it. I know you PEDOPHILES think you do, right? You know, you think it's the greatest, the perfect crime, right? Everything is recorded in the universe. Do you know that? Everything. The universe, or God, whatever you want to say, is recording everything. And when you die, you have to face the truth of what you did in your life. You think you're getting away with it. Yeah. When you die, you're going to be shown. It's going to be put in your face what you did. And if you don't care with the brain you have, you will when they put a good brain in your head. And believe me, that's what happens. You don't have heart now. You have a you're mentally retarded now. Well, they'll just swap that mentally retarded brain with a good one so you can see what you did and why your options are very limited at this point. And if you want to pay for it, this is how you can pay for it. You have options, but, you got to pay for this. You got to do that. There's a price for everything. Karma is severe. And when you inappropriately touch a child, are inappropriate with them in any way, shape, or form, even if it's done lovingly, it doesn't matter. That's actually worse. You do more damage that way. With me, I was fortunate in a way that I had real live monsters. It made it really easy for me to know they are fucked up and I'm not. It was very easy to see to see that it was better for me to leave. When parents are loving while they are inappropriate, children and they use, they support them financially, it's really hard for children to leave. They never leave. So it was my great fortune to be terrorized by the people who were my parents, to make it really clear that the best thing for me was to leave. And I did. I left at age 18 and I never went back. Yes, I visited. I tried to have a relationship with my family. I tried to sort things out with them. As I was remembering all the ABUSE, I talked to them about it. I tried to work it out with them, and there was just no way. They made it really clear that there was no way we could coexist. There was no way. I either had to negate myself to coexist with them, or I had to not have them in my life, and I did what I had to do. And that is really hard for a child to do that. Very few children do it. I have grown up to understand that. I didn't know how strong I was to leave when I was 18. I needed to be legally free before I left. I could, it wouldn't work running away any sooner than 18. When I was 18, I was really free. And, I tried going to college after I dropped out of, as soon as I turned 18, I dropped out of high school because I was going to have to go an extra year. There was no way I was going to an extra year of high school at Princeton High School. Oh, I would have been tortured by the kids there. Everybody went to Ivy League universities. Everybody's parent was a professor at Princeton University. I mean, it was like unheard of. I mean, I thought I was the only person who dropped out, but I guess I wasn't. It was a public high school. Not everybody's mother or father was a professor at Princeton University. Not everybody went to an Ivy League university, but most did. I mean, the pressure was really high there, and having a straight D average, that just never happened. And I was one of the few, and it was like the way I rebelled. It was, I was crying out for help. I mean, nobody helped me, So after a year at Columbia, I thought my father would kick in and start doing his duty as my father. And he was like, no, I like it the way it is, He was getting a good deal, He didn't have to pay for very much at all. He didn't mind paying a little pocket change to help me out. And that's when, but I was having to work. It was really hard for me. And I didn't think it was right. So I decided to leave Columbia. And I know my family was really upset that I was leaving, but hey, if you want me to go to Columbia, you need to, I need a little more support than this. And so I left. I went to LA to pursue my music career. I mean, I was writing songs instead of doing my homework. I was working full time at the engineering library. I guess it was MUD. I don't know. On the campus, and I had started when it was the mathematics. I was doing work study at the mathematics and engineering library, where they were paying me more than the perception lab. And then I decided oh, let me work, back then, I don't know, I doubt it's the same deal now, but if you work full-time on the back then, in 1987, 88, if you work full-time, I left in 89, if you work full-time on the campus, you got 2 free classes per semester. Isn't that a great deal? And I thought, okay, I'll work full time and I'll get 2 free classes and I'll finish school that way and I won't owe anything, right? So I I got a job over at the main stacks, Butler Library, and I started working there, and they waited for me in the I think it was the engineering library, right? I thought maybe the mathematics library first, but no, I did work study there and the engineering library. And then when I decided to work full time, you have to start in the stacks, the general stacks, and then you can apply for other libraries after you've worked there like 6 months, and that's what I did. And I got, of course they were waiting for me in the engineering library, and I worked full-time in the engineering library for about a year. And I tried taking two classes on the side of working full-time. I was right near my apartment. It took me 5 minutes to walk home. It was a good life. And I don't know, I just couldn't I couldn't get, I'd always be dropping my classes because I didn't know if I didn't have enough time to achieve the straight A average I wanted. At least that's what I thought. Somebody's at the door. Let me just deal with that. I don't know if that's my husband or what, but hold on.
So they tore it up.
That was Dean. He brought some very special treat for the puppies. They've got chicken pot pie here from a church. It's divided up, a bigger portion for Mikey and a smaller portion for Lily. So they're eating it up. Anyway, so I think I remember I was making $10 an hour at the engineering library. That was a lot in 1987. I was very proud of myself. They loved me. I loved them. But then I made the decision to go to Los Angeles because it was my intention. I had heard that the community colleges in California had tuition exemption, and I could go to college there and transfer to UC Berkeley. I was very upset that the school that accepted older students was called the School of General Studies. I was going to school. I was in the same classes with Barnard students at Columbia. I was taking the same exact classes as everyone else. And when I graduated, I would have this School of General Studies on my diploma, Columbia University. And I was upset about that. I felt like that was inaccurate. It made it seem like we didn't have as good an education or something as Columbia College students or Barnard students in it, really, or the School of Engineering. Also, I forgot about them. And I was really upset about that. And I was like, I'm going to go to California. I'm going to do, my father wasn't going to pay for my education. And I had this big bill. I'm like, oh my God, every year I'm going to have to take out a loan. I'm going to owe so much money. Screw this. I'm going to California. I'm going to do my first 2 years at a community college, tuition exemption, and then I transferred to UC Berkeley and I'd have scholarships and everything, and I'd get a degree at UC Berkeley. That was my plan. I was, and I'd pursue my music career in Los Angeles. That was my plan. Everyone said Santa Monica would be the place I should go to, and that's where I went. Well, okay, I didn't go to Santa Monica at first. I landed in downtown LA because that's where the cheap hotel rooms were. And I didn't land there. I landed at LAX, and I told the cab driver to take me downtown, and he refused to do so. He's like, he took one look at me. He's like, no, I'm not taking you downtown. I'm like, why? What? I'm from New York. What are you talking about? I can handle it. He's like, no. And I'm like, okay, take me where you think I belong. And he took me to Santa Monica. And I had heard about Santa Monica from a fellow librarian. She thought I would be great there and I should go there. But I thought it was too expensive. And so I wanted to go downtown instead. And this cab driver refused to take me downtown, and I said, take me where you think I belong. And he took me to Santa Monica. And where did he take me? He took me to the hotel that looked like Hotel California. And that was before I was aware of the song Hotel California. I had no memory of any of me co-writing any songs anywhere. But when I became aware of the song, because my friend was really into the Eagles, she's like, you would love the Eagles. And I'm like, who are the Eagles? And she's like, you'll love the Eagles. And it was actually Ross in disguise. And so, yeah, and then I listened to the songs. Oh, yeah, I know the Eagles. And yeah, and I was realizing, oh my God, it looks like Hotel California, where I landed in Santa Monica. Of course, I couldn't afford it for very long, and I ended up in Culver City after that. But, and then I moved to the Mid-Wilshire district into a house. Anyway, I'm sorry to go into all of this, but I don't know. I guess it's important somehow, and that's why I am. But yeah, that was my plan. It didn't go as I planned. And then when I got to Santa Monica, I started working at a jewelry shop on Wilshire, right next to the Akeda Auditorium. Walked down the street. I wondered what that auditorium was. This is before I worked at the jewelry shop, right next door. I was like, what is this place? I was like, what is this place? It was before they had renovated and redone it. And she explained, we're a world peace organization. I'm like, oh, that's really interesting. And, it was familiar to me. See, I had no memory. I was operating blind and, and that was like the first place I went to. I was walking down Wilshire. I'm like, what the hell is this thing over here? Let me go in and ask. And that was like one of the first places I went to when I landed in Santa Monica. And, yeah. So anyway, I got a job at the jewelry shop that was right nearby, and it ended up moving down the street, and I don't know if it's even there anymore, but it was there for years. And then they didn't need me anymore, and I don't know, I walked out when I was not treated well, and then I ended up working at Music Plus. Anyway, I didn't have a car. I got a moped, and I could only go 25 miles an hour, and I was traveling all the way from the Mid-Wilshire district to Wilshire Boulevard in Santa Monica. It took me I don't know, almost an hour, and oh gosh, I went through so much. Anyway, it's in my heart. LA, I had a lot of horrible things happen to me there, but it's so dear to my heart too. I try to explain that to my husband, Dean. You know, he's like, why would you ever want to go back there again with all the horrible things that happened to you there? Because so many good things happened to me there too. And that's my history. That's my life. And I survived it. And I overcame it. And I triumphed, you know, even though I have nothing to show for it today other than little stories I can tell, if anyone even cares, because nobody listens, because I'm top secret. I don't exist. And, you know, everyone is supposed to ignore me and pretend I don't exist. That's what being top secret is.
Hey.
You don't exist. And that's not possible for a human being, right?
Well, you landed here.
Landed here in Augusta?
Yes.
Mm.
I was the only person that you ever knew who owned a house in 2 years. Right?
Yeah. I don't want to go to, I know, I was supposed to just read through this and get it done. And Dean, it's getting late. I got to read this. But yes, my husband, Dean, bought this house. He lived at home for a long time, you know, and was able to save his money. He bought vehicles, of course, over the years. But, you know, he saved his money and he bought this house down the street from his parents' house and moved out when he was about 32, was it? And he got a mortgage, and then his truck was stolen out of the driveway, and he got some insurance money, and he's like, wait a minute, you know, I have enough. If I just take what's in the bag, put it together, I could just pay off my mortgage and be done with this. And in 2 years, he owned this house outright. He paid off his mortgage, and he owned that. Yeah, the bank hated it, but, you know, that's a huge achievement. It was just like the way it happened, and huge achievement. I've never met anyone who has paid off their entire mortgage in 2 years. It was how many years was the mortgage for, Dean?
Like a 7 year.
Oh, it was a baby 7-year mortgage. It wasn't a 30-year mortgage or anything.
It was only
because you paid a lot down.
It was only for $20,000. That's what.
Right, it was a $20,000 mortgage. Yeah, I mean, he put a lot down, didn't you? You put a lot down. He saved his money, and yeah, and he owned his house outright in 2 years. And then Claire comes along and runs up the credit cards, and yeah, we have a mortgage again beginning in 2018, and I pay the mortgage. He doesn't, but yeah, you did own your house outright for many years until. Well, the problem is you had no income. I was paying all the bills. You had no income. Your mother refuses to pay you. And so if you don't have an income, you can't pay your bills. And this is what happened. So really, I mean, it's not my fault. Yes, I spent more money than what we had coming in, but we should have had more coming in with all the work you did down the street, right? And, you know, if you don't have an income, I mean, I was paying all the bills. I mean, you weren't contributing anything.
Hey,
So.
Look, she's licking the back side of the plate. She didn't lick the front of the plate. She's licking the back of the plate. She's getting the juice from the other side.
Yeah, my Lily is like making sure she got every little morsel and
Every taste of it.
and crumb, yeah, of the food her daddy just brought home for her. Well, anyway, so yeah, it's a complicated situation. I mean, it's not all my fault. I was paying all the bills. I didn't have any money left over every month, and nobody else was helping with the bills. It was just me.
We done licked it clean on both sides.
You know, if he had an income, he would be able to contribute. And, you know, when I was trying to start a business, I got kind of, I don't know, I've had a hard time with credit card debt. You know, it's hard to, it's been hard for me to understand that credit cards are not money.
Right.
You know, credit cards are debt. And, you know, and if you fill them all up, you know, and you don't have the zero APR anymore, they mushroom into a bomb that can destroy your life. And I didn't understand that, and I got into serious debt in 2018, and, you know, I made good money. I mean, I made a lot of money selling, because Miss Elizabeth was behind in paying us when she needed 24/7 care. We had to sell her house, and when we sold her house, she paid me, she owed me many months of pay, and it was like a big lump sum that I received, and I was able to wipe out all my credit card debt and pay a lot of bills and everything. It was great. And now I'm in even more debt than I was. It's horrible. And, I don't know. I didn't think they'd give me all those credit cards if they weren't going to give me my money any day now. And,
No, this is empty. This is empty.
And now, I mean, they might put liens on our house. I mean, we need a new hot water heater. It's 22 years old. It's working great, but the sensor gave out recently, a couple months ago. I have to put water on the stove to heat it up before I give Elizabeth a bath. Before we bathe, we have to do that.
Good girl. Good girl.
That's the way we're living. I can pay all my utilities. I can pay the mortgage. But all the credit cards.
Claire, I'm giving you $500 a month.
Yes, Dean is contributing $500 a month, but the debt is way overboard. I mean, yes, I appreciate your contribution to the household now that you receive Social Security. He wasn't able to contribute to the household when when we were taking care, he does. Elizabeth has run out of money. She can't pay very much. But, there was a time when he was, he was helping, I do most of the work, but he backs me up. Right now he's helping me pull her up in bed. He's the strong one, obviously. And, so he got a little check, and, he had a little income going for a while. I got him that job, and of course he was required, I don't have that strength. Yeah, so, I'm in worse shape than I was. And that's why we got a mortgage. It was supposed to solve all our problems. I wasn't able to wipe out the mortgage when I got the lump sum from Elizabeth to pay, going back months and months that she wasn't able to pay us, but, I was able to wipe out all the credit cards, and now they're back, and it's much worse this time because I had higher credit limits and more cards, and I was just so sure that they were going to give me my money, and the credit cards were just to tie me over until they gave me my money, and I haven't received anything, and here I am, and all right, so I don't know if that's anything that I was supposed to talk about, but there you go. Let me continue reading. I think I said all I wanted to say. Just so you're aware, I mean, before we got this mortgage, they required me to pay off my student loan that defaulted in the 1980s. The loan that began as $5,000 and turned into $15,000. Before we got this mortgage, I was required to pay that off with the mortgage, and that took up a big chunk of change. $15,000. It was, and and that was before student loan forgiveness and everything. I wish I had known that was down the pike. I would have loved to have taken advantage of that. Because that $5,000 loan became $15,000 in 2018, and I paid it off so we would qualify for the mortgage. I mean, the mortgage, that was the condition of the mortgage. So, my father, I once asked my father to pay that off for me before, I was forced to with the mortgage. And he said, no, I'm not going to pay that. He didn't pay for anything. From after 1987, he never paid a penny for my education. I always did it on my own. and I couldn't get financial aid after a while after defaulting on my loan, you know. So that's what happened at, you know, at the community colleges, and it was actually Santa Monica Community College, one of the #1 community colleges in the nation. I couldn't after a time I didn't qualify for financial aid because of my defaulted student loan that I couldn't afford to pay off, you know, and so I had to pay for my books. You know, books are like almost as expensive as community college tuition, and I couldn't afford them. And they had a special fund for it, you know, and then I'd have to pay them back within a certain period of time, or they wouldn't lend me money again for books. And, you know, I mean, it was just one obstacle after another, and that's why I don't have a degree. But I do have a really great GPA. But yeah, if I didn't have the resources or time to focus on my class to get my A, I would drop it. I've dropped so many classes over the years, and it sounds like that's what Elliot Rodger did. I mean, you know, I don't think he completed very many classes like I did. I've completed about 2 years of college, but not all of those credits transfer. You know, I'd be basically starting all over again if you know, with a bachelor's. Yeah, I mean, only a fraction of those courses transfer. And yeah, that's the story of how my stepmother stole my father and stole my life. I have no career. I have no money, nothing. I mean, I know I'm blaming her, right? But, I mean, she wasn't even married to my father, and she was telling me to, you know, that I wouldn't, you know, she wanted me to lie to get financial aid. She claimed, well, you're married. I was 21 at the time. I was married. You know, you're no longer your father's responsibility. I mean, he wasn't paying for anything anymore, but, you know, I thought it would be nice if he paid for my education. You know, I was a 21-year-old girl, and she's like, you're 21, but, you know, I had to correct her. The law is you're responsible for your children's education up to, I think it's 24. After that, then you're released of that responsibility. And I was 21 years old when I was attending Columbia, and I was stuck with the bill, and it was really, you know, it was really hard that I had to pay off that $15,000 debt with our mortgage because we needed more money. We all our debts were not covered with, you know, with the mortgage. We needed some money left over, and we didn't have any, and we owed money. We ended up owing money to the mortgage company, and, you know, we somehow managed. And then I started working, you know, and everything worked out, but it was very stressful in those days. And now it's worse, but I'm not stressed. I mean, my blood pressure has reached a new level in recent months. The stress has been really high for me over a long, long period of time. I'm at the age where I guess my body just...
But now you have
my blood pressure just snapped.
Now
and
you have blood pressure of 20-year-old.
Yeah, I know. I have to take blood pressure medicine now. I get my blood pressure changed in the new year when Elizabeth came back, you know, with all the stress of her, you know, taking care of her and dealing with her granddaughter, who has been really, it's been really difficult for me. You know, her granddaughter has created such hardship for me, and it's been really stressful. And yeah, my body just finally, you know, I think with blood pressure, you know, my blood pressure was kind of like, it was low, it was up and down for years, you know, with my my weight. You know, it's because I have weight on my body like this that and my blood pressure ever went up and down.
And your stress.
Right, the stress, yeah. But it's mostly, I think it's the weight that makes the difference, because I had stress before and my blood pressure was always low. It wasn't until I would say like 2012 or so, that suddenly my blood pressure was up and down, and it's been that way until early this year, and then it went really high all the time. And yeah, I was really scared, and I finally took my blood pressure, and I got really scared, and I was feeling like my body was it was like I was like I could feel my heart pumping, and like my body was hype, like very excitable, and I was calm inside. But I was bothered by my body. It just seemed like my heart was pounding all the time, and there was like, my body was hyper. It was my body. It wasn't my mind. My mind was peaceful and serene, and my body was just getting hyper all the time. And I finally, and I felt my heart pumping really hard, and I was like, let me take my blood pressure. And when I saw it, I was shocked. It was like really high. I forget what it was. It was like, I think it was like 210 over 99 or something crazy. 210 over 150, or I don't know. It was crazy high, and I was like, holy shit. I made an emergency appointment with Christ Community Health, and they saw me the next day, and yeah, I said, I think, and they agreed with me. They thought it was time to, and my blood pressure is beautiful now. So yeah, that happened early this year. And that's an indication that I need to lose my weight before, I have a few more years now before I'm 60, and I need to lose this weight. I'm just, with all the stress, it's really hard, because when I'm stressed, I don't eat a lot. I just don't, I have a hard time not eating, like I eat slightly more than I should probably, but I eat a lot of comfort foods to soothe myself, but
Good girl. I love you.
I've never eaten a lot. I've never eaten like a fat person. I don't really have a sweet tooth anymore. I used to when I was younger. I don't now. It's more it's like potatoes and sour cream and high fat foods, things like that really soothe me. And I tried the low carb diet that includes fat, and I loved it, but yeah, I didn't lose any weight. Yeah, I it's really not food for me. I eat like an average person. My portion sizes can be a little larger than they should be at times, but I really don't eat that much. It's really my lack of physical activity that is the problem. And I do get a little, taking care of Elizabeth is physical. It is physical labor. Walking the dogs is good, and it keeps my weight down. But I have to take it to a much higher level to really lose weight.
They drag you along, Clara.
They do not.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't. Lily likes to pull, but she's a little girl. If there's another dog that they're barking at, yeah, sure, but no, they're okay. They're not that hard to walk. I know, I'm getting all off the subject here. I just need to read this thing. Okay. Yeah, I went into all of that because I guess I was talking about when I was a young woman, how I liked attention, dressing with, in tight clothes and short shorts and things. I got lots of attention, and that was my self-esteem, how men react to me is my success as a woman, as a person, and that's very sad, when a woman is broken down like that. And it's taken me a whole lifetime to build my, to repair that. And that's why I explained all of this. And, I just also want to add, though, before I continue, My stepmother had 3 children, and each and every one of them have their degrees at this point, even though they're all in their 20s. I'm trying to remember. One just graduated a year or 2 ago. They all have their bachelor's degrees. The oldest, he was born in, he's like, they're all in their 20s still, and they all have their degrees. Yeah, she made sure of that. But Claire, you're on your own. This is the situation. This is, my stepmother, she is only 6 years older than me. We're more like sisters than we are anything else. And she's never really understood that, because she, she was the one that decided to choose, decided to get with my father. Okay, I didn't ask her to. Nobody asked her to. My father, just ended up with her. I mean, he was a man that wanted to be married and was lonely and wanted a companion, and she was just the one that worked out. And she was a young woman. I mean, she was 20. I told you, I guess I went into this. She was 23 when she met him. She thought he had money, and I'm sure, and that was very attractive to her. She worked in the HR department where he was a vice president of finance, and I'm sure her mother was so thrilled, to know that she made contact with him and started dating him, and they traveled right away. I remember, he was traveling the world and she was going with him, and she was 23, 24. Okay. When you're that age, I guess she didn't have any other options. He was an old guy. He was 40 something. Back then he was 41, I remember. It was 83. He was born in 41. Yeah, he was 42 years old. He turned 42 that summer, didn't he? And
I was 21, I think.
Yeah, I know. You were the same.
I was 21. No,
Right, a little younger than her. Right. Yeah, she was born in 59. Yeah, and she's a young girl. That's really young. At the time I didn't really understand how young she was, yeah, she was only 6 years older than me. I guess it's 6 years. But it's not my fault that she chose my father. And when a father has children, those children need to be acknowledged, and we came first. And when I was born, my father was not a very good father, and he did me a lot of damage, and he is responsible for, I would say, most of the damage done to me, because he's the one that coordinated and made it happen. And even when I became an adult, he was behind the scenes organizing it. It was like a network. He was getting paid. He was getting paid for my ABUSE. He financially benefited, and I was living in poverty, barely surviving. He was torturing me. He's a monster. He was a monster. And for my stepmother not to understand that and to blame me for my life and how everything happened is delusional of her. And it's shocking that she doesn't understand what has happened here. She always said, oh, your mother, ask your mother for money. She wanted me to go get with my mother. My mother, I never had a mother, okay? The only parent I had, Daddy was taken away from me when I was not even 6. And so I was stuck with, I called him Denny in those days. But when my parents got divorced, my mother suggested that it'd be nice to call him Dad. And that's when I started calling him Dad. And she said she thought that my father would actually appreciate that. And that's what I did. I called him Dad for years. But he was Denny. because my family was mistaken and thought that I was the product of a three-way sex thing with my mother, Uncle Norm, and my father the day before the wedding. They thought that's how I was conceived. And so everyone in my family thought my father was actually my uncle, and genetically speaking, and that Uncle Norm was actually my genetic father. They didn't tell them that I was implanted, because I guess it was top secret. I don't know. Yeah, but my father, Dennis, is actually my genetic father also. I have many, many fathers. And that was proven with a DNA test at one, my father had me tested and confirmed that I was Dennis Wayne Elliot. I'm his child. David Wayne Craig also had me DNA, tested, my DNA tested, and he confirmed that he is also my genetic father. So yeah, I have more than one genetic father. I don't know how many, 20, 30, I don't know. Daddy, who is Clint Eastwood, he is my father many, many times over. And there's one other person who is my father, who is also my father many, many times over. But then everybody else, I don't know if there's a few that are a couple times over. I don't know. It was all for the lineage, because Daddy is Queen Elizabeth, for the firstborn twin. She was the second-born twin, and he said, "Ladies first," and she sat on the throne, even though the throne, is legally. Was, before my birth, Daisaku Ikeda is the firstborn of the Queen's older sister, Ruth Elliot Willis. And, he's in Japan. He's one of my genetic fathers. He was the firstborn. So technically, he's the lineage. And my mother was Daisaku Ikeda's firstborn genetic child. And she had to marry into the lineage, and Daisaku Ikeda he was shipped off to Japan and separated from the lineage. But my mother married back into she also, she was his oldest genetic child, and she married my father, and I'm their firstborn. And, Daddy many times over. I mean, they covered all the bases, and one of my fathers is, our ancestor, the Queen's ancestor, King George III, who was the dictator, the tyrant who started not World War, but the Revolutionary War. He's my father, and that's what gives me authority over everyone in my line, my lineage. It's my lineage. It wasn't the Queen's. It wasn't my grandma. And the Queen was also my grandma. She was my grandma, my sister, and my quote unquote descendant. My grandma, Ruth Elliot Willis, her older sister, was also my genetic sister, as well as grandma, as well as quote unquote descendant, anyway. So, anyway, I know, my stepmother, has no idea how much damage. I mean, she took I didn't have a father, really. I mean, she did me a favor, is what I say. She took the monster away, but he was still operating behind the scenes, hurting me from afar, because he's a monster, and he was obsessed with me. And I know she blames me for that obsession. The last time I saw him was in 1998. The last time I spoke to him was in 2009. So I mean, she when I was talking to her, when I called her after my mother's death early this year, I think it was in January, she said that she thought that I was interfering, like I was trying to interfere with their marriage or something. And it's like, I wasn't even in their life after a certain point. How was I interfering, you know? And I admitted that my father was obsessed with me, but that's, you know, I was his child, you know, and that's not normal for a father to be obsessed like that. It's not my doing, you know. I didn't do anything. I wasn't in contact with him, nothing, you know. And for her to blame me is very delusional, and proves she's in serious denial. And I'm concerned for her, you know, with all of this coming out, because she wants to blame me for everything, you know, kind of like my mother as well. You know, men like this, they select women who are in total denial. You know, they couldn't get away with their crimes if they had a wife who was alert and aware of what was going on. Usually they've been abused themselves, and this is why they're so good at denial, because to survive abuse, you have to kind of go into denial. And yeah, I am concerned about my stepmother. When all of this comes out, you know, she just, I'm the enemy. She thinks I'm the enemy. And we used to be such good friends, which is really sad. And now she's all pal with my brother Mark, and they've teamed up against me. They think I'm horrible, you know. They laugh at me behind, you know, in my absence. And, you know, it's a really sad situation, you know. And meanwhile, my stepmother doesn't know how she was being abused while she was married to my father, and maybe still is being abused with my brother around. You know, there are such thing, you know, there is the reality of date, RAPEDRUGS. You know, you don't, you know, anyone can just drop it in your drink. You don't taste it. You sip it, and 20 minutes later, you're just falling asleep. You think you just fell asleep. You don't know what's happening. You don't suspect anything. You're in your own home. You're drinking water. You're not drinking alcohol. You're drinking water. What? And then you fall asleep. You don't remember what happened when you fell asleep because you're dead asleep. Somebody could RAPEU. This is what happens in my family. You don't know it. You wake up. They've put your clothes back on. You just don't know why you fell asleep. Wow, I fell asleep. Wow, I must have been really tired. Why did I fall asleep? Oh, wow, I was really dead asleep, wasn't I? Oh, you know. This is how people get RAPED in their own home and not even know it, by people who they trust, people who they're married to, people who are the sons of people who they're married to. Women do this too. I mean, it's not just men. It's just, you know, it's more prevalent with men, but, you know, women do it too. I mean, it's a big problem, and this is the CIA. You know, it's not just PEDOPHILIA. I mean, they do it to children too, by the way. You know, but it's not just that. It's also with adults. It's anyone, a friend. You know, you wake up, you don't know what happened. Your clothes are on. You know, possibly you notice that your body's a little different. You know, if you're aware, you know, if you're, I don't know, you might, but you're going to reason it away. No, nothing happened. I just fell asleep. Oh, they would never do such a thing to me. Ever, right? Mm-hmm. Well, my brother's first wife, his ex-wife, lost her baby 2 weeks before her due date. No medical explanation. She had to give birth to a dead baby. And I'm pretty sure it's because, I mean, I don't know. I wasn't there. I didn't witness anything, but I really worry that my brother DRUGGED'd her, or for whatever reason, for him to RAPE her or others. This is what happens in my family. I come from a family of monsters, okay? CIA is a big monster. It's Satan on earth, and it needs to be reformed. I mean, there are good people in the CIA, but it's like the mob, and it needs to, and it's part of our government. It controls all our lives, you know. It's a serious situation.
One day when there's 10,000 people outside CIA headquarters in Washington, D.C., and they bust the door in and they kill everybody in the place, including the janitor.
Yeah, I've triggered Dean's rage here. He wants to destroy all the abusers in my past, present, future.
They'll even kill the goddamn fat janitor, okay?
All right, Dean. Okay.
Don't leave the janitor here. Take him out.
Okay.
It's just like Vinny. It's just business. Ain't nothing personal. It's just business.
All right. Now I'm gonna complete.
Can you just summarize and be done with it?
I need to read all of this, and I'm almost done. I'm on page 1. Oh, this is 118? This is the famous page. Wow, I have made a lot of progress. Is that right?
Why is it famous?
That's there was a book that in Bryan Kohberger's parents' house, I guess in his room or part of his property, that had some underlined sentences or paragraphs on page 118, and a lot of people theorized that it was this was the book. I mean, it's not a book, it's a manifesto, but I know they're right because this is it. I mean, this is the page, but I'm just trying to see, were we really up to this point? Yes, we are. I am making progress, Dean. All right, so that means 137. Okay, 3. I only have 2, 1. I have to do the subtraction. I'm not one of these people who can, and I'm not the kind of savant that can like do simple calculations like in an instant. This is where I'm in the normal range. Okay, let's just put it that way. Okay, so I have to. Okay, so 1. Carry the 1. 17 minus 8 is 9. So I have 19 pages left, Dean. I've already read quite a few pages in this one sitting, so I'm almost there. Okay. Now, it's just an epilogue. I'm almost through age 21. I have age 22. He didn't live to see his 23rd birthday. And then there's the epilogue. And it's just 2 pages, the epilogue. So I'm getting there. Okay. I will not comment too extensively anymore. Okay, I just wanted to stress that about my stepmother, though. You know, she could have chosen. She was a young girl. I mean, when I was in my 20s, I had lots of guys to choose from. Maybe she didn't. She was kind of like the introverted girl with glasses, you know, studious type, you know. So it's very possible she didn't have a lot of guys to choose from, and her goal.
She felt she was the oldest girl.
Her goal was to get married before age 30
and have babies.
And have a family. And she just made the deadline when she married my father on Labor Day weekend of 89? Yeah, 1989. It was the next week that she turned 30. So she just made the deadline. I mean, my father, you know, took a long time. You know, I guess he wanted to know it was okay with me. I kept asking him, are you getting married? And, you know, and he's like, how do you feel about that? I'm like, I'm cool with it. You know, I was happy. About it. I was like, are you going to have kids? Yeah, I was happy. I wanted them to get married. I wanted my father to be happy, okay? And they were together for so many years. I thought, okay, you know. And then they got married, and everything changed. And I know my stepmother claims it was me that changed. At the wedding, her sister, was it her sister? No, her mother and her aunt made a big production when we were doing the wedding pictures. I guess I hadn't been to many weddings. I think that was really my first wedding ever. And I didn't understand that when you do wedding pictures, it's only, I thought it was a family event, you know, oh, come on in the picture. You know, I thought it was just like a family event. Everybody, you know, I didn't know that there like certain people can't be in the picture and others need to be. I didn't understand that whole thing. I thought we were just gathering as two families, rejoicing over the new marriage, and everybody who wanted to be in the picture was there. I mean, we're all related. You know, there are going to be certain pictures of the you know, the bridesmaids and the usher. What do they call the guys? Ushers or something. You know, I knew that. I knew maybe my father would be photographed with his brothers. You know, things like that. But there's going to be a picture with everybody in it, right? I mean, I just assumed. I didn't understand that I was breaking their protocol by inviting my cousin, my little baby cousin, little boy cousin, who I could see felt really left out, not being in any of the photos. And I'm like, oh, get in the picture. You know, I didn't know he wasn't allowed to be in the picture. If I had known that, I wouldn't have invited him to be in the picture. I felt bad for him because he was feeling left out. He's our cousin. He's Uncle Norm's son. Uncle Norm was in a couple pictures and he wasn't allowed to be in the picture. And I'm like, okay, I guess that's just that photo. I figured there'd be a photo with everybody in it eventually, right? And I'm like, oh, come on in. You know, I was just trying to be welcoming. I know it's not my wedding, but, you know, I'm part of the family, I think. And, oh, this offended Inez. She told my father to control his daughter, and he screamed and yelled and humiliated me in front of everyone. And then, of course, what happens? I'm crying in their wedding picture because I was totally humiliated with my father yelling at me and correcting me. And, I mean, I was totally humiliated. I didn't know I was doing anything wrong. I was trying to do something right, and I was punished for being myself. You know, this is always a story with my family, and I'm all red and blotchy in her wedding pictures I was one of the bridesmaids, okay? And I'm like, you know, crying in the photo because he totally humiliated me because Inez told him to control his daughter, okay? And then, you know, we had wedding pictures in Iowa, you know, family reunion pictures, you know, while this girl I've mentioned was giving birth to who she thought was my boyfriend's baby in Los Angeles. He couldn't wait to get out of Los Angeles that weekend because that was the weekend she was due, and he wanted to get the hell out. I thought he just wanted to come with me to Iowa. I didn't understand why he wanted to leave town with me so bad. That's why. And I guess his mother asked me for my grandma's phone number. I thought, oh, she just wants to keep in touch with her son. I didn't know. And what do you know? This girl calls my grandmother's house in Iowa to announce that she had a baby girl. And I'm like, why the hell is this girl calling my grandma's house? You know, and I remember Inez saying, oh, so, you know, I don't want to say her name, but so-and-so, she had a baby girl, Claire, you know, everybody, you know, and I'm like, why do you care? What does this have to do with my life? You know, I had no idea that it was David's baby. Nobody told me, and my father saw that, and this is why my father did not like David. Because I had no idea I was married to him on paper. No idea. He supposedly, I mean, obviously, I don't know why it took 2 years, but he finally had a DNA test. I guess he was scared that he was the father and he didn't want it confirmed, right? Probably But finally, he had no choice. He had to force that issue. After I voluntarily moved up to Northern California, he had me out of the way. And then he's like, okay, I got to deal with this. And he got a lawyer, and I guess he dealt with it. It took 2 whole years. And she was proven to not be his daughter. I'm so glad. But anyway, my whole family, this happened during my family reunion in Iowa. It was so humiliating. I mean, I didn't know what was going on. Everybody, my whole family knew, and I didn't know. And Inez, she seemed to be in the know, and she was just all smug, and Anyway, it was during that reunion that we had family photos at a photography studio, and Inez didn't want David in the photo, and I didn't know that it was, he came to the reunion. He was my boyfriend, and it was like he was my husband at the time. I didn't know he was actually my husband on paper. I didn't yet remember, but David certainly knew, and I guess my father secretly knew. They both have security clearances. They were in the know, and David wanted to be in the photo, and I wanted him in the photo. He was my boyfriend. He was my steady boyfriend, long-term boyfriend. He was like my husband at the time. But Inez didn't want him in the photo. I mean, not that Inez was in charge. I mean, this was Grandma that was in charge this time. But Grandma said, no, it's okay. It's okay. He can be. We'll take one without him and one with him. And, I was glad. I guess I'm glad that my grandma, vetoed Inez. Inez was not in charge of the family, I mean, she wasn't even born in the family. She was just married to my dad. And of course, my brother's wife at the time, his ex-wife, she was all, she didn't approve either, and, my brother ended up divorcing her. All these judgmental women, who just think it's horrible that I'm divorced, and, my brother ended up divorcing her. But, it's better than, I don't know. I don't want to get into it. I'm sorry I'm getting into all this stuff. But, I think I've talked about some of it. Yeah, it was during that time that she said, control your daughter. She said it again during that photo shoot, and I'm in some of the photos. I'm crying in some of the photos. The photos of the grandchildren. I'm crying, and so it was ruined. The photo was ruined, and I guess Inez was trying to ruin it. I guess because she didn't like that Grandma superseded her. I don't know. I'm not really sure. I don't remember what order of event. It was at the very end. So Grandma had already said, "Oh, it's okay. He could be in some of the photos," and then I guess for Christmas she got two prints of the photos, framed photo. She framed 2 prints, one with David in it and one without, and she I guess Grandma was like putting Inez in her place. I don't know. But when I heard about it, I thought it was so funny. She said, when she's visiting with David, you can
was a damn monster.
I know, Dean. A monster with a smile on his face. Really, he was. He always used to talk about that. Yeah, devil, with a smile on his face. But yeah, Grandma used to tell me that, when you're visiting her with David, she can swap the picture and put up the picture that has David in it, and then when you leave, she can take it down, and he won't be in it. That's what she gave them for Christmas that year. I think about it now, and I think that's really funny. At the time, I didn't really appreciate it as much as I do right this moment. Wow, that was a lot of support from Grandma. I didn't even think about it as being supportive of me or anything. I don't know why. I was just in, I was just coping with a lot in my life back then. I didn't have that appreciation for that joke as I do, as much appreciation as I do now. But yeah, that's Inez. And, you know, so as a result, I've never met my youngest sibling, and I'm not allowed to have any contact with them. They're all adults now, but I still haven't met them. And she's, well, actually, she's the they. She was born a girl, and she was going to transition into being a guy. But then I guess when my father died, and, you know, Inez was so traumatized by this, but very supportive, always a very supportive mother. I'm sure they all went to therapy and everything. She started taking male hormones and everything, but she changed her mind, and now she is gender neutral. And I'm sure that's a relief to Inez, my stepmother. And I don't know if anything will ever change. She changed her name and everything, but I don't know if she'll remain gender neutral, or if she'll eventually transition into a male, or if she will decide to be all natural. You know, that's how I see it. You know, whatever is best for her is what I'm sorry, I don't mean to do that. It's hard to think of them as not female, because she was female at birth. I've never met them, or him. She was going, they were going to be him, but that didn't happen. Even though they have taken male hormones, she's gender neutral. And it's a very huge thing. I know it's very hard for my stepmother. But she's far more understanding of them, my youngest sibling, than she has ever been of me. But I have to admit, I think I relate to my youngest sibling more than I relate to any other member of my family. And I admire that they have received far more support from my family, from Inez in particular. The whole family, though, more than I ever have and ever will. And, you know, more power to them. And I admit I am of a different generation. I'm of the same generation as my youngest sibling's mother, so it is an adjustment for me. I have never known anyone who is gender neutral, not personally. And I used to have a roommate who was a transgender woman. I did live with a transgender woman at one in 2008. So I have known people personally who have transitioned. I'm at the same time, though, it is hard, when your sibling that you've always known was a certain gender changes. Okay. And I never see her. I don't hit them. See, I'm sorry. It's no offense. I do respect it. I just have a hard time with it. Even with my transgender roommate, who was a transgender woman, I struggled. It was hard, and she would slap me. Be like, I'm sorry. It's just hard for me. I'm sorry. And it's no offense. I don't know why I have such a hard time with it, because I totally respect, they have the right to to identify as with whatever they're comfortable identifying as. I mean, I totally support that. My mind organizes them has trouble organizing them, and it's because I'm of a different generation, I guess, and I wasn't around that until the 2000s. Okay, that's all. And nowadays, kids grow up, with that around them much more than we ever did. I mean, in our day, I mean, that was something people kept a secret. They didn't talk about it. It wasn't accepted. It was very different. It was not something that you ever encountered. And if you did encounter it, you didn't know it, It was kept a secret. All right. I will continue my reading of this manuscript I'm almost done with. Okay. I'm sorry. But this is the point, isn't it? For me to go into all these details. It's a very detailed document. I have to go into details. It triggers details because it's so detailed. All right, let's go. I just wanted to make that really clear about my stepmother, I need her to understand that because she chose my father, and she chose him, she could have chose any guy in the world, but my dad was the greatest package. Her mother loved that, she thought she was marrying into a lot of money. She thought she was gonna, be wealthy, and that's my father. And then she married him, and she made him like change his will and leave his, they didn't have children yet, and they had already drawn up a will where he was gonna give his eldest children the leftovers. Everything went to her children, and we got the leftovers. Do you understand why I was so hurt when I found that will and saw that? What happened is he didn't even mention us in his will. That's what ended up happening. And when you don't mention somebody in the will, it kind of, the omission, to make it legal, you need to mention people you're leaving out of your will. But he didn't do that. Everything went to Inez, and the other children were mentioned, but my brother and I were omitted intentionally and legally. That was for a legal reason. My father, since I was a baby, my father has had a contract with me, and there is money that has always belonged to me, not my father. And Inez, and so when he states that everything that belongs to him goes to Inez, yes, that's true. But there was a contract where a certain money was mine. A certain money of his was owned by me since I was a baby, and that money grew and grew and grew, and that money has always been mine since birth. So I got, I wasn't in the will, but there was a separate top secret contract that, that I owned, a certain percentage. I don't know. I owned, it didn't exist. Okay. It's top secret money that doesn't exist for Inez. And I'm the owner of it since I was a baby. And yeah, I mean, it's not like a set amount. It grew and grew and grew as he made money. Money was put into, the contract, directed money into an account that I owned, I guess. I mean, I have no access to it, of course, but yeah, I mean, there was a portion, I don't know how it worked. It was a, Daddy told me about it. I'm talking about Clint Eastwood. My daddy, Denny was never Daddy. He was Dad later on in life, but he was Denny. There was Denny and Daddy. Daddy was my true father. And yeah, he explained this to me. You know, I don't know all the details. I was a baby at the time when he explained it to me. And basically, you know, he signed a contract where he has to pay me a certain amount of money. I don't know. I owned a portion of, I owned, I don't know how to describe it. I owned him. I owned him. And yeah, he had some money for himself and for Inez and his family, but I owned the bulk of his estate. Let's just put it that way. And me, you know, when he got, it was like when he got paid, a certain amount was diverted to me. Let's just put it that way. He never owned it. And that's why his will is worded the way it is. She gets everything he owned. He didn't own this money. It was paid directly to me because of what he did to me. And that was worked out since when I was a baby. And, you know, I know Inez panicked when I asked her who the lawyer was who handled his final affairs. She panicked, and I know she called the guy. She said, well, I said, Inez, look, I've seen the will. I know, because she was saying, oh, well, he left everything to the person he chose. And I said, well, I've seen the will, Inez. I know you got everything. What I want to know is who the attorney is that handled his final affairs, because there's some money that's mine that I just want to look into. And she's like, no, he left everything. And I'm like, well, and she said, no, he just did the will. He didn't do anything else. And I'm like, no. He did the will, but he also handled his final affairs, and I just want to speak to him. And she's like, well, the attorney who drew up the will is on the will. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. And I guess I just wanted to tell her what I was doing, so she, I wouldn't do it behind her back. I guess I don't know why. I could have just contacted that attorney, and I think I intended to. I just ended up talking to her first and mentioning it, and she's like, but he didn't do anything else, Claire. He just drew up the will. And I'm like, well, yeah, he did other things, and I'm going to contact him now and, get what is mine, not what's his, what's mine. And, I know she freaked out and she called the attorney. Oh, no. But the attorney was expecting my call, and, I know my legal team handled everything, and I know I'm glad I let Inez know. I wouldn't have ever told her. It just worked out that way. And yeah, we had a contract since the time I was a baby, because he his job was to terrorize me, but in exchange, I got the bulk of his estate because it became mine immediately. He never owned it. In other words, I think that's how it works. Yeah, because everything he actually owned at death, she got. But she didn't get my money. And there's a lot of it. There's more than she ever got. But she can't complain. All her children have a bachelor's degree, and I still don't have mine. And I'm 57, almost 58 years old. Pretty soon. All right, I guess that's all I want to say. I feel like I needed to say a lot about my stepmother, because she really struggles to understand the situation with me. She could have married anyone. She chose my father, who had 2 children already. Okay, he had a family. He had a history. She was the one that chose him. She could have, she was a young woman. She met him when she started dating him. She met him when she was younger than 23. She worked at the same company as him. And then she had 7 years. Almost 7 years, because she wanted her deadline was age 30, to find somebody else. But I guess she couldn't find anybody better. She and Dad, they were together for a long time. It was natural. I think they were very compatible and a very good match. She was just a lot younger than him. And, it's not my fault that he already had a family. You look at Trump, okay? Even Trump, an idiot, greedy mother effer, even he, acknowledges all his children and takes care of all his children and includes all his children in his life. Even Trump, you know, I'm Ivanka, you know, and it's like throwing Ivanka away and giving Barron everything, you know. I mean, that's not right, you know. At least Trump understands that much. You know, we came first, and we didn't get a good father. When you're 20-something, you don't know. You're still growing up yourself, you know? And I suffered the consequence of him being an immature, spoiled brat. Believe me, when he became a father in 1995, when my oldest brother of her children was born, how old was he? He was born in 41, so in the 90s he was turning 50. In 91, yeah, he'd be 50. So in 95 he was 54. At age 54, he was a much better father than he was at age 23. And he certainly didn't damage his the children of his second family like he damaged me and Mark. Born in 1965 and 1968, you know. And that's something Inez didn't really care to think about. She's like, well, you had your father all these years, and, you know, you're going to have many more years than my children will ever have a father. So, you know, everything goes to my children, and, you know, you just go get with your mom and, you know, screw you, you know. It's not how it works in families. You know, when you marry into a family, you have to honor the history of the family. You have to honor the older kids. The firstborn gets first dibs on everything. Secondborn, and then if it's another family, you know, like, okay, Yvonne, who's the oldest? Okay, Don Jr. I think Ivanka's secondborn, right? And then it's Eric, and then we go down to Tiffany, and then we go down to Barron, right? You know? I mean, of course, Barron had the best life possible. I mean, he had the best childhood of all of them, wouldn't you say? I mean, the oldest children probably had it pretty good, too. But you know what I mean. Barron is getting, you know, he got to be in the White House, and, you know, he had it going on. And he was, you know, his father's probably more available to him, more accessible to him now that he's a more mature man. He's not trying to prove himself. Yeah, he was president of the United States, and that was probably pretty demanding. But, you know, he's Donald Trump, you know. He doesn't have to prove himself anymore. When he was a young man trying to prove himself in New York real estate, you know, Ivanka, Eric, and Don Jr. didn't really get a lot of attention from him, you know, like they do now. And now he involves them in his companies, and, you know, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of problems in that, but you know what I mean. You get the idea. And I think it's really strange that Inez doesn't understand that, you know. The older kids, they went through more. They sacrificed more, you know. And I never got to know my father when he was older. He wasn't in my life anymore after. I mean, I just had a phone. I talked to him on the phone occasionally up until 2009. Last time I saw him was 1998. When he wasn't even 60 yet. He was like my age or something, or younger than me. I don't even know. I haven't figured it out. Probably about my age, yeah, because he's 2 years younger than my mom, and my mom was 59. So, yeah, he was my age last time I saw him. Yeah. Well, anyway, I think I've said everything I want to say about my stepmother. It's very important that I stress that, you know, she didn't have to choose my father, but she did. And I know she was thinking she was going to be rolling in the dough, you know. I mean, these women who choose the older guys, the successful guys, you know. I don't choose my men that way, but you know, she's Jewish, and you know, the Jewish culture really is quite obsessed with material a lot of times. I'm not saying every Jewish person is. It's just part of their culture. They really are more focused on that than other cultures, I've noticed. I mean, that's just my personal experience. I'm not judging everyone in that culture. I'm just saying I notice it is a value they cherish more than some other cultures do. And I know Inez's mother was, wanted her to marry well. And and she chose my father. I mean, maybe she didn't have any other choices. I don't know. And my father took a long time to decide. And, I think he was concerned about me, and he made the worst choice possible. She changed. Okay, she says I changed. I don't know. I think she's trying to distract attention away from herself. I think she knows it was her that changed because, and I didn't finish the story. I know I'm going on and on about this, but it's really important to me. Okay? During the wedding pictures, her mother and her aunt went on and on about how much I looked like Uncle Norm. Oh, is that your father? At the time, I had no idea that they were told that Norman was my real genetic father, my real biological father. I had no idea. I didn't even know. And they were going on and on. Oh, because I had changed the color of my hair recently. I had black hair, and then I lightened it, and it turned red. And at the wedding, I had red hair, and Uncle Norm has red hair. He's a direct descendant of Thomas Jefferson and Sally Hemings. That's secret. Don't tell anyone. And so I had bright red hair, kind of orange hair. But they were like, "Oh, you look just like Norm. Is that your father?" And I had no idea that they were told that he was. I had no idea. I was the daughter of the bride. I'm like, no. I mean, daughter of the groom, excuse me. And I'm like, no. And I knew that Inez's mother knew that wasn't my father. She knew the groom was my father. I'm like, no, I'm the daughter of the groom. That's my father. This is my Uncle Norm, Yeah, we look alike. We're related, okay? I mean, I have his eyes. Yeah, okay. He's one of my fathers. At the time, that's what everybody thought. It was secret information, and nobody cared to tell me. And my father, Dennis, he's always insisted on being my father. He's not going to give up being my father. I'm sure Inez wanted him to, and but he's always said, that's my kid. And good for Denny. Thank you, Dad. Thank you. Because that was my father. Denny was my father. Uncle Norm is my uncle. He's never been my father. But yes, eventually I was able to remember things, and, but they did a DNA test, and my father was my father. Now, we did not do a DNA test with Norm, and, that would be pretty confusing for them, I guess. But, I've been able to inform everybody that both of them are my father, okay? Both of them. I was not naturally conceived. I was conceived I was created I'm a test tube baby, and I have so many fathers, okay? And I do have Thomas Jefferson eyes. This is from my Uncle Norm has similar eyes. His are not blue. His are like hazel or something, but the dilated, the big pupils, that definitely comes from, that lineage. Okay. Yeah, I just now realized that I bet you Inez was really pressuring him to give me up, to let me go, because Norm was my real biological father. I bet you she was doing that behind the scenes, and I didn't even know it. And I just thought of it. And because at Thanksgiving of the same year, I was staying with them, and I found their will. They didn't know I found it, and they found the notes later that I left on the will. later. Yeah, there's a picture of me crying. My father loves to take pictures of me when I cry for some reason. I mean, he did. He's now no longer with us. And there's a picture of me crying, and because, I don't know. Anyway, at Thanksgiving, there was all this talk happening. You know, there was, Grandma was there, Uncle Norm was there, and my dad was there, and they're all going outside to talk, and it's all weird and hush-hush, you know. Obviously, Inez is putting... I didn't realize that until now, this moment. It's captured on video. Nobody was telling me anything, but my father in the dining room turned to my Uncle Norm after he'd been outside talking to my Grandma Elliot, and inside, and there's all these hush-hush tones, and I don't know what's going on. He turned to Uncle Norm and he said, "She's my kid. She's my kid." He didn't want to give me up. I am the Zodiac killer's daughter. He was just my uncle, and you know, there was a time when I discovered all this rumor and information in my family, and you know, and I lived with my Uncle Norman in Utah for a while. It was in 1997, like for 9 months or something like that, around the time that the DNA testing was happening, and with that girl, and yeah, I mean, he, you know, he was always very secret. He always, you know, kind of hinted that he was my father, but he didn't ever say anything. And then I kind of like confronted him. It was, they did a secret DNA test. I didn't even know, I guess, that they were doing it. They didn't tell me. I don't know how they got my DNA or anything like that. And, you know, there was always this thing like between us, like, oh, you know, he always treated me differently because he secretly thought I was his daughter all this time. And then they did the DNA test, and then he suddenly treated me differently because I was my father's daughter. And I remember being really devastated and hurt. And I remember confronting him finally, and he just like cut me off and was really mean to me. You know, I guess it was the only way he could deal. I guess it was really disappointing to him that I wasn't his daughter. I mean, they didn't do a test on him, I don't think. I think it was Denny who insisted on the test, and it was just him who was tested. You know, they didn't test Norm, but he is my genetic father also. But at the time, I didn't have that memory, and I was so hurt that he was rejecting me, and, you know, and I moved out, and he got one of my payouts eventually. When I finally removed all my stuff from his house, I signed the paperwork, not really knowing why, knowing about my money or remembering anything about it, just knowing I wanted him to have a payout because he was allowing me to stay at his house for free. And I kept asking him if he had received it yet. No. And I finally had to take all my stuff out of his house before he ever received a payout. It was a payout on my money. And he asked me once, you know, why is it that if you have all this money that you're living in poverty? And I'm like, you know, at the time, I just didn't know. I didn't remember. Anyway, I hope he's enjoyed the money all this time. I'm sure he still receives his monthly payout. I don't know. I have yet to receive 1 penny of my money. All right. Well, yeah, I guess I was meant to talk about all this. All right, let's continue. I hope I've elaborated on all the things that I need to have on in this video, in this live stream. I hope I'm providing the testimony you require. If I'm not, I need someone to communicate in some way or other to me and enable me to talk about what I need to talk about, because I have no idea what I'm doing here. I'm just winging this. I know nothing about anything. Somebody telepathically has gotten me to do this, and I don't hear the voice talking to me. I just realize what I have to do. I understand things. When you realize things, you think it's your brain thinking about it and realizing things. The telepathy is with the subconscious parts of my brain. That's where Buddhahood resides, and it's not, it's not anywhere else. And so it's like when you have ideas and understandings and realizations, they kind of bubble up from your subconscious mind, and that's where my telepathic messages bubble up. I'm like, oh, I need to do this. And sometimes I realize, oh, I bet you that person telepathically told me to do this, or I bet this. I just have ideas. I don't hear any voices. I just understand what I have to do. I also don't, I am psychic, and, there are psychics who see, who have visions and hear, I guess they hear people, dead people, they're mediums, and they hear, these dead people talk to them, and they can actually see and hear them. I'm not that kind of a medium at all. I don't see anything. They made sure of it. Daddy told me that he wanted to be really clear. He wanted to make sure that I didn't have that sensory perception, so no one would mistake my psychic ability for anything other than psychic ability. Because, the psychics who can actually see dead people, or, or have, I don't know, see things that aren't there or whatever, they could be mistaken for being, schizophrenic or something. He made sure I didn't have that kind of sensory perception. I don't hear any voices. I just have I have them, in my mind's eye. I can see things in my mind's eye. It's not like out there. It's in my mind. I can see things, like a memory. You remember somebody and you can see them in your mind. That's how I see things. Those are the visions that I receive. You hear memories, and that's what I can hear in my mind's ears, right? In my mind's eyes. It's not out here. It's not an actual voice, it's not an actual thing that I see. It's in my mind. And just to be clear, all right, let's continue. And it's getting late. It's 8:50. Oh my God. So 5:50 in Idaho. I didn't make the end of the business day, did I? This is ending up to be much longer than I ever anticipated, but I'm almost done. I don't think that all would have come out of me if it wasn't really important to document for the record. All right, I'm just trying to figure out where I was. Okay, so his parents, I'm talking about Elliot Rodger, his parents didn't ever bother, he says, to look at the website, which showcases those people or men who, what is it called? What are they called again? incels, right? Right. People who are unintentional celibate guys, right? They consider Elliot Rodger to be the father of that movement, and here he is talking about a website where all these guys talk about women, and he wanted his parents to see the website so they would understand why he's so miserable, and they didn't bother to look at the website, is what he claims. All right. After a spring season spent in absolute despair, while other young people lived healthy lives of sexual pleasure, summer arrived. Summer is even worse than spring, especially in Santa Barbara. Flocks of hot young girls go out in their shorts and bikinis, right? Oh, I guess I read part of this. Further tantalizing my sex-starved body every time I look at them, knowing that they gleefully show off their desirable forms, yet they would never give me a chance to be their boyfriend, only increased my already boiled hatred towards all women. I don't know, I don't know. I think that it's good to cover up. Now, if I lose a lot of weight, I don't know, I might be showing off my figure too. I don't know. I have no idea, but I like to cover up my figure. I like to cover myself up. But that's because I hate the way I look. If I loved the way I looked, I'd be, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like women underestimate, women think men are like us, they forget what animals men are and how dangerous it is to tantalize them like that. Our media encourages women to flaunt their stuff, and little girls do it because everybody does it. But, we as women underestimate what that does to a man. A good man knows how to control his urges, but a lot of men don't, and you're kind of putting yourself at risk. You really are prey. You're making yourself into prey, like bait, for these men. And, I mean, I don't know, maybe our culture will eventually change and become healthier over time. I admit that if I lose weight and I feel really good about myself, I don't know, I might, revert to that. I don't put it past myself. But I do think that we as women, we don't understand what young men go through, especially young men who are at the height of their sex drive, their sexuality. We don't understand how hard it is for them. I didn't mean that as any kind of pun, but you know what I'm saying. Okay. So, boiling. Gosh, what adjectives he chooses. Boiling hatred towards all women. He just, he really is very expressive with his words. I mean, he really paints a picture. He must have spent a lot of time thinking, painting that picture. He wanted it. I mean, this was obviously a document he worked really hard on. If it's taking me this long to read it, can you imagine how long it took for him to write it? Because you can see how he just went through it to insert words, the precise right word that he wanted to describe things. You can see the precision in the words he selected. It's pretty awesome, actually, even if it's sad. I could not leave my apartment without seeing at least a few of them. The only place I could go where I could be at peace was the lake park in Goleta. I spent a lot of time there trying to establish a sense. Okay, he didn't edit this section as well. A sense of peace and serenity whenever my loneliness in Isla Vista became too unbearable. As I looked at all the beautiful trees around me and the towering mountains in the background, I wondered how a world so beautiful can be such a dark and cruel place. Well, that's hell for you. It's pretty, it's really pretty to camouflage how bad it is, you know. And obviously he was living in hell. And, you know, one could argue that Earth is pretty hellish right now anyway. And that could change in the future. Maybe in an instant it could change. That would be so wonderful. So he spent a lot of time at the lake park in Goleta, trying to establish a sense of peace and serenity whenever my loneliness in Isla Vista became too unbearable. As I looked at all of the... Okay, I just read this. I'm sorry. Indeed, a beautiful environment is the darkest hell if you have to experience it all alone while other men get to enjoy the company of women. Okay. I had nothing left to live for but revenge. Women must be punished for their crimes of rejecting such a magnificent gentleman as myself. All of those popular boys must be punished for enjoying heavenly lives and having heaven. He talks about heaven a lot, doesn't he? Heavenly lives and having sex with all the girls while I had to suffer in lonely virginity. It was already June, and I had been living in Santa Barbara for 2 years, 2 whole years. I lived in a college town full of young, attractive students who partied and had sex all the time, and I didn't get to experience any of it. No one invited me to any parties, and in all the times I went out by myself to Isla Vista, none of the beautiful blonde girls showed any interest in having sex with me. Not one girl. I don't know, you kind of have to befriend women before you can do anything else. Come on, you can't just say, hey, let's have sex. I mean, that's a prostitute, you know. That's how you approach a prostitute. It's not how you approach a girl. You get acquainted, and then maybe you become friends, and then maybe that friendship leads to more. I think that's the most natural course of developing a relationship. These are crimes that cannot go unpunished. The more I thought about all these injustices that were dealt to me, the more eager I became for revenge. To avoid getting captured. For revenge. That's all I had left. I didn't want to die, but I knew that I had to kill myself after I exacted my revenge to avoid getting captured and imprisoned. For a while, I had been deciding on whether I would exact my retribution in Isla Vista or at Santa Barbara City College. In both places, I had suffered greatly at the hands of everyone there. I have seen attractive young couples walking around in both places, and those were my targets. I wanted to kill as many attractive young couples as I possibly could. After a lot of thinking, I came to the conclusion that the day of retribution will take place in Isla Vista. On weekend nights, the streets of Isla Vista are always flooded with young couples and good-looking popular kids walking to their parties. What better place is there to exact my retribution on my enemies? Every time I walked around Isla Vista trying to meet girls or fit in with popular kids, I've always been treated with disdain, as if I'm an inferior mouse. Musette, David's mother's maiden name. On the day of retribution, the tables will indeed turn, I mused to myself. I will be a god. This is the underlined passage right here. This is what David underlined on page 118. Bryan, otherwise known as Bryan Kohberger. I will be a god, and they will all be animals that I can slaughter. They are animals. They behave like animals, and I will slaughter them like the animals they are. Okay, that's it. That's what he underlined. I guarantee it. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I think that's what he underlined. And I believe it was this document, this book. Okay, it came to a point where I had to set a date for the day of retribution. I originally considered doing it on the Halloween of 2013. Okay, that would have been earlier than when he actually did do it. That is when the entire town erupts in raucous, rowdy. This word comes from rowdy, raucous. See, I don't use that term ever. It wouldn't be ruckus. It'd be raucous, right? It's like rowdy. Well, rowdy is spelled totally differently. I know, raucous, maybe it's ruckus, partying. Forgive me, I don't know. I don't want to look it up either. That'll take too much time, right? There would literally be thousands of people crowded together who I could kill with ease. And the goal was to kill everyone in Isla Vista, to utterly destroy that wretched town. Oh my God. It's not funny, I know. But then, after seeing footage of previous Halloween events on YouTube, I saw that there were too many cops walking around. It would be too risky. One gunshot from a cop will end everything. The day of retribution would have to be on a normal party weekend, so I set it for sometime during November of 2013, but he didn't do it then. This goal would give me 5 months to plan and prepare, 5 more months of life, but then again, I wouldn't even call it life. The existence I've had on this world during the last 8 years is anything but life. Oh my goodness. A feeling of overwhelming dizziness and anxiety swept over me. I was actually going to die. I couldn't believe it. Then I realized that my life was already over anyway. I was never going to lose my virginity. I was never going to experience love and sex. I was never going to have children. This final act of retribution is the only thing I could do. It was very hard to come to terms with this fact. I felt very trapped and lost. You know, I just thought of something. You know, he doesn't have very many values, does he? Why didn't he just pay a girl, pay a prostitute? I mean, I just thought of that. It's like, he just acts like there's no sex to be had. I mean, he first of all, he is not an ugly boy. He's actually very attractive. I thought he was really cute. There definitely are girls who would like to be with him. So I just don't understand why he couldn't find a girl naturally, first of all. But if it was so hard, I know it's illegal unless you go to Nevada. Whereas he's in California. Just go to Nevada. Go to a brothel. I mean, if it's so hard for you to break yourself in like that, I mean, I don't know. I don't promote that. I don't think it's the greatest thing in the world. I mean, he just has no morals, no values. He just is so obsessed with the sex thing. Okay, well, you had money in your account. You could have, paid for it. Not that that's the greatest thing in the world. I don't like that. But I don't know what his problem was. I mean, I don't know. I don't understand. It was just, I don't know. It was just all unnecessary, but I don't know. Okay, just a thought. It just occurred to me, okay? It didn't occur to me until now. All right? All right. All right, let me just see. I don't know where I left off, but a feeling of overwhelming dizziness and anxiety swept over me. I was actually going to die. I couldn't believe it. Then I realized that my life was already over anyway. I was never going to lose my virginity. I was never going to experience love and sex. I was never going to have children. This final act of retribution is the only thing I could do. It was very hard to come to terms with this fact. I felt very trapped and lost. I hated the feeling of being trapped and lost. I wanted a way out, but I saw none. I had already spent 2 years in Santa Barbara, and I was still a virgin. There was no way I could ever attract a girl without becoming extremely wealthy, and all of my prospects of becoming wealthy at a young age seemed impossible now. In the beginning of summer, I went on a few walks around Isla Vista during daylight hours. While on these walks, I saw so many attractive young people walking around in their little groups, having the time of their lives. Some of the guys in those groups weren't even good looking, while I am good looking. Yeah, I think he was good looking, for sure. I don't know why he was so down on himself. He was a very attractive man. I couldn't understand how they could be accepted while I wasn't. I furiously question why I haven't been able to have such experiences after living in Isla Vista for 2 years. It was unfathomable. I wanted answers. I wanted to know why it had to come to this. Yeah, I want to know why it came to this. It didn't have to. If only one pretty girl had shown some form of attraction to me, the day of retribution would never happen. I don't know why. I mean, he was a very attractive boy, and there are so many guys who pay for prostitutes. I mean, I'm not condoning it. I'm just saying, I mean, that had to have crossed his mind, right? There are plenty of girls who would have given him all the attention in the world if he had money in his bank account. He had thousands of dollars. Could have done that. I don't know. I mean, I don't condone that behavior, but it's better than killing himself and killing other people. It's better. It's not as bad. All right. I wanted answers. Okay, did I say that? I wanted to know why it had to come to this. Okay, yes. Okay, I did read that. Okay. I'd never even consider it the day of retribution. I'd never even consider it. Like, it would never happen if one girl had paid him any kind of attention. I don't know. A girl once smiled at him. I think he talked about that. I don't know what his problem is. I don't know. The day of retribution is mainly my war against women for rejecting me and depriving me of sex and love. If only one girl had given me a chance, tried to get to know me, let me take her out on a date, none of this would have to happen. It was so hard to accept that things would have to resort to me having to perform this act of retribution I was planning. While I visited home, my parents, along with my psychiatrist, Dr. Charles Sophie, arranged for a counselor to meet me frequently and help me out with my life. Okay. All right. So I guess this is when it all started, the therapy, right? The psychiatrist. His name was Gavin Linderman, a clean-cut 25-year-old. Wait. Okay, so this is a counselor. Yeah, he needs to talk to somebody. So he's a clean-cut 25-year-old. He had a similar role to Tony, my old counselor from the regional center back when I was 19. The old counselor from the regional center, is that like the coach that had tried to help him find a job? Okay, so he had a similar role. Okay, except Gavin was much younger and acted more like a friend who could take me out to places. Okay. Every time I went back to visit my parents, I would meet up with Gavin once. I think he needed somebody where he lived, not at when he visited his parents. We usually met up at a restaurant somewhere or went on a hike. I told him about all of my problems with girls and all of the hardships I've had to face in Santa Barbara. Being familiar with Isla Vista himself, okay, he was familiar with the town, since he spent a great deal of time there when he was younger, he confirmed to me that yes, the girls in Isla Vista prefer tall, muscular, rowdy, jock-type men. Gavin was the only young person I really interacted with at the time, besides the occasional meetings with Philip and Addison. He was a good-looking guy with a chiseled jaw and bright blonde hair. Whenever we went out to a restaurant or anywhere that had girls, I got extremely jealous when I saw that girls were checking him out instead of me. Okay, what's going on with... Okay, I guess it just turned dark because it's dark outside. My computer. I got extremely jealous when I saw that girls were checking him out instead of me. This one girl at a restaurant in Santa Monica was staring at him the whole time we were sitting there. No girl had ever done that to me. This only made me more aware that girls did not consider me physically attractive. That's not true. You're just, I just don't think that's true. I mean, he just wasn't the stereotypical California guy, right? He didn't stand out, but I don't think they found him unattractive. I mean, he's a good-looking guy. My hatred of the female gender could grow no stronger. It was too much. On Father's Day, that was June, I went with my family to the Four Seasons Resort in Westlake Village. Oh, I know somebody who lived there. The Four Seasons held their annual Father's Day buffet. The place was very beautiful and opulent. He uses that word a lot too, and beautiful too. He has certain words he likes to use. And there was delicious food of all kinds to choose from. I always looked forward to events like this. Since I had no access to sex, food was my only vice. He said this before, earlier in this manuscript. As with all buffets that I had attended, I stuffed myself tremendously, trying to sample every single thing they offered. There was pork sausage, bacon, smoked salmon, sushi, filet mignon, roast chicken, roast potatoes, and I took pleasure in eating as much as I could. I filled my plate 3 times and devoured all of them. I enjoyed my exquisite meal. I took in the scenery all around me, the perfectly built architecture of the building, the pretty flowers in the gardens, the luxurious furniture and decor, the cascading fountains. It truly made me feel good, a welcome respite from all of my suffering in Santa Barbara. Respites like these make me more aware that there are so many good and beautiful things. He also he uses the word respite a lot. It's a word, he uses words I don't see every day, I guess because he thinks they're unique and expressive, and they are. It's kind of interesting though that he uses them a lot. He repeats them. If my status in life were better, I would think this world to be a magnificent place. Yeah, so respites like these make me more aware that there are so many good and beautiful things in this world to enjoy. If my status in life were better, I would think this world to be a magnificent place and I could truly enjoy life. If I was satisfied with my circumstances in life, I would be able to enjoy this beautiful world to its fullest. I can't be satisfied with life if I'm a virgin and girls are repulsed by me. I don't think girls are repulsed by you. It's such a tragedy. Why is it so black and white? I mean, okay. So he looks at girls, right? He sees, there are girls who want to be noticed, right? And to be noticed in our culture, you make your hair really bright. If you're a blonde, you make it really bright blonde, right? The bright blonde girls get noticed, the tan skin, right? Right. But then there are, and yeah, if you like that, yeah, that's attractive, right? As a guy, probably, right? And then there's the women who are more natural and whatever. I mean, if he's honest as a guy, I mean, he probably prefers the hot blonde girls, that he's always talking about. But I think he probably finds a lot of women to be attractive. He might not notice them if there's a hot blonde girl in the vicinity, right? He's focused on that because he's decided that's what he likes the best. But, I'm sure he's attracted to a lot of girls, right? There are a lot of very attractive girls who aren't hot blondes, They're different and they're hot in their own right, right? So it's just like that with men, Yeah, the stereotypical tall, muscular, blonde dude in California. Yeah, I mean, as a woman, you notice them first, maybe, because they kind of attract attention first. They're kind of like putting themselves out there more than the other ones, right? They're wanting to be noticed more, or they wouldn't like project that, right? I mean, if they wanted to camouflage that about themselves, they could more than they do, but they want to advertise themselves like that stereotypical guy, right? And it attracts your attention. You see it in the media, you see it in person, you notice it first. But, as a woman, you notice other guys too, and they're attractive too. They're just a different kind of attractive, right? It doesn't mean we're repulsed by you if we don't look at you first or maybe don't notice you right away. I mean, it's the same with girls, right? When he looks at girls, he probably, his eyes go to certain kind of girls first, but, when they walk out of the room, he looks at the other girls and they're pretty good too. I think guys like everything. So I don't know why he's thinking that girls are repulsed by him just because they don't look at him first or might not notice him. I don't know why he's like so depressed about everything. Okay. They're not repulsed by you necessarily. I don't know. And, there are always going to be cruel people who just are so rude and stupid. You just have to know they're just always going to be stupid idiots. And you just have to ignore them, okay? All right. Okay, I don't know why I'm talking or saying this. We just have to get this read, don't we? It's such a tragedy, he says. I can't be satisfied with life if I'm a virgin and girls are repulsed by me. It's such a tragedy. I realized that I didn't want to give up on life in this world. Oh, good. I wanted to live a happy life, a life in which I could have a beautiful girlfriend and experience this amazing world with her. I decided that since my plans for the day of retribution wouldn't be taking place until November, I could use the time I had during the summer to give life another chance. One last chance before the end, one last ditch effort to attain happiness. He sounds like a Buddhist when he says attain happiness. Like attain happiness in this world. That's like the title of a letter of one of Nichiren Daishonen's letters in Nichiren Buddhism. Attaining happiness in this world. Right. Yeah. See, all these little things he wove into this document to reveal his true identity, I swear. In late June, my mother moved out of the Summit townhomes and bought a house in West Hills. I can't keep up with her. She's like moving every year, it seems. It was the first time my mother bought a house. Oh, okay, so she's always renting, as she had only rented in the past. The house had recently undergone a renovation, so it was practically brand new. The house had a swimming pool and was located in a nice enough area, though I would have still preferred it if my mother had gotten married to a wealthy man and moved into a mansion. Yeah. He really has a fantasy life, doesn't he? See, he's confused. You know, like I was saying about David, he lives in a fantasy world and is separate from this reality a lot of times, you know, like, and it seems like this guy does the same thing. So, of course, David is the author of this piece. Yeah, it would be great. It'd be great if if I walked down the street and made friends with somebody and they wanted to be my friend and give me a mansion to live in, and donate millions of dollars to my account every month. That would be great. I'd love it. You know, David's mother was a little like that too. Just magical thinking. You know, I guess that's what it's called. I still continue to pester her to do this. I mean, like he has any business. Like, it's not her life to live. It's his life to orchestrate, right? I mean, it's so silly. I still continue to pester her to do this, and she still stubbornly refused. Oh, so annoying. I will always resent my mother for refusing to do this. Oh my God. What? I mean, that is really narcissistic. Like, that is your mother's mission on earth, to please you. She has her own life. What are you talking about? If not for her sake, she should have done it for mine. Joining a family of great wealth would have truly saved my life. I would have high enough status to attract beautiful girlfriends and live above all of my enemies. All of my horrific troubles would have been eased instantly. It is very selfish of my mother to not consider this. Oh my God. You know, I think of David's mother, Yvonne. She was like that. It was like she wanted to sacrifice herself all the time for her son's happiness and David's happiness. I mean, it was really, I found it really alarming and strange. Like, she had no self-identity, and I didn't really understand that. I mean, I didn't really think that David expected her to do that. It was just the way she was. But from this writing, I mean, is this a joke? I mean, it almost seems like a joke that somebody would write something like this. It is very selfish of my mother not to consider this. Selfish? I mean, that's her own life. You live yours, and she's a human being. She has her own life. I mean, it's like surprising that anyone would write such a thing about their mother. Like, the mission of his mother is to keep him happy. She doesn't have a life. She's like a servant to him. I mean, that's ridiculous. And that's how David's mother was to him. She like, her whole existence revolved around him, and in general her sons, but in particular David. David really was like the man she was kind of married to. It's kind of weird. And it seems like the person who wrote this, like, expects a mother to do that or something. And it's really weird. I find that really strange. With the help of Gavin, my parents arranged for me to have a couple of social skills counselors to work with me in Santa Barbara. That's great. See, they're really trying to help him. Finally, I think they should have intervened a lot sooner than this, though. This is, obviously it was too late in the game. It should have been done when he reached puberty and was exhibiting different behavior. That's when they should have intervened and gotten him therapy right away. They would have a similar role that Gavin did, providing someone to take me out and help me practice socializing. They would be like hired friends. Of course, I did need something like this, and I should have signed up for it when I first moved to Santa Barbara. It was a little too late at this point. That's too bad. I wish somebody else had thought of it if you hadn't. I feared It was a little too late at this point, I feared, but I went along with it anyway. I was so lonely in Santa Barbara, and in my loneliness, I always craved having someone to talk to. The first counselor was a very easygoing man named Carlin, who was the same age as Gavin. On my first night of meeting Carlin, he took me out to Isla Vista, but nothing came of it. We just ended up walking around until his time was up. During our walk, I asked him if he had ever had sex with girls in Isla Vista, and he told me he had sex with 4 girls. Wow, I'm surprised he admitted that. I was very jealous. Carlin was half Hawaiian and half Mexican, and he wasn't that good looking. How on earth could he have managed to sleep with 4 girls in Isla Vista while I have been there for 2 years and had none? It seemed absolutely preposterous. I didn't want to see him at all after I found this out. The second counselor that was assigned to help me was a girl named Sasha. She was only a year older than me. Sasha was the first young girl I had interacted with in the entire time I stayed in Santa Barbara, and she was only hired to talk to me. How pathetic is that? At first, I didn't want to have a female counselor, but when I was introduced to her, I saw that she was quite a pretty-looking blonde. Uh-oh. I couldn't refuse the opportunity to hang out with a blonde girl despite the fact that she was a hired friend. It was the only time in my life that I had the experience of spending time with a girl my age, and even though it was all fake, I really enjoyed it. I felt so much better about life after each time we met. But then I thought about how unfair it was that I could only get a fake little taste of such an experience while other men get to do such a thing every single day with their girlfriends. Eventually, Sasha had to move out of Santa Barbara, and I decided not to have any more female counselors. It has the same effect as hiring a prostitute, I imagine. Yeah. It temporarily feels good for the moment, but afterward it makes one feel like a pathetic loser for having to hire a girl when other men can get the experience for free. But you admit that it made you feel better. You know, it helped you get your feet in the water and interact socially with a woman. You have to do what you got to do. I'm not saying go see a prostitute, but I'm just saying I think that was a really good thing for him to have a female counselor. I think that was really good for him, especially one that was as the type he obsesses over. In July, I spent a lot of time exercising in my room in a final effect to appear as attractive as possible to girls. I propose that after 2 weeks of rigorous exercising, I will try my hardest to go out in Isla Vista and do everything I can to meet a girl and lose my virginity. It had been a long time since I went out to Isla Vista by myself, but I knew that I had to do it. I had nothing to lose, and my whole life was on the line. Before would set the definite... Okay, so he left out I. Before I would set the definite decision to plan the day of retribution, I wanted to give women and humanity one more chance to accept me and give me a chance to have a pleasurable youth. I resolved that if I go out to Isla Vista for this final time and I still end up going back to my room as a lonely virgin, I will have no choice but to plan my retribution. I even attended college at SBCC again. I signed up for a summer sociology class and attended it for a week before dropping it out of the familiar frustration of girls talking to other boys instead of me. Oh my God. This last-ditch effort of desperation to once again try to live an enjoyable college life in Isla Vista came to an ultimate and devastating culmination on Saturday night, July 20th, just a few days before my 22nd birthday. Which is today, by the way. Today would have been his 32nd birthday. July 24th, 2023. It was the day that I decided to go out in Isla Vista in an attempt to lose my virginity before I turned 22. That was the only thing that could have saved me. I was giving the female gender one last chance to provide me with the pleasures I deserved from them. Oh my goodness. I don't know. Oh, it's just the wrong way to look at the opposite sex, the other gender. It's just wrong the way he talks about it. Like, they have to perform. Perform, women. Do what I say. I was too nervous to go out there sober, so I bought a bottle of vodka and took a few shots to garner enough courage to walk out at such an hour. I had taken one too many, for by the time I reached Del Playa Street, my head was clouded with drunkenness. At the start, it benefited me greatly. I saw lots of good-looking, popular kids socializing in groups all over the place, and if I wasn't drunk, it would have intimidated me too much. I was so drunk that I walked right into a wild house party that was taking place on Del Playa. They had a DJ playing annoying hip-hop music that all the young people like these days, and there was a ping-pong table set up where lots of popular kids were playing beer pong, a crude drinking game. There were about 100 people at that party, and everyone was socializing with a group of friends except for me. I walked around in my drunken confidence for a few moments, helped myself to the beer they had, and tried to act like a normal partygoer. I soon became frustrated that no one was paying any attention to me, particularly the girls. I saw girls talking to other guys who looked like obnoxious slobs, but none of them showed any interest in me. As my frustration grew, so did my anger. I came across this Asian guy who was talking to a white girl. The sight of that filled me with rage. I always felt as if white girls thought less of me because I was half Asian. But then I see this white girl at the party talking to a full-blooded Asian. I never had that kind of attention from a white girl, and white girls are the only girls I'm attracted to, especially the blondes. Okay. Well, if you want, I don't know, he's always complaining about nobody being attracted to him. I don't know. Maybe he should open up his horizons and to have more success. How could an ugly Asian attract the attention of a white girl while a beautiful Eurasian like myself never had any attention from them? I thought with rage. I glared at them for a bit and then decided I had been insulted enough. I angrily walked toward them and bumped the Asian guy aside, trying to act cocky and arrogant to both the boy and the girl. What, you were? He was? My drunken state got the better of me, and I almost fell over to the floor after a few minutes of this. They said something along the lines that I was very drunk and that I needed to get some water. So I angrily left them and went out to the front yard where the main partying happened. Rage fumed inside me as I realized that I just walked away from that confrontation, so I rushed back into the house and spitefully insulted the Asian before walking outside again. Oh my gosh. I stood awkwardly in the front yard for a bit, realizing how pathetic I looked all by myself when everyone was partying around me. To calm down, I climbed up onto a wooden ledge that bordered the street and plunged down on one of the chairs there. Isla Vista was at its wildest state at that time, and I saw lots of guys walking around with hot blonde girls on their arm. It fueled me with rage, as it always had. I should be one of those guys, but no blonde girls gave me that chance. I looked down at all of them, and in my drunken carelessness, extended my arm out and pretended to shoot them all, laughing giddily as I did it. Uh-oh. Eventually, some partiers climbed up onto the ledge. They were all obnoxious, rowdy boys whom I've always despised. A couple of pretty girls came up and talked to them, but not to me. They all started socializing right next to me, and none of the girls paid any attention to me. I rose from my chair and tried to act arrogant and cocky towards them, throwing insults at everyone. They only laughed at me and started insulting me back. That was the last straw. I had taken enough insults that night. A dark, hate-fueled rage overcame my entire being, and I tried to push as many of them as I could from the 10-foot ledge. I tried to push as many. Okay, 10 feet. My main target was the girls. I wanted to punish them for talking to the obnoxious boys instead of me. It was one of the most foolish and rash things I ever did, and I almost risked everything in doing it. But I was so drunk with rage, I didn't care. I failed to push any of them from the ledge, and the boys started to push me, which resulted in me being the one to fall onto the street. When I landed, I felt a snap in my ankle, followed by a stinging pain. I slowly got up and found that I couldn't even walk. I had to stumble, and stumble I did. I tried to get away from there as fast as I could. As I stumbled a few yards down Del Playa with my shattered leg, I realized that someone had stolen my Gucci sunglasses that my mother had given me. I loved those sunglasses, and I had to get them back. I vehemently turned around and staggered back towards the party. At that point, I was so drunk that I forgot where the party was, and I ended up walking onto the front yard of the house next to it, demanding to know who took my sunglasses. The people in this house must have been friends with the ones I previously fought with, for they greeted me with vicious hostility. They called me names like faggot and pussy, typical things those types of scumbags would say. A whole group of the obnoxious brutes came up and dragged me onto their driveway, pushing and hitting me. I wanted to fight and kill them all. I managed to throw one punch toward the main attacker, but that only caused them to beat me even more. I fell to the ground, where they started kicking me and punching me in the face. Eventually, some other people from the street broke up the fight. I managed to have the strength to stand up and stagger away. Algorithm, I am reading a document. I am reading a manifesto, and it has words that I hope you don't discriminate against, because I'm reading the document. I am not saying these words on my own. I guess I could just bleep them out. I could just not even say them. I just thought, well, it's a document. It was the first time in my life that I had been truly beaten up physically, to the point where my face was bruised up. I had suffered a lot of bullying in my life, but most of it wasn't physical. I had never been beaten and humiliated that badly. Everyone in Isla Vista saw what happened, and it was truly horrific. Okay, so wait. Okay, a whole bunch of obnoxious brutes. Okay, I just want to reread this because I missed this. I was distracted. A whole group of the obnoxious brutes came up and dragged me onto their driveway, pushing and hitting me. I wanted to fight and kill them all. I managed to throw one punch toward the main attacker, but that only caused them to beat me even more. I fell to the ground, where they started kicking me and punching me in the face. Eventually, some other people from the street broke up the fight. I managed to have the strength to stand up and stagger away. It was the first time in my life that I had been truly beaten up physically, to the point where my face was bruised up. I had suffered a lot of bullying in my life, but most of it wasn't physical. I had never been beaten and humiliated that badly. Everyone in Isla Vista saw what happened, and it was truly horrific. The worst part of this whole ordeal was not getting beaten up. Oh no. It was the fact that no one showed any concern. There was only one group who helped me to the end of Del Playa, but after that they abandoned me. Not one girl offered to help me as I stumbled home with a broken leg, beaten and bloody. If girls had been attracted to me, they would have offered to walk me to my room and take care of me. They would have even offered to sleep with me to make me feel better. But no, not one girl showed an ounce of concern for me. They didn't care. No one cared about me. I was all alone. As I got to my room, I was so traumatized that I called the only people in the world I knew, my parents and my sister. Yes, I even called my sister, someone I never got along with. I sulked for a long time, and then I reached up to my neck to feel my special golden necklace, and I felt nothing there. In the midst of the fight, one of those horrible punks had snatched off my special golden necklace that my grandma Alma had given me. That necklace was one of the most special items I had, and now one of those evil, wretched thugs would be selling it to buy drugs. I broke down in anguish and wailed in agony, crying and crying until I passed out in my bed all alone. When I woke up the next morning, my leg was in absolute agony. It was purple and swollen, and I could not even stumble anymore. I had to crawl. Being fully sober, all of my anxiety came back. It became very clear to me what had happened. I felt enraged by everything, but also fearful that I might get into in trouble. I did try to push girls off a ledge and threaten to kill all of those people, which could implicate me. I had to concoct a fairly altered story to explain to the police, who would inevitably have to interview me once I got to the hospital and reported my injury. My father drove up to Santa Monica to bring me to the hospital. 2 police did interview me, and I told them that those boys deliberately pushed me off the ledge after I acted cocky towards them. I didn't mention the girls at all. I expressed to the police of my wishes that they should all be punished for this. The police then went to interview them, and they had their own version of the story. Since there was no actual evidence, the whole case was shortly dismissed. The physician at the hospital put me in a temporary cast and gave me crutches. On top of all other things in the world that made me feel inferior, I was now a cripple. That's funny. A cripple. My husband Dean is always talking about, he uses that term cripple. That's like an old world term, cripple. I felt so defeated and broken. To my horror, the physician said that I would have to be in crutches for the next 6 weeks and I might have to get surgery. The leg that broke was my left leg, so I was still able to drive. Shortly after the incident, I drove home. I'm just getting to 22 years old. I drove home to spend the rest of the summer recovering. So shortly after the incident, he drove home. Okay. It was a depressing drive. I had never felt so defeated and wronged in my life. I had actually gone out to a party in Isla Vista, hoping that I would be walking back to my room in triumph with a beautiful girl on my arm, but instead I stumbled back to my room with a shattered leg and shattered hopes. My 22nd birthday was a miserable experience. I sat around at my mother's house, staring at my broken leg, feeling so pathetic for being a cripple, as well as a 22-year-old virgin. My mother bought me a new golden necklace to replace the one that was stolen from me, as she knew how heartbroken I was about losing it. 22 years old, the last year that he lived, and he didn't even live for this entire year. The highly unjust experience of being beaten and humiliated in front of everyone in Isla Vista and their subsequent lack of concern for my well-being was the last and final straw. I actually gave them all one last chance to accept me, to give me a reason not to hate them, and they devastatingly blew it back in my face. I gave the world too many chances. It was time for retribution. I went into surgery in the beginning of August. After visiting the local orthopedist, he recommended that I have my broken ankle surgically screwed in place instead of waiting for it to heal by itself. I decided to go through with it just so I could be out of crutches sooner. My mother drove me to the hospital early in the morning, and I was wrought with fear. I had never been through such a thing in my life. They put me to sleep with anesthesia, and when I woke up, my leg burned with pain, though the pain medication they injected in me afterward helped ease this. A new cast was placed on my leg. I didn't even want to think about what it looked like underneath. I was told that they screwed in a titanium plate to hold the fractured bone in place, and it required 6 screws. Hey, that's what I have in my leg, my left leg. Yeah, I think I've mentioned that I was hit by a speeding red Jaguar on the Marina Peninsula on January 13th, 1991. And yeah, I had stopped chanting, and I attributed it to that, and I had no pain. I almost got up to walk on my broken leg. It was an open fracture, and if I had tried to do that, I probably would have lost my foot because, my bones were sticking out. Yeah, I healed in half the time. They expected me to have a bone infection. I put my hand on my broken bone and everything at the time, at the scene. But I didn't get a bone infection, and I healed in half the time. I was very proud of that. And I have 6 screws. It's a titanium plate, I believe. And I have a big screw through my tibia. That's to hold the, is it the fibula, the smaller bone, and the tibia is the bigger bone. Fibula, I guess, is the backbone. I didn't know. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, no pain. I had no pain. I rested in the hospital for a few hours before I was allowed to go home under the instructions that I would have to keep my leg raised at all times for the next week. Shortly after my surgery, my mother and sister went on vacation to Hawaii. They had been planning this for a long time, and of course I refused to go with them when they initially asked me months before. My mother didn't want me to stay in her house all alone in the crippled state that I was in. Taking care of the house in such a condition would be too difficult, and there would be no one there to provide immediate assistance in case of an emergency. I asked Father if I could stay at his house, but Sumaya was having some of her relatives staying for the summer, so she refused to let me stay there because it would be too much for her to handle, quote unquote, despite the fact that Father's house had 6 bedrooms and plenty of space for me to occupy. Father, of course, gave in to Sumaya's rules as he always had. My respect for him was already so low that it couldn't get any lower because of this. Due to this little difficulty, my mother booked me a hotel at Extended Stay America in Woodland Hills. I was content with this. The hotel was comfortable enough, and my mother stocked me with a lot of food for the week that I would be there. It provided a nice atmosphere to recover from the horrific experiences I had just recently endured. The only thing I disliked about this hotel was that it was located right across the street from Taft High School. So whenever I looked out the window, I saw a place that had caused me great suffering in the distant past. I thought about the bullying I received at Taft, and in a way, my experience there was quite similar to what had just happened to me on that fateful night in Isla Vista. I was bullied by thugs, and the girls adored the bullies instead of me. Indeed, a very similar scenario. So I'm on page 124. I have, is it 13 more pages? Didn't I have 13 more pages before? I don't know. I had 19, and now it's 13. It just seems to go so slowly. All right. So 137. Okay, 3. That's 1. Yeah, 13 more pages. It's like going so slow. It's taking so long. I didn't think I would ever be doing this. It's almost 10 o'clock. Oh my God. Only now I was ready and capable of fighting back against the cruelty of women. Back when I was a weak and timid boy at Taft High School, I was powerless and frightened, having to resort to hiding in a life of playing video games. All of the suffering, loneliness, rejection, and humiliation I had to experience since then had strengthened me. The hatred that festered inside me in all of those years leading up to this point had empowered me in a dark, twisted way. I was now armed with weapons, possessed great intelligence and philosophical insight, with the willpower to exact the most catastrophic act of vengeance the world will ever see. Boy, that's it's not exactly what happened, but it's interesting. I spent the next week in that hotel room brooding about the injustices of life and my place in the world. It fully dawned on me that I would now have to bring about the day of retribution. There was no other hope. I mused that once I descend upon Isla Vista, armed with my weapons and my burning hatred, I would definitely make sure to target the people who lived in that house I was attacked in. The plan was to destroy the entirety of Isla Vista and kill every single person in it, or at least kill as many popular young people I could before the police arrive, and I'd have to kill myself. I felt so shocked and overwhelmed upon realizing that it was definitely going to resort to this. I was going to die soon, and that in itself was hard to accept. I didn't want to die, but I would have no choice. Vengeance is the only path. All other paths had been closed shut. I thought it to be such a tragedy that I was actually going to wage war against women and all of humanity. But then again, women's rejection of me was a declaration of war. They insulted me by deeming me inferior of their love and sex. They hate me, and I will return that hatred 1,000-fold. I will inflict suffering on everyone in Isla Vista, just like they have made me suffer. In the past, I have always been at their mercy, and I was given none. On the day of retribution, everyone will be at my mercy, and in turn I will show them no mercy at all. My retribution will be so devastating that it will shake the very foundations of the world. My broken leg was a setback, of course, even with surgery. I'd have to be in crutches for 6 weeks, and even after that, it would take a while to be able to walk normally again. I figured I won't be walking normally until October. There was no way I'd be well enough to prepare for the day of retribution by November. There was too little time. I made a new plan to set the ultimate and final date for the day of retribution to be at the end of the spring of 2014. This would give me plenty of time to prepare. The day of retribution was now my whole reason for living. It's all I have to live for. This act of deadly vengeance against the people who have wronged me is my sole purpose on this world. It's so weird that he says on this world instead of on this earth or in this world. I needed as much time as possible in order to plan it efficiently. Postponing the day of retribution also gave me a few more months of life. Perhaps I would also use that time to look for a way out. I have always been itching for a way out of this, and even with the recent events that had occurred, a small part of me still clung to that inkling of hope. Gavin came to visit me at the hotel, and he was welcome company. It was really getting lonely there, though it was definitely better than being lonely in Isla Vista. The two of us sat down for 3 hours in my hotel room to have an important conversation. I explained to him my finely altered version of everything that happened on that night in Isla Vista. He didn't seem surprised. When he was my age, he used to go up to Isla Vista quite often. He told me that the kind of brutal, rowdy atmosphere I've witnessed was part of the culture there. The boisterous, wild frat boys get all of the beautiful girls, and everyone is looking for a fight, like the vicious animals they are. He said it was a truth I had to accept, advising me to move out of there. I couldn't accept this truth because it was unjust. I couldn't let such evil exist, and I will not run away from it by moving out of there. I will either thrive there or destroy the place utterly. Since I failed to thrive there, I had no choice but to plan my retribution. When my mother came back from Hawaii, I went to stay at her house for the next month until my leg healed enough for me to lose the crutches. I didn't want to go back to Santa Barbara while still in crutches. It would be too humiliating, and I had felt humiliated enough there already. For the first week after surgery, my legs suffered intense searing pain, though that searing pain was nothing compared to the hatred that burned in my heart. You know, it's so funny. Yeah, I broke my leg too. I got, like I told you, with the speeding red Jaguar. And I remember my father and... That is so weird. I didn't even think of that. I think my father and Inez, my stepmother, were in Hawaii.
I'm not done yet.
I know. I'm still going. I'm almost done, and I just have to finish it. Okay. Yeah, I believe they were in Hawaii when I got hit by the car, and they came back. They cut their. That's so funny. He's talking about his mother and his sister being in Hawaii, and my father and my stepmother were in Hawaii when I got hit by the car on the Marina Peninsula and went into surgery, and I was in the hospital, like a week, I don't know how long, 5 days. Yeah, and they came to visit me. It was in the, I chose to do the LA County route, so I wouldn't have to ask my family for any money because, I don't know, my mother appreciated that, and, I just didn't want to ask them for money. And so I got it done through the county. The county hospital was, I guess, was it East LA? And they were the trauma hospital where they sent all the bad orthopedic cases anyway. But yeah, on the operating table, I was RAPED by I guess they were residents, and there was a nurse that assisted them and prepared my body. I woke up and I was all, lubed up and cleaned up and all that, and and my body was completely different, and I remember I was very well known in the hospital. Everybody was coming to see me. Oh yeah, this, and it was horrible. I didn't remember right away. I remembered later. And I remember, before I ever remembered anything, I remember it being on the news that some Latino woman, Latina, I guess you would say, and a couple others, low-income people came forward about that happening to them. And I hadn't yet remembered, but I remember seeing that on the news, and they were urging anyone else who was victimized in any way or in a similar way to come forward because there was some kind of lawsuit or something. And I didn't remember to come forward, It wasn't until years later that I finally remembered, and yeah. But I remember all the events surrounding it and all the talk around me, and it was so obvious, but because I didn't remember anything, I didn't really know until I remembered later, many years later. And who knows how many low-income women. It was a lot of Latina women who, they go into surgery, and while they're out, what is it? When you go into surgery, anesthesia, under anesthesia, it's like RAPEDRUGS. It's like that. Anesthesia can operate the same way. They can do it,
Your brain will shut down.
Right. I mean, everyone knows that, right? They can do anything when you're under anesthesia, and that's what they were doing over at that hospital, LA County Hospital in East LA, and it happened to me. But it took me so long to remember. I have these, thank you. I couldn't be part of that lawsuit. I don't know if it was one of those, what do they call them? When a bunch of people...
Class action lawsuit.
Yeah, it was on the tip of my tongue, class action lawsuit. Yeah, and I never reported that. I mean, I didn't know how to when I finally remembered. And that's the thing about this kind of crime. It's really hard to report, and it's hard for people to take you serious. I think people take women more seriously now than ever before. Dean, can you please not interrupt me or distract me? Dean?
I don't know.
I know you want to be part of this and you're trying to make your presence known, but I just need to finish this up, and I know, sweetheart. Yeah. I was 25 at the time. It was 1991. All right, so, and I still have the scar on my left leg. I was always told that, if I wanted to, I could always get plastic surgery to repair that. I was promised that what they did was, I guess they said that I don't know, I guess it was an experiment. I'm always an experiment. They left my, where my bones broke out of my left leg above my ankle, they left it open. It was like raw, like muscle, tissue, whatever, and just sticking out of my leg. They didn't, you would think they would have sewn it up, right? But they told me that it would heal better if they just let it heal naturally. And I believed them. But because they didn't, well, actually, it does appear that I think maybe they did the same thing as they did to my neck. I told you, like, one half they injected steroids in, and the other half, and you can see it's just slightly different. It's pretty smooth all around. You can barely notice it, right, unless you look carefully. And I guess is it this side that's just a little better than this side, right? That's all natural, no steroids, and this is steroids. Okay. And the same thing with my leg. It's in recent years, I was noticing how one half of it is smoother than the other half, and they didn't sew it closed. It was left open. And yeah, there's one side that is smoother than the other side, which is more indented. I mean, it's a scar, and my left ankle is more swollen. I mean, I almost lost my foot. My ankles have always tended to swell. That runs in the family. My grandma Flanagan, who is my genetic mother, she always had very swollen legs and ankles and had to put her feet up. And I take after her, obviously. I mean, I remember being in a biology class in high school as a 15-year-old freshman, looking down at my feet and seeing them all swollen. So it's been my whole life that I've had this. And if I take a long trip, it's a really good idea for me to use that kind of hose that helps prevent blood clots, because you have that risk when your legs swell like that. But anyway, there's one half, one half is not as indented as the other half, and I'm thinking, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. I just don't remember them. I don't know I don't remember them injecting steroids in there. I just don't. I just remember them leaving it alone and not doing anything to it. And it was like an experiment to see my leg close up. And I remember we had some family friends that I reconnected with at that time, and he was a professor at USC. That it was affiliated with USC, that county hospital, kind of like David's stepfather was. He assured me, oh yeah, they know what they're doing. It'll close up naturally, if that's what they say. I bet your leg will look just like that. But it never has. It's always been, it's always been a noticeable scar. And, my left ankle has always been noticeably more swollen. Yeah. And I was 25 years old at the time. The year was 1991, like I said. But yeah, him going into all these details about his his broken leg and everything. Yeah, I went right into surgery and everything. Had an external fixator on my leg, and yeah, it was a titanium plate that held, I guess it was my fibula together, 6 screws, and 1 big screw through my tibia. Yeah. Had a really colorful cast by the time I was through. Yeah. Okay. And I still have that plate in there. Still do. I never had it removed. They said that I didn't need to have it removed if it didn't cause me any pain. I didn't need to have it removed, and it's never given me a problem, so it's still there. All right. For the first week, okay, I'm just trying to see where I was. Yeah, I guess when I read the word Hawaii, I was like, oh yeah, that's where my father and my stepmother were when I got hit by the speeding red Jaguar. I forgot about that. And they came, oh, Dean, can you please can you please be less distracting? Can you go sit down or something? Just leave that alone. Thank you. The reason I mention it is because I don't think my stepmother was very happy to cut her trip to Hawaii short, but also she was really like acting so weird when they visited me, and she said that she's very squirmish, squeamish, just she doesn't like blood and she doesn't like hospitals, and that's why she was acting so uncomfortable. But yeah, I just remember how uncomfortable she was, and she wasn't acting herself. And yeah, I guess that was nice that they cut their trip short. That was in 1991, before she stopped allowing my father used to let me use his extra, he earned a lot of airline miles because he traveled so much, and he would always, distribute them to family members. That's how I would come and visit on occasion. He had airline miles that I could use. And then at a certain point, she forbade him to give them to me anymore. And so I didn't come I didn't ever visit that much anyway. But yeah, I guess that was her way of controlling how often I visited. I paid for my trip in to the family reunion. I paid for the trip in 98. Yeah, at a certain point, she cut those airline miles off, even though they were free for them to give away. He claimed that they were using them for some other purpose and they weren't available anymore. But, it was Inez. I guess she really resented me. And I wasn't around anymore. I was all the way in California from 1989 on. They lived, when they first got married in 89, they lived in Oregon. That's where my father lived. And she moved with him. And then they moved, they moved to Great Falls, Virginia, and they lived there for a while. And then it was Connecticut, Cheshire, Connecticut. And then another town in Connecticut. And then I found out they moved to North Carolina in recent years when her parents died. They had a house there, and they moved into her parents' house. Yeah, I never lived anywhere near them. I don't know why. I don't know. I guess she just resented my father's connection to me. I don't know. I was never around. I didn't ever live near them. His company used to fly him into LA. He was on the board of directors of some company in Orange County, and instead of flying him straight into Orange County, they flew him into LA so he could visit his daughter. And in the 90s, that's what he did, in the early 90s. And then when I started talking about SEXUALABUSE, that stopped. But yeah, he created a lot of problems for me in Los Angeles with the boyfriend I had before David. All right, Lily. He did. He got involved in what was going on and what I became the victim of in the organization. He set all that up. He was intimately involved with that. And I'm sure his company, it's it's big business. These RAPEDRUGS, big business, corporations involved. A lot of people making money. Oops. All right, okay, I gotta plug this in. My kitty unplugged my computer. Hey, baby. All right, I got to get this done. It's 10:11 here. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay, where are we doing? What are we doing? Are we almost there? We're getting there. 1:25. So I have only...
Oh, 5 more pages.
No, 7. Wait. 37. That's 10. That's 12 more pages. Oh my god. Okay, I need to take a brief break. I'll be right back.
Yes. We're done.
All right.
I get
Okay.
it. Why and how. We did.
I'm just reading a document, Dean, and I'm almost done. Okay. I'm almost done. Oh, I just didn't think this would ever take this long. You know, this is really interesting. It's causing me to revisit, the events in my life and realize some connections. Dean, come on. Can you please stop reacting so much anyway. I mean, you can react a little bit, but come on. Yeah, I haven't really thought about these events in my life for a long time, and you know, I didn't understand it when my stepmother said that I was somehow I was trying to sabotage their marriage or something, and I didn't understand. I mean, I lived in Los Angeles, I lived away, but he did come, you know, he did stop by and visit me, and he did for a long, he came to LA all the time on business. It wasn't for me, it was for business. I that was the way I understood it. He was, you know, I took him to a Buddhist meeting. You know, I didn't realize, thinking back now, I didn't realize how much he was working behind the scenes to rig up what happened to me in the SGI. I had no idea. You know, I really was the Dragon King's daughter. You know, he was working behind the scenes and setting everything up. And, you know, I was horribly abused in the organization. Oh, sorry, I said the word algorithm. Please forgive me. I'm trying to document historical information. This is for educational purposes only. I am commenting on historical fact.
All right, y'all, take it easy.
I've convinced
Calm down.
Dean to walk the dogs so I can focus on getting this done. And I appreciate it, Dean. Thank you. I love you, sweetheart. You know that?
The comedian says, "It's so screwed. There's get her doing it." Right?
Yeah.
Get her doing it. Get her doing it. Come here.
I didn't realize, you know, I didn't realize how focused my father was on me. You know, how she must have noticed how he was so consumed with me. I didn't even, I was away from my family. I had no connection to my family. That was my experience. Yeah, my father would come to LA and visit, and, you know, every month or something for a while. But I didn't think anything of it. I wasn't, you know, he wasn't helping me financially or anything. So he'd just pop in. I'd have a little bite to eat with him. He'd stop by where I lived. That was it, you know, as far as I experienced it. So I don't know, maybe she thought there were other things going on. And yeah, I mean, he was planning all kinds of things. I didn't really think about it until this moment. It's funny, you know, now that I'm 57, looking back on it and remembering everything. You know, I kind of put that stuff away because it's very painful what happened to me in the SGI, you know, in those early days, especially in the 90s.
Come on now. Don't go wall.
But see, she probably thought I knew what was going on or something, or that I had something to do with it. I was a victim and I had nothing to do with it. I didn't know what was going on. All right, let's get this done. Okay. It's because this guy is talking all about his broken leg. It's bringing me back to that time when I broke my leg in 1991. That's what this is doing. And perhaps, you know, this is an identifying feature on my body. If you want to know if I'm the right Claire Elliott, everybody knows the correct Claire Elliott was hit by a speeding red Jaguar on the Marina Peninsula on January 13th, 1991. I have the titanium, yeah, it is titanium, metal plate with 6 screws and 1 big screw through my tibia to prove it. And it's me. And then that was in 1991. 2 years later, in December, they took out 2 infected lymph nodes, which were actually 2 embryos that I conceived in my throat. I don't know how that's possible. Okay, I don't know how that's possible. And they removed them and removed the fat in my neck, and that's why I guess I would resemble my twin a little more if I had more of that fat remaining because I'm overweight. When I'm thin, I don't have fat there. I mean, I didn't know I had fat in my neck when they took it out. They said they took it out. I'm like, what fat? Okay, now my neck is stringy like an old lady. Thanks a lot. But now that I'm heavier, yeah, this, you see all this would probably extend down if they hadn't removed that fat back then. And I'd probably resemble my twin more. Yeah, I haven't really, I don't allow myself to, I remember it, but I just don't look at it. I don't like this time in my life very much. It was a very painful time. But okay, let's continue. So when my mother came back from Hawaii, I went to stay at her house for the next month until my leg healed enough for me to lose the crutches, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I read all this. And he didn't want to go back to Santa Barbara while still in crutches because it'd be too humiliating. And he'd already been humiliated too much already. Okay. For the first week after surgery, my leg suffered intense searing pain. I read this, I know. Though that searing pain was nothing compared to the hatred that burned in my heart. Oh my God. I don't know. I almost, David, I really think David wrote this half joking. Like he was creating a character. He does have this personality in his head, and he was creating a character out of it. And, of course he interviewed this guy, but I think he was molding him into a character, and it's kind of jokey a little bit, I think. I mean, it's funny. I mean, I can imagine him laughing at what he just wrote. I mean, I'm laughing, and I can imagine it making him laugh too. I mean, he can't be serious. I mean, that's so funny the way he put that. My legs suffered intense searing pain, though that searing pain was nothing compared to the hatred that burned in my heart. So dramatic, and I don't know. I think he's being a little jokey at times. I really do. I don't think he's absolutely serious. He's creating a character.
Go back on the drugs, okay?
He's creating a character that is Elliot Rodger's. I mean, he's like... Okay. During that time, I could barely leave my bed because whenever I did, the blood rushed to my leg and triggered the pain. For the entire time that I was in the hotel, I stayed in my bed like a vegetable. That's like Elizabeth over here in the next room. And I have to help her pretty soon, too. It's getting kind of late.
She's 92 years old, Claire.
Yeah, I know.
Not 22, okay?
I know.
70 years old.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Okay.
They're exactly 80 years. Wait, is that...
70 years.
Oh, yeah, 70 years. Yeah. That's wild.
She has a good excuse. Okay?
I didn't know. They're, oh my gosh. Wow, I didn't notice that. I didn't think about that.
That's 7 decades, Claire.
Yeah, I know. Okay, after that initial week, the pain subsided and I was able to move about on my crutches with greater ease. I often did laps around my mother's backyard as a way of venting my anger, sometimes swinging my crutches around as if they were swords. Slashing at all of the enemies who had wronged me in life. The month that I spent at Mother's house was very relaxing, and I tried my best to calm myself down as time passed. So when did he go back to his mother's house? I guess... Oh, he went to stay at her house for the next month. Okay, got it. I spent a lot of time watching movies, reading books, introspecting, and contemplating about life. I stayed in the house all the time, for I despised having to go out and be seen as a cripple. He uses that term like you use it, Dean. I wonder if he did that intentionally.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody
cripple.
calls it a cripple anymore. I guess he's
Well,
emphasizing the condition. I don't know.
Yeah. I've been a cripple since I was 19
See,
years
he
old.
uses that
I'm
term.
now 62 years old. I'm still
Nobody
a cripple.
uses that term, but it's funny. I don't know. He selected that term maybe because you use that term. See, David wrote this. Okay.
He's the biggest cripple ever was.
I already felt insecure enough about myself
He's the biggest cripple ever was.
All right, Dean. I already felt insecure enough about myself for being a lonely virgin. Being seen as a cripple was too much salt on the wound. See, he's using the word cripple like you.
He's
Gab,
not a seal, I am.
all right. Gavin came to visit me again, and this time we sat in my mother's dining room to have yet another important conversation about my life and where I was going. He tried to advise me again to move out of Isla Vista, but I refused to hear it. I moved to Isla Vista with the goal of losing my virginity and attaining the life I desire. If I'm unable to have it, I will destroy it. I will never run away in defeat. His parents had arranged counselors and psychiatrists, and this is good. I had never heard him talk about it until just like the year before. My parents arranged for us to have a conference with my psychiatrist, Dr. Charles Sophie. I set out with my mother to meet father outside Dr. Sophie's house in Beverly Hills, and when we got there, we were surprised to see that Sumaya had come for the conference too. This presented a conflict because Sumaya and my mother had recently had an argument due to Sumaya refusing to let me stay at father's house during my mother's trip to Hawaii. For more than half of the conversation, the doctor spent time resolving this petty conflict instead of addressing the troubles that I was going through. When we finally did get to my situation, Dr. Sophie ended up giving me the same useless advice that every other psychiatrist, psychologist, and counselor had given me in the past. Oh, okay. So it seems that they were sending him to doctors and counselors. He didn't mention it until just the year before, so I'm surprised. I don't know why my parents wasted money on therapy, as it will never help me in my struggle against such a cruel and unjust world. The doctor ended up dismissing it by prescribing me a controversial medication, risperidone. After researching this medication, I found it was the absolute wrong thing for me to take. I refused to take it, and I never saw Dr. Sophie again after that. Towards the end of the month, my mother invited Maddie and Mo Humphreys over for dinner. Mother had recently been reconnecting with her old friend Mo. Maddie had just graduated from USC, a university renowned for its abundance of spoiled, bratty students who partied all the time, very similar to UCSB. I often call USC, and I just mentioned USC, by the way. I often call USC the University of Spoiled Cunts. Just like I call UCSB the University of California's Spoiled Brats. Brilliant, fitting nicknames. Before Maddie came, I stalked her Facebook for a bit, and I saw that she was the exact image of everything I hated in women. She was a popular, spoiled USC girl who partied with her hot, beautiful, blonde-haired clique of friends. All of them looked like absolute cunts. Oh, that's such a terrible word. And my hatred for them all grew from each picture I saw on her profile. Algorithm, I am reading a document. This is for educational purposes only. It is not my words. These are not my words. These are the words of this document I am studying and commenting on for educational purposes. And my hatred for them all grew from each picture I saw on her profile. They were the kind of beautiful, popular people who lived pleasurable lives and would look down on me as inferior scum, never accepting me as one of them. They were my enemies. They represented everything that was wrong with this world. Maddie was my first friend in America. As a child, I played with her as an equal. Now she was my enemy. I would take great delight in torturing and flaying her and every one of her spoiled, obnoxious, evil friends. Flaying? What is flaying?
Fling.
F-L-A-Y-I-N-G. Flaying.
This time. Fling.
What?
A fling.
No.
That's what he meant to say. A fling.
No, flaying. He's talking about torturing them. Flaying is some kind of... Okay, I'm going to take a moment just to look that word up. Flaying.
No wonder he committed suicide, right? He was there. He was in the bottom of the damn fire.
Flay. Flaying. Peel skin off. Peel skin off a corpse or carcass.
Right now, Claire, he's at the bottom of a dry well. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
There's no way out. So he has to commit suicide.
Okay, flaying her and every single one of her spoiled, obnoxious, evil friends. When she and her mother came to eat dinner with us, I had to keep calm as I hobbled out of my room on my crutches to greet them. That relaxing month at Mother's was like the comfort before the storm. Once I go back to Santa Barbara, fully recovered, the final dark chapter of my life will commence. I dreaded what will come of it. After 6 weeks of hobbling about on crutches whenever I had to go somewhere, I visited my orthopedist, asking if it was finally time for me to walk without them. After examining my leg, he agreed that I can proceed to a walking cast. This would enable me to limp around without crutches, though I would have to use a cane. Though uncomfortable, it was much, much better than having to go about on those damnable crutches. When I got home, I delightedly practiced moving around with this new setup. Before long, my mother said I was now well enough to return to Santa Barbara. I want to say Santa Monica. My new college classes were starting soon anyway, though she didn't know that I had only signed up for online classes for the autumn semester out of fear that I might have to start college while still crippled. She had grown tired of having to deal with me as she always was in the past. I spent a few more days at Mother's with my walking cast and cane before she made me go back to Santa Barbara, telling me I can return to visit in 2 weeks. I made my ominous drive back to Santa Barbara, and as I drove, I thought about all of the injustices I had to face in the last 2 years I had spent there. Injustices that had never been set right. Now was the time to set them right. Now was the time for retribution. When I got back to my apartment, I saw that my housemates, Chris and John, had moved out. A pity, as they were the most pleasant housemates I could have hoped for. I feared what my new ones would be like, and I was told they would be coming in a few weeks. I had the place to myself for that period, which suited me well. I refused to leave my room at all until I was able to at least lose my walking cast. I spent the time doing the same thing I did at my mother's house. I watched a lot of movies and sat around contemplating my future. Upon my visit home, I went to see my orthopedist for one last time, and he told me I can finally walk without any cast around my leg, though I would need the cane for a few more weeks. I was content with this, as I didn't mind the cane that much. It had a peculiar elegance about it. On that same weekend, I met up with Philip and Addison. We had been planning to meet during the summer, but I had to postpone it because of my terrible injury. I took them out in my father's Mercedes SUV, and we went on another... Wait, so did he go back home? I don't know. I guess so. Yeah, I guess so. You took them out, Dean? The dogs? You
Yes.
walked them? Okay, I appreciate it. Now she...
Everybody.
Yeah, she wants to eat. I know, baby. I'm going to feed you. I want to feed him the fresh stuff.
They Well, they love that.
Yeah, farmer's dog.
No, they love that.
Oh yeah, they had a snack. They did. They had a snack. They shouldn't be starving. Yeah, they had a nice snack. It was like a plate of food. So I have to feed you less. Yes, I have to feed you less.
They poured the chicken broth across the croquettes in there.
Hey Dean, can you do me a favor and feed them a less amount than usual because you fed them that plate of food? Can you go in there and feed them like, you know, a little over a cup and her, you know, just very, like a half cup?
Okay.
Okay, I think they're all in there, yeah. Yeah, they don't need as much food because you fed them so much.
He tore that chicken up one.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me now. I was forgetting that, so yeah, they got some goodies. All right. And tell her I'm gonna be in there shortly. Okay, tell her I just am finishing up.
Oh, she's on.
Okay. Oh, she's asleep. Good. All right. So I took them out in my father's Mercedes SUV, and we went on another one of our adventures around Los Angeles. First, we went to an exquisite Japanese restaurant on Sunset Boulevard in West Hollywood. What are you doing? What? Oh, aren't they over there?
They're not.
They should be.
I don't know.
What? Okay. Let me help. Give me a moment. I'll be right back.
I think this would make you.
All right. I guess it doesn't matter. Okay. All right. He's gonna take care of it. All right. So first, we went to an exquisite Japanese restaurant on Sunset Boulevard in West Hollywood. I was thankful I didn't see any young couples my age there. Most of them. You don't need to give them so much. Remember, like a little over a cup for him and a half cup for her. Okay. That's half the amount they eat, and they don't need more than that. Oh, Dean. It's so distracting around here. I have to do everything myself. Oh. So they first went to an exquisite Japanese restaurant on Sunset Boulevard in West Hollywood. I was thankful I didn't see any young couples my age there. Most of them were older than us. Afterwards, we went to Griffith Park Observatory under Philip's suggestion. Are you done? What's going on?
I'm trying. There it is. The cut came up.
Okay. Yeah, that crinkling is just really distracting. Can you like finish up? Okay. You're doing it the way I told you, right? Okay. All right. Thank you. I was thankful I didn't see any young couples my age there. Most of them were older than us. Afterwards, we went to... Okay. Going there brought back memories, both good and bad. It was ever a tradition for the three of us to go there, as we had been so many times. The place provided an expansive view of the city of LA. Yeah, I used to live in Los Feliz, that area, and, you know, I've been there. At night, it was absolutely exquisite. It provided an expansive view of the city of LA. At night, it was absolutely exquisite. All right, can you stop? Can you please, Dean, please, I'm asking you to not be distracting. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, shh. You can whisper. Can you please whisper? Because I'm on live. Okay, you're distracting. All right, go if you want. If you don't, I mean, you can be quiet, right, Dean? All right, I'm almost done. The Griffith Park Observatory was truly a wondrous place to admire the beauty of the world, but the whole experience was ruined, of course, by the sight of so many young couples kissing there, right under the stars. The boys must have been in heaven to experience such a place with their beautiful girlfriends. Oh, he's always talking about heaven. Seeing all those young couples at Griffith Park filled me with rage for the rest of the night. It reminded me of the injustices I have to face in life and my war against it all. When I drove down the hill from the observatory, I saw more young couples walking around, and I had the desire to run them over with the Mercedes as a sweet act of revenge. Did you hear that? I already planned to use the Mercedes SUV as one of my weapons on the day of retribution, since Isla Vista on weekend nights was always filled with my enemies walking right in the middle of the road. They would be easy targets. After the disastrous experience at Griffith Park, gosh, disastrous? We decided to take a late night trip all the way to Palos Verdes. Oh, that's where my father was always going to his meetings for that board of directors. Palos Verdes, it's supposed to be very beautiful down there. Yeah, that's where he was. I don't know. He was on the board of directors. I don't think he was the CEO. I mean, I don't know. He was on the board of directors. That's chairman of the board. I don't know if he was chairman, right? I'm not sure. But he was on the board of directors in Palos Verdes. When we arrived at the beach park in Palos... Okay, Palos Verdes, just to admire the scenery. It's beautiful down there. It is. I had never been down there, and Addison told me it was a peaceful, quiet, and exquisite place that provided an extraordinary view. When we arrived at a beach park in Palos Verdes that overlooked the ocean, Philip had fallen asleep, so it was just me and Addison who went out to walk around. I took an instant liking to the place and explored it as much as I could, even though I was still limping with my cane. As the two of us looked up at the stars, we had a few insightful conversations. Addison told me more about his experiences among the popular kids of Malibu, in which I still envied him greatly. For. I told him about all of my newfound philosophical views regarding women and how I believe they are mentally flawed and need to be contained. Oh my God.
And that's why he's worse over.
He didn't show any hint of how he felt about this. I guess he remained neutral. Addison told me that I was a person of high intelligence and that I shouldn't waste it by doing something rash. I guess he sensed she was up to some plan to do something rash. I believe he had a suspicion that I was indeed planning on massacring my enemies and then killing myself. I wonder how he figured that out. Of course, he would have that suspicion. In a way, I think he knew me better than anyone else. I am indeed an intelligent person, but the cruelty of this world gives me no choice but to exact my retribution. I tactfully told Addison that I had no intentions of doing anything stupid, quote unquote. That was my last conversation with him. It was also the last time I ever saw Philip and Addison. I also went to meet with my father's friend Dale Launer on that weekend. Dale Launer is a successful Hollywood screenwriter and producer who owns a nice house in the Pacific Palisades. Dale and my father have been friends for many years. When I was a child, father sometimes took me to dinner parties at his house. I hadn't seen Dale since I was a child, but within the last few months, I began to have email conversations with him after he found out I was having trouble with girls. He wanted to help me overcome my troubles because he is a so-called expert with women. He even showed me pictures of all the gorgeous women he has dated in his life, and there were a lot of them. I think Wispy jumped on her bed and startled her. She's not hurt. She just is annoyed. But she loves Wispy right next to her on the table I have next to her bed. Yeah. She just doesn't want him on her bed, walking on her legs at all. I mean, he doesn't hurt her, but she just doesn't like it. He even showed me pictures of all the gorgeous women he has dated in his life, and there were a lot of them. This man truly lived. A few men who are successful with women have offered me help and advice about this in the past, but nothing ever came of it. It really seems like a lot of people were there to help him and support him. It's really amazing. They must have felt really bad when he did what he did in the end. So, a few men who are successful with women have, okay, but nothing ever came of it. I suppose they want to help because it would be a boost to their already big egos, and also because they feel sorry for me. People should feel sorry for me. My life is so pathetic, and I hate the world for forcing me to suffer it. I feel sorry for myself. In truth, there is nothing men like Dale can really do. Norman's middle name is Dale, by the way. My Uncle Norm. In truth, there is nothing men like Dale can really do to help me attract girls and lose my virginity. They can't mind control girls to be attracted to me. It's all girls' fault for not having any sexual attraction towards me. My brief friendship with Dale would, however, spark a few more interesting email conversations where I confide to him about how cruel I think women are by nature. He would only be amused by this. Of course he would be amused. Women were never cruel to him. They gave him sex and love all his life. I had an argument with Sumaya while I was visiting Father's house. It started when she began to boast that my brother Jazz was recently signed by an agent to act in TV commercials. She said by the time he is my age, he will be a successful actor. I talked about how Jazz was already so socially savvy for his age and how I've always envied him for that. She told me he will never have any problems with girls and will lose his virginity while he's young. I had to sit there and listen to the bitch tell me that my little brother will grow up enjoying the life I've always craved for but missed out on. It is very unfair how some boys are able to live such pleasurable lives while I never had any taste of it, and now it has been confirmed to me that my little brother will become one of them. He will become a popular kid who gets all the girls. Girls will love him. He will become one of my enemies. That was the day I decided I would have to kill him on the day of retribution. Oh, no. I will not allow the boy to surpass me at everything, to live the life I've always wanted. It's not fair that he has the chance to have a pleasurable life while I've been denied it. It will be a hard thing to do because I had really bonded with my little brother in the last year, and he respected and looked up to me. But I would have to do it. If I can't live a pleasurable life, then neither will he. I will not let him put my legacy to shame. Oh my gosh. In order to kill Jazz, I would have to kill Sumaya too, but that will be easy. All I would need to do is think about all of the hurtful things she had said to me in the past as I plunged my knife into her neck. But what if Father is in the house to stop me? Would I have to kill him too? That would be too much. I remember when I was a child, I had dreams about my father dying, and I woke up crying to my mother, in which she would comfort me and tell me that it was just a dream. How could my life have resorted to the point where I am the one to kill my own father? I felt sick to my stomach. I concluded that I would have to set the day of retribution during a time when my father is out of the country on one of his business trips. It would be too risky to try to kill him. I might hesitate at the last second. When I thought about all this, I truly did feel sick. I felt a shiver run through me. My whole world had become so twisted and wrong. I didn't want it to come to this. I desperately wanted a way out. To make me feel more confident, my mother provided me with a better car to drive in Santa Barbara, a BMW 3 Series Coupe.
Oh, shit.
Wow. Boy, he just had it all, didn't he? Just didn't appreciate what he had. Gosh, so few people have this kind of support. I had always wanted this since I cared a lot about my appearance. I had been asking my parents for a more upper-class car ever since I found out that there was a car hierarchy and that some students at my college drove better cars than others. Now I was one of the students with a better high-class car. Having a nicer car than most other students my age did indeed make me feel more confident. Mother should have bought this car for me when I first moved to Santa Barbara. It made me feel better about going out more while I was there. This, coupled with my newly healed leg, gave me the one last twinge of hope as the remaining months of 2013 passed. So we had already met at this point, and we're connecting as friends, Dean.
Yep.
For those last remaining months, my extreme desperation and desire for happiness took hold of me, knowing full well how my life will turn out if I don't get what I want. I went out every single day just to put myself out there in the world in order to see what opportunities arise. I explored the entirety of Santa Barbara and Montecito, and it fully dawned on me what a beautiful environment I had been living in. However, a beautiful environment is the darkest hell if I have to experience it all alone. That fact that I had wasted the last 2 years in such a beautiful place filled me with anguish. I thought about what an enjoyable life I could have had if only girls were attracted to me. 2 new housemates moved into my apartment for the autumn semester. They were 2 foreign Asian students who attended UCSB. These were the biggest nerds I had ever seen, and they were both very ugly with annoying voices. My last 2 housemates, Chris and John, were nerds as well, but at least they were friendly and pleasant. These 2 new ones were utterly repulsive, and one of them had a very rebellious demeanor about him. He went out of his way to start arguments with me whenever I raised the issue of noise he made. Hell, even living with Spencer was more pleasant than these 2 idiots. I knew that when the day of retribution came, I would have to kill my housemates to get them out of the way. If they were pleasant to live with, I would regret having to kill them, but due to their behavior, I now had no regrets about such a prospect. In fact, I'd enjoy stabbing them both to death while they slept. Oh my God. I was assigned a new counselor to meet with me every week in Santa Barbara since Carlin and Sasha no longer worked for that company. My new counselor was named Robert, a UCSB student who is 1 year older than me. I had coffee with him a few times, and we went volunteering together twice in an effort to get me out of my room and doing activities. Nothing conducive to attaining the life I desire came out of these meetings, but the social interaction he provided was pleasant, and it gave me an outlet to express myself. I visited my mother's house quite often in the autumn. Are you okay, Dean? Huh? To my extreme rage, I discovered that my sister now had a boyfriend and that she had lost her virginity. She had casually dated boys in the past, but never to the serious extent that she did with this one. This one was a half-white, half-Mexican named Samuel, and I immediately took an intense disliking to him when I was first introduced to him. He seemed like the typical obnoxious slob that most young girls are sexually attracted to. Georgia invited him to my mother's house all the time, and it angered me to watch him lurking about, eating my mother's food and drinks, and making use of my mother's house. He was freeloading off my mother, and she didn't even realize it. I eventually grew to hate him after I heard him having sex with my sister. I arrived at the house one day, my mother being at work, and heard the sounds of Samuel plunging his... This had to have been a joke. I mean, it's not a joke, but... Listen, okay... I eventually grew to hate him after I heard him having sex with my sister. I arrived at the house one day, my mother being at work, and heard the sounds of Samuel plunging his penis into my sister's vagina through her closed room door, along with my sister's moans. I stood there and listened to it all. That's your sister in there. So my sister, who is 4 years younger than me, managed to lose her virginity before I did. It reminded me how pathetic I was that at the age of 22, I was still a virgin. I hated her boyfriend as well. My sister said he's been with other girls before her, and I'm sure he lost his virginity at a much younger age. It is such an injustice. The slub doesn't even have a car, and he's able to get girlfriends while I drive a BMW and get no attention from any girls whatsoever. My sister even showed me a picture of one of his ex-girlfriends, a pretty brunette white girl. My hatred towards him only intensified after that. I refused to speak to him whenever he came over, and I constantly pestered my mother to ban him from the house, but she refused to heed my demands. Even worse, she constantly talked about him admiringly. He reminded me of Leo Bubenheim, a typical obnoxious boy who had been able to experience a great sex life from a young age. An enemy had now infiltrated the household of my money. My money. Yeah, that's what she was. My mother. The one place in the whole world where I've always sought refuge from injustice. Things were getting too out of hand. Grandma Jinx came to visit Father's house in late October. When she last visited, she resolved an intense conflict between me, my father, and Sumaya. In a way, what is it, Sasha? What's going on, Sasha?
Talking to Daddy.
Are you okay, Sasha?
Talking to Daddy.
Oh, yeah, I guess she's responding. If you want, you can feed her something. If you want. I know you like to feed them the wet food, if you want. You want to feed them the wet food?
I guess.
Yeah, I think that's what she wants. In a way, this recent visit paralleled the last one, since I was having conflicts with Sumaya this time as well, not to the same extreme. I went over to Father's house to see my grandmother. She suggested that I take her out for a coffee, and I knew just the place. I took her to Barnes & Noble at the Calabasas Commons, a place of great significance in my past. While there, I showed her all of the spots I had spent time at years ago. Afterward, before I said my goodbye, a feeling of sadness swept over me, as I knew that was most likely the final farewell. Okay, well, it's not, because it's only Halloween, and I mean, maybe she doesn't come back again, though. On Halloween, I found it hard to believe how fast time had gone by. I remember how on the last Halloween I had considered exacting my retribution on this very day. Time indeed will inevitably pass, and soon enough my fate will have to be decided. I went home to my mother's on Halloween, of course. I wouldn't be able to stand being alone in my Isla Vista room while all of that partying happened around me. It was the exact same scenario as last year. In the afternoon, I saw a new psychologist, Dr. Randy Gold. In truth, he was my old psychologist whom I visited briefly when I was only 13. That was back when my life was just starting to fall through into this dark path, and now I was still in the same position, except that the dark path was soon going to reach its climactic end. After my therapy session, I got drunk in my mother's hot tub, trying not to think about all of the fun and sex that other young people were having that night. Okay, I'm on page 130. I have 7 more pages. Oh my gosh. Nothing came out of my desperate outings in Santa Barbara during the last months of 2013. Girls still didn't show any interest in me. I drove to SBCC a lot, even though I was only signed up for online classes. While there, I saw other boys who had inferior cars driving around with hot girls in their passenger seats. Oh, it's already 11. I have a BMW and never had any hot girl in my passenger seat. Not once. It only made me fume with rage. Santa Barbara was such a beautiful town, but I could go nowhere without being insulted by my enemies. The mere sight of them enjoying their happy lives was an insult to me because I deserve it more than them. One place of refuge I often went to was the Coffee Bean in Montecito. Yeah, David and I went to the Coffee Bean a lot. Just explaining. It was located in a beautiful little town center, and most of the couples there were older than me. It provided a quiet and peaceful place for me to contemplate and brood. On the eve of my last day in Santa Barbara, before I went home for the winter break, I went to the Sandpiper Golf Course in Goleta to watch the sunset. It was my usual sunset spot, and on that evening, the shape of the clouds on the horizon made it exceptionally beautiful. I basked in its radiance as I stood there, wondering with despair how a world so beautiful could be so cruel. And then one final insult came along, as if the world was taking one last spiteful lash at me. A young couple came and stood near me, making out with each other as they watched the very same sunset. There were lots of other people there as well, for it was quite a unique sunset. All of them must have had thoughts of admiration towards the couple and thoughts of contempt towards me because I was all alone and unwanted. I have lived such an unnatural life, devoid of love, sex, and pleasure. Watching sunset was one of the few joys I had left, and now that too was taken from me. How can I enjoy a sunset anymore, knowing that other men get to enjoy them with their beautiful girlfriends at their side? There was no more life for me to live. Okay, so... Okay, this is what remains. Yeah, I can't... I've got to take care of her. I can't believe this is taking so long. I'm coming! I'm coming! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8. Okay, so this is where we're leaving off. I can't believe this, but I have to take care of her. It's already 11 o'clock. It's not going to take long to take care of her. Yeah, it won't. Maybe I should just put you on hold because I want to get this done, and if I turn this off, it'll be like me doing a new thing. I'm just going to go ahead and put you on hold. I'm going to be back in approximately, probably under half an hour. I'm not underestimating. If anything, I'm overestimating. It doesn't take very long. And under half an hour, 20 minutes probably. All right. I'm sorry. I'm just really frustrated it's taken me this long. Oh my goodness. I forgot that my little countdown, or that little hold, will be right back kind of screen is only 20 minutes long. I forgot. So you were in the dark all that time. I apologize. I am done, and oh my god, it's 10 of 12. I took a lot longer than I expected. Okay, let's get this done. Okay, Wispy? All right, so, well, let me just reread this, okay, just to bring us back where we were. Nothing came out of my, this is 1:30 and 7, yeah, it was 7. Okay, yeah, I believe we were here, and I don't know if I read this or not, but I'm going to reread it in case I didn't read it, and it just seems like a good place to start. Nothing came out of my desperate outings in Santa Barbara during the last months of 2013. I just want to check something really quick. Okay, everything's good. So nothing came out of my, he says, nothing came out of my desperate outings in Santa Barbara during the last months of 2013. Girls still didn't show any interest in me. I drove to SBCC a lot, even though I was only signed up for online classes. Yeah, I did read this, didn't I? Well, there, I saw other boys who had inferior cars driving around with hot girls in their passenger seats. I have a BMW and never had any hot girl in my passenger seat. Not once. It only made me fume with rage. Santa Barbara was such a beautiful town, but I could go nowhere without being insulted by my enemies. The mere sight of them enjoying their happy lives was an insult to me because I deserve it more than them. One place of refuge I often went to was the Coffee Bean in Montecito. It was located in, oh wait, I read all of this, didn't I? Yeah, sorry. Yeah, this is the hilarious little all right. All right, I guess it was here I left off. I'm pretty sure. During the winter break, I was able to experience one final respite before 2014 came, the year my sad story. Okay, I did read this part. Will at last come to its tragic end. My mother and sister planned another trip to England at the end of December, this time for 2 weeks. For those 2 weeks, I stayed at my mother's house by myself, taking advantage of the time I have to have one last period of relaxation and peace. They decided to take my sister's boyfriend Samuel to England with them, and upon hearing this, I became very infuriated. Samuel was my enemy, someone who has enjoyed a happy life of sex while I have starved for years. And now my own mother was paying for his ticket to England, something he doesn't deserve. I felt so betrayed by my mother because of this. She should have been more considerate for how I would feel. I am her son. She should be on my side. But then again, my mother is a woman, and women are all mentally ill. I wonder if that's what the CIA says about women, yeah, when it's really them who is mentally ill. You know, it's really interesting how the people who accuse others of things are usually guilty of it themselves. You know, projection is a very common thing, and yeah, all those idiotic men of the CIA who insist on following old world law, which is so ridiculous. You know, you have to be mentally ill to to do something like that and insist that all women are inferior. I bet that's what they think, that we're mentally ill. And you know, let's kill off all the women and let's see how you know, without women you can't reproduce, right? You need someone to give birth. I guess that's why they were trying to find out a way for men to carry babies, right? So they could just do away with all women, but you still need the female DNA to create a baby, right? So I guess just kill off the woman and steal her DNA, but then wouldn't you run out of it after a while? I mean, I guess you could just grow it in a laboratory, the DNA, and then just create babies with it and just have, and not have any girls ever, you know, just create, like delete the female embryos and just create male embryos from the female DNA connected to the male DNA, and then get some man to carry it in their abdomen. And then when the baby's ripe, you just cut open his abdomen and pop him out, right? Would that be their preference? You know, maybe they're all like gay and they just want men. I mean, why do they like women? I mean, why are they sexually attracted to women? If women are so ridiculous and inferior, I mean, what, they're just a vagina for them to have sex, to put their penis inside, and then a little incubator to carry their baby, and they're just supposed to lay in bed waiting for them every day and give birth to their babies and be the maid and the, you know, take care of them, and while they go and do what they want in the world, right? So why is it that it's the mother who passes on IQ? Without the mother, there's no IQ. And it seems like these guys really value IQ. So, you know, you can't reproduce. The species ends. The species is extinct without women. And without IQ, nobody knows how to do anything and is a big blob, right, of flesh. You know, I mean, with EQ, you cry, you're sensitive, you know, that's passed on by the man, not the woman, the man. It's IQ that's passed on by the women. A lot of people would say that EQ is more important than IQ. That's what Daddy always used to say. But, you know, without IQ, you don't even function, right? I mean, you can't even do anything. So I just don't understand the logic of men who insist on following old world law in the CIA just because nobody's updated the law since the old world. That's what I'm here to do. That's why I was born, and I'm a woman, and they don't want me to do it. They want to keep living their fantasy land in a time period that is extinct. They want to believe they are superior to women. Women are all slaves and servants that are at their service and there for their pleasure, I guess, to create babies for them and take care of them and to take care of them and be their mommy, and everything revolves around them. I mean, that sounds very narcissistic, doesn't it? I mean, men who think like that must be delusional, narcissistic idiots. It's not a healthy world. What a boring ass life that would be, you know. I mean, what happened with their mothers? I mean, the mothers who gave birth to them, what was their relationship with their mother that they have no respect for women? What happened? You know, I know that there are, I know there are bad women. I mean, I know women can be very abusive, and maybe this is this is why they hate women so much and want to control them, because it's women who do the most damage. Really, it's women who have the most power. Really. Men have the most physical power, yes, but women have the most emotional power, and IQ comes from us. So if you are some woman's genetic son, you have your genetic mother to thank for your IQ. You can't thank your father. He gave you your sensitivity and your heart, and that's, my daddy always said that's more important. But these guys who are all into IQ and have no need for heart or EQ, well, yeah, you carry so little of it to pass along to your offspring. You'd be a terrible genetic match. You'd be a terrible specimen to pass along your DNA with. I mean, it's, obviously you lack EQ to pass on to your offspring, if you're like that. You didn't get enough EQ. I don't know, I guess you had fathers that were really EQ stupid, right? A very low EQ. And that's why you think the way you do, and are so retarded. You have to be mentally retarded to think like that. Yeah, let's go back to the old world. Let's throw away our computers. Let's do away with electricity. I mean, it's nice to eat by candlelight, sure, but no, it's old world, okay? We have to go back to buggies, horse and carriages, no Cialis, no, what's the other one? Sorry, all natural. I'm sorry, we have no blood pressure medicine for you. You're gonna have to just die of a heart attack. Sorry. No dye for your girlfriend, to look the way you want her to. Limited makeup, sorry. Let's go back to the old world. In the old world, women were covered up. Sorry, you can't see me in a bikini. I don't own a bikini because I'm in the old world. My neckline, comes up to here, and I wear a long dress. You can't see any of my skin. What else were in the old world that we should bring back? What else? Let's bring it all back. I mean, let's just do away with this modern way of life that we live. We don't have any need for it. Let's live in the old world like modern day animals, and you go to your hut, I'll go to mine. No toys, no sports cars, sorry. Whatever you like. No, you just have the basics. No heat, just a fireplace. Let's do it. Come on, let's do it. Come on, it's better than this world. I mean, it's the law, right? Old world law. Let's live according to the old world law. Let's live the way they always lived, and let's live that way forever and ever. No need for electronics.
Amen.
No need for your drugs that you pop every chance you get. I mean, what else? What else is old world?
Okay,
let's go back.
Here is a bad example.
Okay, I don't want to get too far into it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You're old and you're sick, and the pills cost you $500 a month.
Right, exactly.
But if you live in damn Canada, all the bills cost you $30.
Okay, no, we're going to the old world. If you get cancer, you're just gonna have to die a painful death. Sorry, I mean, you're just gonna die of it. We can't cure you. There's no vaccines. You're just gonna have to die of smallpox or what else is there? What else happened? Yeah, I mean, you're just gonna have to die of natural causes all the time. There's no one who can save you. We're gonna have to amputate your leg if it gets too crushed. I mean, I don't know. I can't think of everything. No contact lenses. Sorry. If you want, you're gonna have to wear little tiny glasses because that's what they wore in the old world. What else was old world? We got to bring it all back. I mean, see, that's, if you're going to say this is old world law and we're going to follow old world law and, we're going to live life that way. Well, bring it all back. I mean, you can't pick and choose, either we live according to old world law and we don't have any of the new world here. We get rid of everything that has evolved and developed since that time. Get rid of everything. I'm sorry, you got to get rid of your Maserati. I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, there's no U.S. government. Right? I mean, I don't know what year they're talking about. I mean, I really don't. I know it's before statehood, right? Was it before the United States was a country? I mean, what are they talking about? I'm sure they would love that so they could just, have a free-for-all and just do whatever the hell they want. I mean, I don't know what they, but with that comes everything, okay? I mean, you don't get any of the conveniences of the modern day world. Sorry. With that comes, there's no Social Security. There's no Medicare, no health care. Sorry. I mean, all our modern day conveniences, all our modern day way of life, it's gone. It's wiped out. If you want old world, you gotta take it all or nothing at all. It doesn't work. Oh, we like these laws better than the modern day laws, so, this is the law of the land. No, it's not. Those laws are long ago expired. It's like saying, what is it like? Yeah, I know I'm really taking too much time here, but it's like it's like looking it's like, okay, it's like a coupon, right? That has a date on it that it expires, right? It's a coupon. It says it expires on a certain date, and it's you going to the store and saying, "Hi, can I have my free ice cream cone?" Sorry, the date, the expert date, it's past the expiration date. We can't honor the coupon. That's those old world laws. They're expired.
Right.
And yeah, I'm sorry. Well, let me have the new coupon. We don't have any new coupons. Sorry, we haven't gotten around.
We don't know what a damn coupon is.
Right, here you can, I don't need it. I don't, okay, all right. Sorry, we haven't made any new coupons yet, but we can't honor the old ones. Sorry. When we get around to revising it and updating our special, we'll let you know. That's what it is. It's like it's old world laws that have long ago expired, but we just haven't gotten a chance to revise them to match the modern day world we live in. That's what it is. They're like, oh no, we have this coupon. Look, We get a free ice cream cone. Yes, we do. I mean, that's what these old, stupid idiots insisting on living according to old world law. No, I have the coupon. Look at the expiration date.
Is wrong. The British came over here and kicked their ass and took us over in 1812.
Right, yeah. But what I'm saying, I'm trying to make a point, Dean, and that's a whole different point. But yes, the War of 1812 was the war that Britain took this country back. It was kept top secret, of course, and that's why I'm born, to take it back. I mean, with my birth, my successful birth, in 1965, we took it back, okay? And now Britain is American. I mean, well, governed by America, okay? It's not the other way around. America owns the UK, not the other way around, okay? In the old days, yeah, we used to be owned by England, right? And we gained our independence through the Revolutionary War. We suffered, we fought, we died, and we thought we achieved freedom. But then the War of 1812 happened, and Britain secretly took it back. Right, England, the King of England, one of my genetic fathers, a tyrant. And that's why I had to be born. So my birth could immediately reverse that, because, you know, it couldn't continue like that. That was wrong. It was correcting a wrong and making it better, actually. That's what you get, you know. But my point about, you know, old world law is it has long ago expired, guys, and you know it. You just like, I want my free ice cream cone. I got the coupon. Look, I got it. Sorry, it's long ago expired. Give me another coupon then. I want my free ice cream cone. Sorry, we don't have those coupons anymore. We don't. You know, we haven't figured out what we want to do, you know, what coupon we want to have now, and we don't have any right now. When we come up with new ones, we'll let you know. But no, I want a free ice cream now. No, sorry. You know, I mean, that's what these stupid idiot men in the CIA who insist on it being old world law, where women have no rights and we're just cows who give birth, you know, and provide us with them, you know, with babies. And I mean, it's so disgusting. And oh yeah, they're nothing. Women, you know, something really bad something happened with their mothers, boy, for them to hate women so much. You know, kind of like Elliot Rodger. Something bad happened for him to hate women so much. Yeah, Wispy, he likes to walk on her bed and she hates it. But she doesn't want me to close the door at night. She wants him to do she wants him to obey her. And you know, cats don't really obey. They do what they want. Anyway, so that's kind of the analogy I have about men who want their cake and eat it too, and want what they want. It's old world law. You haven't revised it, so let's go back and go ahead. Go live in the woods, survive on insects. You know, starve when there's no food. You know, go ahead, go back to the old world. You know, and leave us the hell alone. That's what I say to you. I'm gonna revise the law. Okay, and that's what I'm here for. Somebody has to, and I can't even believe, I guess there's never been a me, you know, and that's the problem. And I'm here, and that's why they've wanted to do away with me. These male chauvinist pigs, you know, they just, you know, they have no tolerance for someone like me, and they've tried to do away with me my whole life, and sorry, it doesn't work like that. All right, I am going to finish this now. Okay. Wow, his family sounds very generous. I just can't get over it, how nice they were to him. I don't know why life was so horrible for him. I don't know. He was really spoiled, honestly. Okay. I felt so betrayed by my mother because of this, you know, paying for Samuel's ticket to England. That was his sister's boyfriend. She should have been more considerate for how I would feel. I'm her son, and she should be on my side. But then again, my mother is a woman, and women are all mentally ill. There is no way she could possibly understand my point of view. Oh, yeah, because she's so inferior. And, like, you're so superior, right? I mean, your way of thinking is really bizarre and delusional, and you think that's why she can't understand your point of view, because you don't really make a lot of sense, and you need someone to assist you in your thinking process because you're confused. That's why she can't understand your point of view. She can try, she can care. Obviously, she does care. She's gone to a lot of effort to help you and hasn't been exactly successful. But she gives you a lot. You receive a lot more than most sons ever will, you know. Okay. I attended my father's Christmas party during this winter break. At the party, I ran into Carl Champley. I hadn't seen him since he hired me to work on his house years ago, and it was nice to speak with him again. I felt very bitter and ashamed, having to appear to all my father's friends as the same awkward, unwanted outcast I had always been. Some of them asked me about my life in Santa Barbara, and a few even asked if I had a girlfriend. Oh, that is not the question to ask. I had to suffer having to tell them that, no, I don't have a girlfriend because girls are not attracted to me. Yeah, just keep repeating that enough times and they won't be. Keep brainwashing yourself. I wished I could tell them all that I had an amazing life there with a girlfriend who would be with me at that very party. I wish I could have made them all proud of me, but of course I had nothing about me to be proud of. The only solace I had for that shame was the knowledge that I will soon rectify everything on the day of retribution. My mother told me that I can have one bottle of wine from her pantry while she was away, and on New Year's Eve I chose to open the best one in the lot, a fine vintage that I slowly sipped throughout the night as I stayed at my mother's house all alone. I knew that other young popular people were having the time of their lives that night, partying the night away. As I sipped my wine alone in the moonlit darkness of my mother's backyard, I assured myself that soon I will have my revenge on all those young popular people. Soon. After a restless sleep, I arose from my bed early on New Year's Day 2014. This is the year. This was the final year. It's so funny. It's like I predict what he's going to write, don't I? This was the year in which everything will come to a close, and this year I will finally have my closure, my vengeance, my retribution. My whole tragic life had led to this, and I was ready. I had been rejected, insulted, humiliated, cast out, bullied, starved, tortured, and ridiculed for far too long. Humanity is a cruel and brutal species, and the only thing I could do to even the score was to return that cruelty 1,000-fold. Women's rejection. He's such a broken record. He keeps saying the same thing again and again. Is he trying to brainwash himself? I mean, it really seems like he might be. Women's rejection of me is a declaration of war. He said this before. And if it's war they want, then war they shall have. I will be a war that will result in their complete and utter annihilation. Annihilation. I will deliver a blow to my enemies that will be so catastrophic it will redefine the very essence of human nature. Whoa. It was time to plot exactly what I will do on the day of retribution. I will be a god, punishing women and all of humanity for their depravity. I will finally deliver to them all the pain and suffering they've dealt to me for so long. The first thing I had to consider was the exact date it will take place. Valentine's Day would have been very fitting, since it was the holiday that made me feel the most miserable and insulted, the holiday in which young couples celebrated their happy lives together. The problem was that Valentine's Day was only a month away. I needed more time than that. Also, on Valentine's Day, most young couples will be spread out in various restaurants in the city instead of being packed together at parties in Isla Vista. Another option was Deltopia, a day in which many young people pour in from all over the state to have a spring break party on Del Playa Street. I figured this would be the perfect day to attack Isla Vista, but after watching YouTube videos of previous Deltopia parties, I saw that there were way too many cops walking around on such an event. It would be impossible to kill enough of my enemies before being dispatched by those damnable cops. I wanted to set an exact date on a normal Isla Vista party weekend, and once I set that date, I will never change it. After a lot of thinking and consideration, I concluded to bring about the day of retribution on Saturday, April 26, 2014. 2662. That's like Marilyn Monroe. It's like Daddy. I know the Queen, their birthday, the Queen and his birthday is April 21st, which is just 5 days prior. Nichiren Daishonin first recited Daimoku, the words that all Nichiren Buddhists chant on April 28th, right? I don't know, other than the 2662, or 6226. Other than that, I don't know why it's a Saturday. I guess he wanted a Saturday. 26. I feel like he selected that for a reason. Daddy was born on that year. I mean, in the body he is in now. In the first months of 2014, which are the last months of my life, that's so sad, and he knows it, I tried to make the most out of every day. There was no single day, typo, where I stayed in my room. Every single morning I set out in my BMW to go on adventures around the vicinity of Santa Barbara and Montecito, and I wouldn't return until late in the night. I went on hikes in the mountains of Montecito, wandered around aimlessly in beautiful parks. Yeah, David hikes a lot. And he went to beautiful parks and strolled the beach, sips lattes at various cafes. This is totally him. And watched the sunset at my many contemplation spots, staying there until the stars lit up the night sky. This is totally David. Every time I did this, though, there was no escaping the sight of young couples doing the exact same thing together. It made me even more eager for the day of retribution to come. My life was a living hell, and that hell needed to come to an end. I had enough extra money saved up to live comfortably and indulgently before I die. I didn't spend all of it, though, for I still needed supplies that were vital to my plans. First, I needed to buy a third handgun, just in case one of them jams. I needed 2 working handguns at the same time, as that was how I planned to commit suicide. With 2 simultaneous shots in the head, to the head, simultaneous cause and effect are simultaneous, right? Is that why? The simultaneity of cause and effect. Because that's really weird. 2 simultaneous shots to the head.
All you need is 1 pistol. And you put it in
He
your
wants...
mouth, and you blow your brains out.
I know. He wants 2 simultaneous... He wants 2 pistols to simultaneously shoot himself in the head. 2 simultaneous shots to the head. Isn't that... That's highly unusual. It really sounds like a reference to the simultaneity of cause and effect. I also needed to buy magazine clips and ammunition, as well as knives and carrying cases for my equipment. Even in the first months of 2014, leading up to the tragic day in April, the little twinge of hope inside me never faded. Yeah, that will just to live, right? It remained as if it were he left out the A, tiny flickering flame of a candle in a dark room. I suppose that little flame is what prompted me to actually attend the 2 spring semester classes I registered for at SBCC. That lasted a good 2 weeks before I realized how pointless it was and dropped them. There was no hope now, and I had to accept it. After going through every single fantasy I had about how I would punish my enemies, I started to detail all of my exact plans for how the day of retribution will play out. On the day before the day of retribution, I will start the first phase of my vengeance, silently killing as many people as I can around Isla Vista by luring them into my apartment through some form of trickery. The first people I would have to kill are my 2 housemates to secure the entire apartment for myself as my personal torture and killing chamber. Oh my goodness. After that, I will start luring people into my apartment, knock them out with a hammer, and slit their throats. I will torture some of the good-looking people before I kill them, assuming that the good-looking ones had the best sex lives. All of that pleasure they had in life, I will punish by bringing them pain and suffering. What do you think, Dean? Okay. I have to find my place now. Okay. I have lived a life of pain and suffering, and it was time to bring that pain to people who actually deserve it. I will cut them, flay them, which means taking, peeling off their skin, strip all the skin off their flesh. That's kind of what flaying is. And pour boiling water all over them while they are still alive, as well as any other form of torture I could possibly think of. When they are dead, I will behead them and keep their heads in a bag, for their heads will play a major role in the final phase. This first phase will represent my vengeance against all of the men who have had pleasurable sex lives while I've had to suffer. Things will be fair once I make them suffer as I did. I will finally even the score. The second phase will take place on the day of retribution itself, just before the climactic massacre. The second phase will represent my war on women. I will punish all females for the crime of depriving me of sex. I mean, what a joke. They have starved me of sex for my entire youth and gave that pleasure to other men. In doing so, they took many years of my life away. I cannot kill every single female on earth, but I can deliver a devastating blow that will shake all of them to the core of their wicked hearts. I will attack the very girls who represent everything I hate in the female gender, the hottest sorority of UCSB. After doing a lot of extensive research within the last year, I found out that the sorority with the most beautiful girls is Alpha Phi sorority. I know exactly where their house is, and I've sat outside it in my car to stalk them many times. Alpha Phi sorority is full of hot, beautiful blonde girls, the kind of girls I've always desired but was never able to have because they all look down on me. They are all spoiled, heartless, wicked bitches. They think they are superior to me, and if I ever tried to ask one on a date, they would reject me cruelly. I will sneak into their house at around 9 p.m. on the day of retribution, just before all of the partying starts, and slaughter every single one of them with my guns and knives. If I have time, I will set their whole house on fire. Then we shall see who the superior one really is. The final phase of the day of retribution will be my ultimate showdown in the streets of Isla Vista. On the morning before, I will drive down to my father's house to kill my little brother, denying him of the chance to grow up to surpass me, along with my stepmother Sumaya, as she will be in the way. My father will be away on one of his business trips, so thankfully I won't have to deal with him. If he didn't go away on that trip, I might even have to postpone the whole plan because of my fear that I might hesitate if I have to kill him. Once I've taken care of my brother and stepmother, I will switch over to the Mercedes SUV and drive it back up to Isla Vista. I will use it as one of my killing machines against my enemies. An SUV will cause a lot more damage than my BMW coupe. After I have killed all of the sorority girls at Alpha Phi House, I will quickly get into the SUV before the police arrive, assuming they would arrive within 3 minutes. I will then make my way to Del Playa, splattering as many of my enemies as I can with the SUV, shooting anyone I don't splatter. I can only imagine how sweet it will be to ram the SUV into all those groups of popular young people who I've always witnessed walking right in the middle of the road as if they are better than everyone else. When they are writhing in pain, their bodies broken and dying after I splatter them, they will fully realize their crimes. Once I reach Del Playa Street, I will dump the bag of severed heads I had saved from my previous victims, proclaiming to everyone how much I've made them all suffer. Once they see all of their friends' heads roll onto the street, everyone will fear me as the powerful God I am. I will then start massacring everyone on Del Playa Street. I will pull up next to a house party and fire bullets at everyone partying on the front yard. I will specifically target the good-looking people and all of the couples. After I have destroyed a house party, I will continue down Del Playa, destroying everything and everyone. When I see the first police car come to their rescue, I will drive away as fast as I can, shooting and ramming anyone in my path until I find a suitable place to finally end my life. To end my life, I will quickly swallow all of the Xanax and Vicodin pills I have left, along with an ample amount of hard liquor. Immediately after imbibing this mixture, I will shoot myself in the head with 2 of my handguns simultaneously. If the gunshots don't kill me, the deadly drug mixture eventually will. I will not suffer being captured and sent to prison. I must plan this very efficiently. Nothing can go wrong. It needs to be perfect. This is now my sole purpose on this world, Earth. My plans will come to fruition, and I mustn't let anyone stop me. Am I almost done here? Epilogue, where is it? There it is. I have this one, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay, only 2. On the week leading up to the date I set, I gotta put that in there, for the day of retribution, I uploaded several videos onto YouTube in order to express my views and feelings to the world. Though I don't plan on uploading my ultimate video until minutes before the attack, because on that video I will talk about exactly why I'm doing this. I titled one of the videos I uploaded, "Why Do Girls Hate Me So Much?" in which I asked the entire population of women the question I've wanted to ask them for so many years: why do you hate me so much? Why have you never fancied me? Why do they give their love and sex to other men but not me, even though I deserve them more? In the video, I show that I am the perfect, magnificent gentleman, worthy of having a beautiful girlfriend, making the world see how unreasonable it is that I've had to struggle all my life to get a girlfriend. It is my attempt to reason with the female gender, to ask them why they have mistreated me. I was hoping I would get some sort of answer from girls. In fact, a small part of me was even hoping that a girl would see the video and contact me to give me a chance to go on a date. That alone would have prevented the day of retribution. What are you doing, Dean?
Cleaning up.
Okay. Well, putting together your tools or something?
Yes.
That alone would have prevented the day of retribution if one girl had just given me one chance. But no, as expected, I got absolutely no response from any girls. The only responses I got were from other men who called me names and made fun of me. Women don't care about me at all. They won't even deign, there's that word again, deign to tell me why they've mistreated me. This just shows how evil and sadistic they are. Oh well, they will realize the gravity of their crimes when I slaughtered them all on the day of retribution. How dare they reject a magnificent gentleman like me? As April 26th drew ever closer, I prepared myself to the fullest extent. All I had left to do was finish writing this story and film my final video. But then on Thursday, April 24th, I woke up with a terrible cold. I rarely ever get colds. Yeah, I rarely get colds either. As he knows, I've always had a strong immune system. It was as if fate itself was trying to stop me from doing it. But what other reason do I have for living? Alas, there was no way I could carry out my plans if I had a cold. Everything had to be perfect. In addition, I found out that Father had arrived home 2 days earlier than he originally said he would. So if I had indeed went forth with my plans, I would have to kill my father, which I wouldn't be mentally prepared for. I hastily decided to postpone it to Saturday, May 24th, 2014. 2-4. Okay. 5-2-4. 7. That's like a 2. I would definitely be fully recovered from my cold by then. This will also give me a few more weeks of life and more time to prepare. A few days earlier, I felt so ready to finally strike back at women and humanity with all my rage and hatred. I was profoundly eager to do it, but for some strange reason, having a few more weeks of life made me feel relieved. I took in a deep breath and relaxed. Coupled with my hate-fueled eagerness to carry out my act of revenge, there was also an extreme sense of fear inside me. Part of me still didn't want to do it. It will mean my death, and I have always been afraid of death. I didn't want to be in Isla Vista on April 26th, the day I previously planned on carrying out my plans. Hearing all of my enemies partying and having a good time on the day I was supposed to kill them all would be too much to bear. I immediately called my mother and asked her if I can stay at her house for the whole weekend, exaggerating my illness so that she would let me. While there, I visited the doctor to ask about the condition of my cold and spent the weekend in deep, peaceful contemplation. Upon my return to Santa Barbara, I assured to myself that this was it. May 24th, 2014 was the final date. 2014 is a 7, right? And 5, 2, 4, that's 7 plus 4, that's 2. 7, 2, 2, 7. That was the age I was when I started going out with David. I don't know if that means anything. Yeah, I was 27 when I started going out with him. Hmm. 4, 2, 6. That's 6 plus 6, right? 4. That's 6, 6. That's 1, 2. That's a 3. I'm doing the numerology. April, the original day was a 3, right? 4, 2, 6 plus 6, 1 plus 2 is 3. 3 and a 7, right? The year was a 7. 4 plus 1 plus 2, that's a 7. So, $37. I'm trying to think what age I was in 2003. When I removed David from my life. I'm just curious if I was 37. I don't know if I was. I might have been. It was around the age I was. 65, right? So in 2005, I would have been 40, right? Is that right? 95, I was 30. 2005, I was 40. So take away 2, that would be 8. I was turning 38 that year. But when I removed David from my life, just before his birthday, the day before his birthday, I believe, I was 37. Wow. This is David. Wow. 5, 2, 4. What did I say? 7. That's a 2. 72, 27 was when I started going out with him. Wow. I started going out with him at age 27 and removed him from my life at age 37. Wow. I've never even thought about that before. Wow.
What do you do it? You do it?
I'm just realizing I was looking at the numbers, numerology of the dates he chose for the day of retribution. The first day was the age I removed David from my life in 2003. I was 37 years old. And then he got a cold and he couldn't do it that day. He wanted to be perfect for the day. And so he had to choose a new day, and he chose a day he would be completely recovered from his cold and be okay and ready. And he chose May 24th, 2014, and that adds up to be, if you add up May 24th, that's a 2, and 2014 is a 7.
May is 5.
Right, 5 plus 2 is 7, plus 4 is 11, 1 plus 1 is 2. 27. And that was the age I was when I started going out with David. 27. I don't think that's any kind of mistake. He chose those dates very carefully.
So why didn't you live up to what he wrote?
Well, this guy did. I mean, I don't think he
No,
killed a
why
lot.
he didn't. Your boyfriend. He helped write this stuff. Why didn't he put 2 guns to his head and boom?
Okay, I don't know. I have to see what the report says. I didn't follow this in the news back in 2014 at all. I missed it. So, I have to look it up and see what actually happened. I know he killed a number of people. I know they found his body, etc. I'm sorry. I've hardly eaten anything today.
Good baby.
Mm.
You good baby? Yeah, you're good baby. Oh, good baby. Very good little baby. Good little baby. You're a good baby. Very good baby. Very good baby.
Wow, it's 2:44 a.m. Wow. I mean 12:44 a.m. Yeah, I'm definitely going to make it in time for 11:59 on Pacific, in Idaho. Okay. That is wild. So,
He didn't get to the point where he blew his brains out.
okay, I'm almost there. Just let me finish this. I'm on page 134. I have 3 more pages. I'm almost to the epilogue. Okay, so let me reread this sentence. Upon my return to Santa Barbara, I assured he says to myself, I don't know what that's about, that this was it. Kind of like Michael Jackson, this is it, right? This was it. May 24th, 2014 was the final date. There is no postponing it anymore, no backing out. If I don't do this, then I only have a future filled with more loneliness and rejection ahead of me, devoid of sex, love, and enjoyment. I have to do it. It's the only thing I can do. May 24th is the absolute last weekend in the spring semester in which I can carry out this plan efficiently. After May 24th, the spring semester at SBCC will end, and all of the SBCC students will go back to their hometowns, which means less enemies to kill in Isla Vista. Sure, UCSB would still be in session, but I want to kill both UCSB and SBCC students. The day of retribution is my sole purpose on this world, and I am ready. After only a week passed since I uploaded those videos on YouTube, I heard a knock on my apartment door. I opened it to see about 7 police officers asking for me. As soon as I saw those cops, the biggest fear I had ever felt in my life overcame me. I had the striking and devastating fear that someone had somehow discovered what I was planning to do and reported me for it. If that was the case, the police would have searched my room, found all of my guns and weapons along with my writings about what I planned to do with them. I would have been thrown in jail, denied of the chance to exact revenge on my enemies. I can't imagine a hell darker than that. Thankfully, that wasn't the case, but it was so close. Apparently, someone saw my videos and became instantly suspicious of me. They called some sort of health agency who called the police to check up on me. The police told me it was my mother who called them, but my mother told me it was the health agency. My mother had watched the videos and was very disturbed by them. I don't suppose I'll ever know the full truth of who called the police on me. The police interrogated me outside for a few minutes, asking me if I had suicidal thoughts. I tactfully told them it was all a misunderstanding, and they finally left. If they had demanded to search my room, that would have ended everything. For a few horrible seconds, I thought it was all over. When they left, the biggest wave of relief swept over me. It was so scary. It was all because of the videos. I must have expressed too much anger in them. I immediately took most of them off of YouTube and planned to re-upload them a few days before the day of retribution. This incident made me realize that I needed to be extra careful. I can't let anyone become suspicious of me. All it takes is for one person to call the police and tell them that they think I'm going to perpetrate a shooting, and the police will be coming to my door again, demanding to search my room. For the next few days, I felt extremely fearful that they could show up at any time. I kept one of my handguns with a few loaded magazines near me just in case such a thing did happen. If they did show up, I would have to try to quickly shoot them all and escape out the back window. I would then have to perform a hasty mockery of my plans with the police on my tail. That will ruin everything. Thankfully, all suspicion of me was dropped after I took down the videos from YouTube and the police never came back. During the last few weeks of my life, I continued my daily adventures around town, trying to experience as much of the world as I could before I die. Upon doing this, I realized that the only world I can possibly ever experience is a twisted world of constant suffering. No matter where I go, I have to face all of the same injustices. Young couples are everywhere. They constantly remind me of what I have lacked all my life. I cannot go out of my room without seeing a young couple that will make me feel envious and enraged. How dare these girls give their love and sex to those other men and not me, I constantly think when I see young couples. There is nowhere in the world I can go anymore. There is no more life to live. The day of retribution is all I have. It is the final solution to all of the injustices of this twisted world. By doing this, I will set right all of the wrongs I've had to face in my sorry excuse of a life. Every single time I've seen a guy walk around with his beautiful girlfriend, I've always wanted to kill them both in the most painful way possible. They deserve it. They must be punished. The males deserve to be punished for living a better and more pleasurable life than me, and the females deserve to be punished for giving that pleasurable life to those males instead of me. On the day of retribution, I will finally be able to punish them all. When I think about the amazing and blissful life I could have lived if only females were sexually attracted to me, my entire being burns with hatred. They denied me a happy life, and in return, I will take away all their lives. It is only fair. I am not part of the human race. Humanity has rejected me. The females of the human species have never wanted to mate with me, so how could I possibly consider myself part of humanity? Humanity has never accepted me among them, and now I know why. I am more than human. I am superior to them. I am superior to them all. I am Elliot Rodger, magnificent, glorious, supreme, eminent, divine. I am the closest thing there is to a living God. Humanity is a disgusting, depraved, and evil species. It is my purpose to punish them all. I will purify the world of everything that is wrong with it. On the day of retribution, I will truly be a powerful God, punishing everyone I deem to be impure and depraved. Wow.
Okay.
Epilogue. And that is how my tragic life ends. Who would have thought my life will turn out this way? I didn't. There was a time when I thought this world was a good and happy place. As a child, my whole world was innocent. It wasn't until I went through puberty and started desiring girls that my whole life turned into a living hell. I desired girls, but girls never desired me back. There is something very wrong with that. It is an injustice that cannot go unpunished. There is no way I could live a happy life with such a scenario. Not only did I have to waste my entire youth suffering in loneliness and unfulfilled desire, but I had to live with the knowledge that other boys my age were able to have all of the experiences I craved for. It is absolutely unfair and unjust. In addition, I had to suffer the shame of other boys respecting me less because I didn't get any girls. Everyone knew I was a virgin. Everyone knew how undesirable I was to girls. And I hated everyone just for knowing it. I want people to think that girls adore me. I want to feel worthy. There is no pride in living as a lonely, unwanted outcast. I wouldn't even call it living. I am not meant to live such a pathetic, miserable life. That is not my place in this world. I will not bow down and accept such a horrific fate. If humanity will not give me a worthy place among them, then I will destroy them all. I am better than all of them. I am a god. Exacting my retribution is my way of proving my true worth to the world. In the midst of my suffering, I have been able to see the world much clearer than others. I have vision that other people lack. Through my suffering, I have been able to see just how twisted and wrong this world really is. The current state of humanity is what makes it wrong. I look at the human race and I see only vileness and depravity, all because an act known as sexuality. Sex is by far the most evil concept in existence. The fact that life itself exists through sex just proves that life is flawed. The act of sex gives human beings a tremendous amount of pleasure they don't deserve. No one deserves to experience so much pleasure, especially since some humans get to experience it while some are denied it. When a man has sex with a beautiful woman, he probably feels like he is in heaven, but the world is not supposed to be heaven. For some humans, to actually be able to feel such heights of heavenly pleasure is selfish and hedonistic. The ultimate evil behind sexuality is the human female. They are the main instigators of sex. They control which men get it and which men don't. Women are flawed creatures, and my mistreatment at their hands has made me realize this sad truth. Who mistreated? Well, I guess the women who ignored him and rejected him. There is something very twisted and wrong with the way their brains are wired. They think like beasts, and in truth, they are beasts. Women are incapable of having morals or thinking rationally. They are completely controlled by their depraved emotions and vile sexual impulses. Because of this, the men who do get to experience the pleasures of sex and the privilege of breeding are the men who women are sexually attracted to. The stupid, degenerate, obnoxious men. That's not, I don't know. I don't know if that's, really true at all. I have observed this all my life. The most beautiful women choose to mate with the most brutal of men. Instead of magnificent gentlemen like myself. Women should not have the right to choose who to mate and breed with. That decision should be made for them by rational men of intelligence. Oh my goodness. If women continue to have rights, they will only hinder the advancement of the human race by breeding with degenerate men and creating stupid, degenerate offspring. This will cause humanity to become even more depraved with each generation. Women have more power in human society than they deserve, all because of sex. There is no creature more evil and depraved than the human female. Women are like a plague. They don't deserve to have any rights. Their wickedness must be contained in order to prevent future generations from falling to degeneracy. Women are vicious, evil, barbaric animals, and they need to be treated as such. Oh my goodness. That's okay. In fully realizing these truths about the world, it's already 1 a.m. I have only 2 more hours, but I'm done. In fully realizing these truths about the world, I have created the ultimate and perfect ideology of how a fair and pure world would work. In an ideal world, sexuality would not exist. It must be outlawed. In a world without sex, humanity will be pure and civilized. Men will grow up healthily without having to worry about such a barbaric act. All men will grow up fair and equal because no man will be able to experience the pleasures of sex while others are denied it. The human race will evolve to an entirely new level of civilization, completely devoid of all the impurity and degeneracy that exists today. Okay, let me just... Wow, this is really unbelievable. In order to completely abolish sex, women themselves have to be abolished. All women must be quarantined like the plague they are, kind of like in Hawaii, so that they can be used in a manner that actually benefits a civilized society. So that they can be used in a manner that actually benefits a civilized society. In order, you forgot the two, in order to carry this out, there must exist a new and powerful type of government under the control of one divine ruler, such as myself. You know what? You know what I think David is doing? He is exposing what all these sick male chauvinist idiots want or believe in the CIA. You know, the old world law people, you know, idiots. I think this is top secret information he's exposing in the form of somebody's delusional dream, right? He can't be accused of releasing top secret information if it's delivered by a delusional guy, you know, a delusional sick fantasy, right? It's just his sick fantasy.
Right.
He's releasing information. This is top secret information. This is what the men in the CIA believe, you know, these male chauvinist men. Not all men in the CIA believe this, but these sick, corrupt men who are trying to bring the old world law back and do, you know, and contain, you know, like keep women in their place.
Right.
This is what they believe, and this is what they plan for.
Okay.
This is their plan. This is what they are. This is their goal.
Do you know what's funny? We watched the Gunsmoke show.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Angie Turner's, she couldn't afford. She was not allowed to buy the bar. Now her husband could, and if her husband keeled over, she could take it over. But she was never married.
Right.
And somehow she bought the bar and opened a bar.
Yeah, I
Okay.
know.
That was unheard of.
Yeah, I know. The old world. All right, let me finish this up, Dean. That's really, see, this is top secret information. This is what they all want. David is releasing top secret information here under the guise that it's some sick 22-year-old kid's fantasy. But this is their plan in the CIA. The sick motherfuckers in the CIA who RAPE, women, children, go to foreign countries and use the women and children as slaves, and this is their sick plan and sick fantasy, whatever. And underworld, there is an underground civilization that they have formed, and there are actual people. A lot of my genetic children, they're kept as slaves, and sex, SLAVES, and that's how I was treated. I was on the surface. They are, my genetic children are very resilient and tough, and PEDOPHILES, love them and order them up because they can, ABUSE, and they're fine and they recuperate, and yeah, it's really sick what's going on right under our noses. All right, let me see. Okay, so this is where it gets really sick. In order to completely abolish sex, well, I don't know if that they want to do away with sex, but that's maybe his addition to kind of like camouflage it, right? He's adding some weird details to camouflage it. In order to completely abolish sex, women themselves would have to be abolished. All women must be quarantined like the plague they are, so that they can be used in a manner that actually benefits a civilized society. How civilized is that? In order to, you forgot to carry this out, there must exist a new and powerful type of government under the control of one divine ruler, such as myself, he says. The ruler that establishes this new order would have complete control over every aspect of society in order to direct it towards a good and pure place. At the disposal of this government, there needs to be a highly trained army of fanatically loyal troops in order to enforce such revolutionary laws. The first strike against women will be to quarantine all of them in concentration camps. At these camps, the vast majority of the female population will be deliberately starved to death. What are you doing, Dean? Oh, okay, you're just fiddling. Okay. That would be an efficient and fitting way to kill them all off. I would take great pleasure and satisfaction in condemning every single woman on earth to starve to death. I would have an enormous tower built just for myself where I can oversee the entire concentration camp and gleefully watch them all die. If I can't have them, no one will, I'd imagine, thinking to myself as I oversee this. Women represent everything that is unfair with this world, and in order to make the world a fair place, they must all be eradicated. A few women would be spared, however, for the sake of reproduction. These women would be kept and bred in secret labs. See, this is what they do. There, they will be artificially inseminated with sperm samples in order to produce offspring. Their depraved nature will slowly be bred out of them in time. Future generations of men would be oblivious to these remaining women's existence, and that is for the best. If a man grows up without knowing the existence of women, there will be no desire for sex. Sexuality will completely cease to exist. Love will cease to exist. There will no longer be any imprint of such concepts in the human psyche. It is the only way to purify the world. Boy, it's still not done. I'm like, oh my God. In such a pure world, the man's mind can develop to greater heights than ever before. Future generations will live their lives free of having to worry about the barbarity of sex and women, which will enable them to expand their intelligence and advance the human race to a state of perfect civilization. It is such a shameful pity that my ideal world cannot be created. I realized long ago that there is no way I could possibly rise to such a level of power in my lifetime with the way the world is now. Such a thing will never become a reality for me, but it did give me something to fantasize about as I burned with hatred towards all women for rejecting me throughout the years. This whole viewpoint and ideology of abolishing sex stems from being deprived of it all my life. If I cannot have it, I will do everything I can to destroy it.
Okay.
Still not done, Dean. My orchestration of the day of retribution is my attempt to do everything in my power to destroy everything I cannot have. All of those beautiful girls I've desired so much in my life, but can never have because they despise and loathe me, I will destroy. All of those popular people who live hedonistic lives of pleasure, I will destroy because they never accepted me as one of them. I will kill them all and make them suffer just as they have made me suffer. It is only fair. Why do things have to be this way? I'm sure that is the question everyone will be asking after the day of retribution is over. They will all be asking why. Indeed, why? That is the question I've had for everyone throughout all my years of suffering. Why was I condemned to live a life of misery and worthlessness while other men were able to experience the pleasures of sex and love with women? Why do things have to be this way? I ask all of you. All I ever wanted was to love women and in turn to be loved by them back. Their behavior towards me has only earned my hatred, and rightfully so. I am the true victim in all of this. I am the good guy. Humanity struck at me first by condemning me to experience so much suffering. I didn't ask for this. I didn't want this. I didn't start this war. I wasn't the one who struck first, but I will finish it by striking back. I will punish everyone, and it will be beautiful. Finally, at long last, I can show the world my true worth. The end. I just want to look him up. Let's see. Elliot Rodger. Okay, this is Wikipedia. Okay, let's bring this back here. Okay, so the 2014 Isla Vista killings were a series of misogynistic terror attacks in Isla Vista, California, on the evening of Friday, May 23. So he didn't do it on the day he planned, did he? Let me see. What wasn't it supposed to be? It was the 24th. Wait, let me see. What did he do? What was the day? It was the 24th. Wait. Right. Right. I assured myself this was it. May 24, 2014. Okay. And it says, wait. I'm having trouble here. Friday, May 23. It wasn't the 24th, so it was actually the 20. So it was 26 instead of, right? Was it? Wait.
2 days
It was
after.
2. Wait, I'm just trying to see. It was 7. And what does that add up to? That's 5 plus 5. That's 1. 1, 7, 1, 1, 7. 17. It was Dancing Queen. She was only 17.
Right.
7.
Right.
That's it. See, I co-wrote Dancing Queen with the entire YMD. Isn't this interesting? It's like a code that I'm deciphering. And the song says she was only 17. I was really 7. And that was when I met David. Well, no, I didn't meet him at age 7. I met him in 1975, right after he started to chant. He was 21 and I was 9. But it appears
And you could
that...
tell he was a crazy son of a...
All right,
ran away from him?
Dean, let me finish this up. Don't prolong this any more than it needs to be. Okay, so it appears, he said the end-all be-all date was May 24, and that adds up to be, if you add up 5 plus 2
Right.
plus 4, so that's 9. What did I... Okay, 5, it's May is 5, 2, 4 is 6, 5, that's 11, that equals 2, and then the year is 7. 2014 adds up, is a 7 in numerology. You add up all the digits and it adds in, it equals 7, and you add up all the digits of May 24, and that is 2, so 27. He had originally chosen April 24th, which adds up to be 37. That was the age I was when I permanently sort of removed David, from my life in 2003. And then 27 was the age I was when we started dating in 1993. But if you add up the day he actually committed this terror, it adds up to be 1, right? 5 plus 5, like May 23, that's a 5, 2, 3. 5, 2 plus 3 is 5, so that 5 plus 5 is 10. That's a 1. So it's 1, and the 2014 is a 7. That's 17. And I co-wrote the song Dancing Queen with the entire YMD. I don't remember David being there, but he knows about it. And she was just 17. I was really 7 when I was shakabuku, as they say, reintroduced to Nichiren Buddhism. And yeah, so he changed the date. He said he was not going to change the date, but then I guess he thought about it and he changed it to that Friday, which is...
He chickened out.
No, it's set. No, he did it a day early because numerically that is a 1 and a 7. The year is a 7, and 5/23 is a 1, so that's 17. She was just 17. That's this Dancing Queen.
Right.
Okay, so here's the article about what happened. The 2014 Isla Vista killings were a series of misogynistic terror attacks in Isla Vista, California. On the evening of Friday, May 23, 22-year-old Elliot Rodger killed 6 people and injured 14 others by gunshot, stabbing, and vehicle ramming. near the campus of the University of California, Santa Barbara, UCSB, and then killed himself. So there were only 6 people who actually died, but 14 others were injured. Okay. Rodgers stabbed 3 men to death in his apartment, apparently one by one on their arrival. About 3 hours later, he drove to a sorority house and, after failing to get inside, shot 3 women outside, 2 of whom died. He next drove past a nearby deli and shot a male student inside to death. He then began to drive through Isla Vista, shooting and wounding several pedestrians from his car and striking several others with his car. He exchanged gunfire with police twice, and he was injured in the hit. After his car crashed into a parked vehicle, he was found dead inside with a self-inflicted gunshot to the head. Before driving to the sorority house, Rodger uploaded a video to YouTube titled Elliot Rodger's Retribution, in which he outlined his planned attack and his motives. He explained that he wanted to punish women for rejecting him and sexually active men because he envied them. He also emailed a lengthy autobiographical manuscript. Yeah, it definitely is a manuscript, to friends, his therapist, and family members. The document appeared on the internet and became widely known as his Manifesto. In it, he described his childhood, family conflicts, frustration over his inability to find a girlfriend, his hatred of women, his contempt for couples, particularly interracial couples. He was upset about all couples, though. And his plans for what he described as retribution. In February 2020, the International Center for Counterterrorism at The Hague retroactively described the killings as an act of misogynist terrorism. The U.S. Secret Service describes it as misogynist extremism. Embarcadero, is that a street in Savannah?
No.
I thought it was Embarcadero? No? I thought it was. Okay. Wow, he had 548 rounds of unspent ammunition in his car when he was found dead. He had planned to kill a lot more people, and it didn't happen.
Yeah, right. So was he
Okay, so let me read this.
What was the meaning of his death threat?
Well, okay, here, let me explain. This is actually very interesting. I mean, that's not really, see, I feel like that's not, I don't think that's his disguise. That's, I think that's the real guy, Elliot Rodger. I don't know. I feel like I've been reading enough, though. I don't need to. This is too long. I'm so tired of reading. I'm not going to read it all. But basically, yeah, he had 500 and... yeah, his parents were going to drive up there. They got the manifesto and all that, and they were going to try and go up there, and it was too late. It's very sad.
Well, Dad knew.
548 rounds of unspent ammunition.
Dad knew he was on a mission. He wasn't going to stop.
Yeah, I guess I can read this part. Okay. Elliot Rodger began his attacks at his apartment on Seville Road, where he killed 3 men by stabbing them multiple times. First, he stabbed Wei Han Wang, then Chen Hong, and then George Chen. Elliot's last victim in the apartment, George Chen, incurred a total of 94 stab wounds.
Oh, shit.
Bloodstains later found in the building's hallway suggest that Rodger had attacked one or more of his victims as they entered. A bloody bath towel and paper towels in the bathroom suggest Rodger had attempted to clean the hallway. The men's positions suggest that each was killed separately as they entered. 2 of the victims were confirmed to be Rodger's roommates. Oh, really? According to an apartment lease, while police were investigating whether the third was also a resident or visiting the apartment on the night of the killings. After the stabbings, Rodger purchased coffee at a coffee shop. At around 8:30 p.m., he was seen working on his laptop in his car in the parking lot of his apartment building. He uploaded his retribution video at 9:17 and sent his manifesto email at 9:18. After receiving a copy of the manifesto, Rodger's therapist phoned his mother, who, finding the retribution video on Rodger's YouTube channel, contacted Rodger's father. In separate cars, his parents left Los Angeles for Santa Barbara, calling Isla Vista police en route. Rodger drove to the Alpha Phi sorority house at Embarcadero del Norte and Segovia Road near UCSB. Okay, so he drove to the Alpha Phi sorority house, where he knocked on the front door for a few minutes. After no one answered the door, he then began shooting people nearby. 2 women were killed and a third was injured. Rodger then began driving again, firing into an unoccupied coffee shop on Pardell Road, then several times into a delicatessen. A man was struck 7 times and killed.
Damn.
Rodger drove south on Embarcadero del Norte on the wrong side of the street, striking a pedestrian and firing at 2 people on the sidewalk, missing them. He shot a couple exiting a pizzeria and a female cyclist. He drove south on El Embarcadero, and shot at and missed a woman. Turned east on Del Playa Drive and made a U-turn to drive west. Made a U-turn. See, Bryan Kohberger was making U-turns in a way. Well, I guess he was doing 3-point turns, but kind of U-turn. He then exchanged fire with a sheriff's deputy, responding to a telephone report, and struck 2 pedestrians. Turning north on Camino, I was born in El Camino Hospital on Camino Real.
El Camino means in Spanish?
Yeah.
The highway.
Yeah. All right. Turning north on Camino del Sur, Rodger shot and wounded 3 people at Sabado Tarde Street and struck a skateboarder and 2 cyclists with his car. Turning east on Sabado Tarde, he struck another skateboarder with his car. Shot and wounded 3 people. Struck a skateboarder and 2 cyclists with his car. Turning east on Sabado Tarde, he struck another skateboarder with his car and shot 2 other men at the intersection with Camino Pescadero. On Sabado Tarde, near Little Acorn Park, Rodger exchanged gunfire with 3 sheriff's deputies and was shot in the hip. Pursued by police, he turned south a second time onto El Embarcadero, then west again on Del Playa. He struck a cyclist, then crashed on the north sidewalk just east of the intersection of Del Playa and Camino Pescadero. At 9:35, police found Rodger dead inside his car from a self-inflicted gunshot wound to his head. In the car were 3 pistols, knives, 6 empty 10-round magazines, and 548 rounds of unspent ammunition.
Man.
Mm-hmm.
All that ammunition.
So,
You had enough to start his own war.
So the Supreme Gentleman is one of his other names. You know, he always called himself that. Saint Elliot, they call him. The incels call him. Elliot Oliver Robertson Rodger. Okay, mental health and social problems. According to his family's attorney and a family friend, Rodger had seen multiple therapists since he was 8 years old.
Yeah.
Okay, see, he didn't mention them very often until the very end of his life, so I was wondering. But the attorney said he had never been formally diagnosed with a mental illness. I find that really hard to believe. He was diagnosed with pervasive developmental disorder not otherwise specified, an autism spectrum disorder in 2007. Wait. Okay. Which was 7 years before. So that would have been 15 years old. Pervasive developmental disorder not otherwise specified and an autism spectrum disorder. By 9th grade, Rodger was increasingly bullied and wrote later that he cried by himself at school every day. At this time, he developed an addiction to the online game World of Warcraft, which dominated his life for most of his teenage years and briefly into his 20s. At Crespi Carmelite High, he was bullied. In one incident, his head was taped to a desk while he was asleep. According to Rodger, in 2012, the one friend he had in the whole world who truly understood him said he didn't want to be friends anymore without offering any reason. Rodger had a YouTube account and a blog titled Elliot Rodger's Official Blog, through which he expressed loneliness and rejection. He wrote that he had been prescribed risperidone. I think I recognize that name, but refused to take it, stating, "After researching this medication, I found that it was the absolute wrong thing for me to take." After turning 18, Rodger began rejecting mental health care and became increasingly isolated. All right, I gotta give her some cough syrup. He said that he was unable to make friends, although acquaintances said that he rebuffed their attempts to be friendly. Yeah, he didn't seem very friendly at all. Yeah. A family friend, Dale Lawner, said that he counseled Rodger on approaching women, but that Rodger did not follow the advice. Lawner also commented that when he met Rodger at 8 or 9, I could see then that there was something wrong with him. Looking back now, he strikes me as someone who was broken from the moment of conception. Wow.
Not good.
Misogyny. Yeah, that doesn't look, that looks like the real picture of him. That looks like the real him. It's different than, I mean, I think so. Let's see. Okay. So I am done. I did it. It's very disturbing. And, but I did it. I did what I set out to do. What I believe is what was necessary for whatever reason. And I think it is definitely the key to the Bryan Kohberger case. Now, let's check the website to see if his legal team filed anything. I have to refresh the page. No. I guess it's not public.
Well, today is Monday, but it's a good day to put things in the court.
At least nothing is posted yet. Maybe they had, today was the deadline, but nothing was filed today, which is strange. Maybe the court won't file it till tomorrow, even though they submitted it. I don't know.
Maybe
Anyway,
so. Maybe so.
definitely it was David that wrote this, and it's like a real shock to confirm that with all the little details, the code with the dates, and it's a real shock. I was right, huh? I mean, I just was drawn to this manuscript to read it, and I certainly didn't expect that it would take me this long, but here we are. Thank you so very much for watching this. I don't have anything to say. I'm speechless. I hope that I succeeded in doing what I needed to do before the deadline. David always has deadlines. David, I hope I made my deadline, so you will do the right thing and make TV history for the sake of world peace. Cousin Rufu. I don't have anything more to say. You've left me speechless. All right.
Where you saw it coming along way earlier, what he was going to do.
Yeah, I'm just
But he finally did what he said he was going to do. No big shock.
I'm talking about David at this point and the Bryan Kohberger case, and I'm not talking about Elliot Rodgers exactly anymore. Even though it's all one. All right, so bye. Thank you again for watching.